Anyway. Anyway. All right. Anyway. God damn it. I hate that, like, Brandon says anyway so much that anytime I say anyway, you guys start saying, oh, it's just like Joe Biden. I say anyway a lot. Okay? I say anyway a lot. Anyway. 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 Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Anyway. 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 Anyways. Anyway. 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 Everybody, love you all. What's going on, everybody? It's an honor to be able to serve. I hope everyone's having the hour. A fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live, we're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday. That's right. It is Saturday, August 15th, 2026. 11:13 a.m. We are live. We are alive. I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Okay, bring this guy back. I was crazy. What was I doing? What was I doing? I mean, that is pretty wild that I would just like straight post. There was a point in time in 2020 where for the entire year, I would just post like nipple shots. And it's kind of weird because like now, imagine doing it now. Like imagine I just randomly one day just go, boom, nipple. Look at my yitties. You know what I mean? Like just straight nip, straight titty, free the nip. I look like I'm about to poke you in the eye with this thing, dude. I look like I'm about to breastfeed you. Watching while waiting for my son to be born, wishes luck. Oh, wow. New Hasanabi head right out the womb. That's crazy. Let's go. But yeah, just think, folks, you should distract with their reporting. The possibilities are endless. Maybe I should bring this stuff back. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff. There are a lot of things that I used to do that I no longer do that I should do again and even harder. Obviously, sexy pics being one of the things that people demand of me all the time. I haven't been posting the thirst traps at all. Cutie's TikTok comments are even asking you to dress casual sometimes. The people want it bad, Unc. All right, well, maybe we'll get back to it. I don't know. Even harder nipples? Yeah, nipples got to be even harder. Chuck Grassley, zoom on the left. I love sluts. That's so funny. My compliments to the sheep barn at Iowa State Fair for having warm water when you wash your hands. Pretty nice. I love Chuck Grassley so much. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. He is the best poster. Like, it's not even close. It's not even close how good of a poster he is. I really respect it. I mean, he's 98 years old or something. You haven't dropped a photo post since like May. Your IG post looks like one big campaign ad now. Yeah, I know, because the politics is happening, man. I had to do a revamp. I had to do a revamp, folks. I had to do the damn thing. Consciously and J. William J. have some takes about white leftists. What is it? Let's see. The Hasan Piker post. Is this the one? Is this what you're talking about? Traditional media owned by white conservative billionaires needs a singular face to encapsulate all criticism they're currently receiving from their left. Criticism that is only growing louder every day because of people of all backgrounds yelling it. The narrative has never been challenged at this level. Some of y'all's willingness to save your enemy is astonishing. Let's start naming specifically the white leftists y'all speaking on now, because I want to make some guided critiques as well and not just speak about the nebulous white leftist boogeyman. It blows my mind that the majority of y'all have little to nothing to say about white liberals, but y'all go after white leftists in ways to indict any and everybody linked to leftist ideology. I encourage more black folks to engage with actual black leftists and leave them white folks alone. J. William J. says, white leftists have never had systemic power in the United States to ever affect the lives and outcomes of black people. This country has only ever seen what white liberals and white conservatives have to offer. The critiques of whiteness as a whole is something that is irrespective of political ideology. Anybody solely focusing on the white leftists in an era defined by fascists and neoliberals losing ground to them is either intentionally or unintentionally doing the Republicans' work for them, in my opinion. Beast mode on both ends. Beast mode on both ends. Except there is question to millennials is like 500 likes thread. 500. Oh, dude, you guys don't even know about threads. Okay, let me tell you something. Sometimes Instagram will like literally just put like threads posts that I would probably enjoy reading because I'm crazy in front of me. And I click on it. And I get sucked in. Threads hates me, man. Threads is even crazier. I don't even know what goes on Threads. Threads is basically like Blue Sky, I think, is a little bit more. Blue Sky is a little bit more chill with me. Like I have a lot of like Blue Sky liberals and Blue Sky leftists that are fans of mine that are on there. Threads is like the MS Now waiting room. At least from what I've seen. Maybe it's just my algorithm. Maybe Mark Zuckerberg is, serving me up on a silver platter for people to dunk on. But it's always like call out post after call out post. Threads is literally like Hasan Piker is like Threads is all old people that say stuff like Hasan Piker is the most anti-black person America has ever seen. Like I see posts like that and I'm like, that is insane. Like they think I'm the grand wizard over there. Okay. There's some olds on there who I don't know what kind of post they're looking at on their Facebook timeline or whatever, but they straight up think I'm like David Duke gets his notes from me is what they think on Threads. Like Threads is like, boneless Facebook, if you will. Love the tie today. Hell yeah. This is another one of my granddad's ties. This one is Chaps Ralph Lauren, another vintage. This is a Chaps Ralph Lauren vintage tie. Also from my grandpa. I think it's your algo minus people defending you. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's it happens, right? Like there are definitely threads where people are defending me. As of today, this whole couch has won their primaries. We are a movement of winners. And you love to see it. Hassan's a winner too. It's about the insurgent movement. I mean, that's like 4 comments. That's 7 comments. I have lots of issues with Piker, but he's not trying to lead anything except voters to polls. His behavior on this app today encapsulates a lot of my critique of him. It was unnecessary and reactionary and disproportionately focused, but also This targeting campaign from all sides really concerns me. He's getting public death threats from the right now. If that were to ever materialize into anything, folks who hate him might have a bigger problem on their hands. Doors open. Also, everything you said, now he's been getting death threats from the right for a decade. I really don't understand why he gets attacked as much as he does for giving his opinion on things. Yeah. I see a lot of hate on threads. I see some who try to defend you but fall for the clips. Yeah, it's I mean it's undefeated. It's undefeated. But yeah, dude, I'm a trending topic on threads, dude. Look at this. And if you look at it, I assume it's just like inundated with like, I saw this Talarico attack ad. Oh, thank you. Yeah, but do we want, I don't know if I want Fartley in here. Oh, Fartley. Farlito, how's he doing? Is he chill? Hannah, what are you doing with those doors right now? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Just leave it. Just leave it. Just leave it. Yeah, Farlito is here. Post a thirst trap on threads, get all the moms on board. That's what we gotta do. That's what we gotta do. Yeah. Like, look at this. I just like to make a blanket statement that I do not like or support Hasan Piker, and so much of my work involves disproving the crap that he puts out in the world. Queer, Jewish, disabled, political influencer. I'm so done with doomerism. If you also do not support Hasan Piker, consider giving me a follow. This is how it goes on threads. It's crazy. Yeah, I called this guy a Hasbara mercenary. He used to be super pro Palestine before he got the bag. Many such cases, smaller content creators like this trying to get the boost and cause party division. Be mindful of your media diet. This blatant lies the multimillionaire song "Suck My Dick," old lady Piker espousing accelerationism and pro-authoritarianism, and your agency being funded by Peter Thiel to the tune of $70 million isn't what? What agency? Mini F already? Frame drop. I don't know why that happened. I think maybe I have to be. There's a lot of satire hate posts about this thread right now. It's pretty funny. No, I don't think they're satire. I think they're insane. So what I have to do is I have to get just as insane and start saying like, did George Soros put you up to this? Or like something even funnier, like, did Emily's List put you up to this? Are you in the pocket of Nancy Pelosi and Paul Pelosi's secret fund? You know what I mean? Like, you got to fight fire with fire sometimes. Sometimes you got to get extra crazy. What's the most like libbed up conspiracy that I could concoct to combat the mentally ill folks on threads with additional levels of mental illness? Like I'm just going to say, like, my response to this person is just going to be like, oh, Russia. Yes. Sweetie. It's 9 o'clock Kremlin time. You know, yes. I'm gonna hit them with the, seems like the Kremlin is out and about today. You know, that kind of thing. I'm gonna be like, isn't this the exact same kind of, isn't this the same kind of conspiracy that caused Kamala's election victory to be stolen from her by Elon Musk? It's Agent Krasnov. But like, yeah, there's so many guys like this. Like, this guy literally used to be super, super pro-Palestine, right? It makes no sense. How did he switch? Like, there are so many of these like mid-level and smaller content creators all over TikTok and all over Threads and all over Twitter that went from like free Palestine to like actually anyone that has ever spoken out in favor of Palestine needs to be put in prison because they're very clearly Islamic jihadists. How do you do that? How does that happen? So like, look, at a time when there's an unprecedented amount of money, at a time when there's an unprecedented amount of Israeli cash, specifically cold hard Israeli dollars being spent to do influence peddling operations, at a time when the Ellisons have, this is Oracle, right? Like the Ellisons, that's CIA. That is just that's a straight up CIA shell corporation. That's what Oracle is. They bought fucking TikTok specifically to make it more pro-Israel and more pro-MAGA. I'm sorry, but it's insane not to see exactly what kind of influence peddling operation is unfolding in front of our eyes. You have to be delusional not to recognize it. Did Blue Sky voting third party not dispel all these likes? Haley Stevens paid influencers and everyone just ignored it? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the TikTok meta, especially, is one that I've been thinking about. It's not the TikTok meta I've been thinking about a lot more, because it just reads as, it just feels like we straight up have lost our dang minds on TikTok. Like TikTok was like 50-50, right? TikTok pre-Ellison purchase was 50-50. But you have to literally, at some point, this person has always been an op. I don't think this person is new. This person is not new. This person has been an insane person for a minute. Like I don't think this person is like as cynical of a grifter or this person is like being paid by Israel or something. I'm not going to say that at all. This person has been an op for a minute. You know what I mean? There are some liberals who have despised me for years. Okay. I think that's just blue MAGA. There's a difference between blue MAGA, who I obviously still find to be insane, and people who are like straight up getting paid for it, right? Yeah, this person has been anti-me for a while. I don't think it was like a post-October 7 switch up at all. I think it was a pre-October 7 hater. She's a grifter. She admitted she only doing politics to build a career to get into other media. Yeah. Anyway, the thing I wanted to show you guys was, I love this guy, Judah the Glute Lord, and not because he kind of looks like me a little bit, but he's just great.
Before the CIA, Project Oracle, Oracle, just plain Oracle, bought TikTok. There was a whole lot of like anti-billionaire, anti-ruling class, economic populist rhetoric bouncing around the app. It was getting real guillotine-y up in here. And then the CIA, just Oracle, just plain Oracle, bought TikTok, and now it's identity politics.
Yeah, this dude is like anime version of me.
Politics, discourse, hell, like that's every video. And I wonder if those things are related. I don't know. I'm just asking questions. So
yeah, I constantly go back. I constantly go back to that. I didn't blast off yet. Do we have a blast off meme, by the way? I didn't even blast off. I forgot. I dove right into this shit. Do you guys have a meme for me? Yeah, he's like a mixture of me and Moist Critical, that guy. He's great, though. He's got great takes. I think he's got like a PhD in something. Smart guy. Thank you for the playlist, Amacius. Melon just found out that there are people getting paid to make hate videos. Yeah, I think this is like Clipper stuff. I'm not going to use this as a blast off meme, dude. You guys need to stop sending me this photo, okay? Okay, this one's fine. you guys need to stop mentioning that election Twitter weirdo, because he every time he just like gets extra crazy. You feel me? Anyway, as I was saying, all right, we got to blast off. We got to blast off meme. So, where was I? What was I saying? Okay, boom. We're blasting off. It's Saturday fun day. Yeah, so obviously one of the things I clocked early on with Kick Clippers was this influence peddling network that stake.com, the crypto casino, the online crypto gambling casino, had deployed, right? You are a fraud. During COVID, I was homeless and begging for change outside of In-N-Out on Washington Boulevard. You drove by in a Bugatti Mistral, unmasked, decked out head to toe in Versace, with 3, possibly even 4 bikini-clad women vaping in the back seat. Disgusted by my filth and decay, you spat on me and laughed. You are a fake socialist. You know how the only reason why this story is fake is because I would never drive a Bugatti Mistral. Okay? Every other aspect of this story is real. But your homeless ass probably didn't even know what kind of car I was driving. It was not a Bugatti. Too specific, explain. Yeah, so there's another component to the Reddit story that is even insane, that is even more insane, I think, that Austinox dialed in on. But here's the thing. Okay. One of the things that I talked about, which became like common knowledge now, but one of the things I've been talking about for years is like the Kick influencer incubator, right? Like when people get a Kick contract, Kick has Discord servers that clip every single thing and just blast it on Twitter, blast it on TikTok, and just basically create virality, right? And this became so successful that this became such a successful influence operation that like everyone deploys it now. Everyone uses it now, right? Like, and we now know how it works for the most part. Articles have been written about it. These guys actually have like, multi-million-dollar businesses, right? So that's definitely something that political campaigns are deploying. And that's definitely something parties, like political parties, are deploying as well, right? And I mean, this is just an evolution of that, right? If you want to...
So I'm on this flight right now.
Yeah, here, this is...
And I'm on CNN.
That's Musa. He is a 23-year-old multi-millionaire who has made his fortune by posting videos of other people to social media. He's at the forefront of a new industry called clipping.
If you had to put a number on how much money you've made from clipping.
Oh man, like we're talking top line revenue, easily over $30 million, like easily.
So how does all of this work? Well, this is a content rewards platform. And here you can see all of the live campaigns.
It's pretty wild. Like, I mean, there are dudes that are fans of mine that do this for like Aiden Ross. You know what I mean? Remember when there was like one of the top clippers for Aiden Ross who was like, yeah, I watch you all the time. And it's kind of funny because from their perspective, like obviously we only care about politics. They just see it as a job. They don't even think about it at all, where they're just like, yeah, we're clipping everything and anything. You know what I mean? Like they don't give a shit at all. And it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny to be that guy who's like a Aiden Ross clipper that like works for Kick now and is probably like clipping neo-Nazis all the time. But then also at the same time, they're like, yeah, I get a lot of my politics from you. Like, that's insane. But basically, this is a very viable industry, right? And one version of that One version of that is just hiring like small level, mid level, or like very tiny up and coming TikTokers who present themselves as like a Michigan voter or present themselves as a California voter. It's actually very interesting. It's actually very interesting to see it unfold. We saw this with like Tom Steyer as well. Like Tom Steyer's marketing team absolutely deployed these guys on TikTok. There were a lot of people who were like, oh, I live in California and I love Tom Steyer. And those very same people, a couple months later, were talking about how they live in Michigan and as Michiganders, they want Haley Stevens. You know? Isn't that crazy?
Things that are being run right now. These are from influencers, creators, brands, artists, musicians, even tourism boards. So a clipper can come to this website.
Off topic, but I do not like your toupee. Official Evelyn Claire, my toupee? What toupee? You think I got a toupee on? You think if I were to purchase a toupee, I would make sure that it's got like a... That's crazy. Official Evelyn Claire went from thirsting back in the day to shitting on my hair. What has happened? I'm washed. I'm so fucking washed. Good lace front. The Twitter crazies think you have a toupee. Really? Is that what's... Am I getting... Are you negging me right now? Official Evelyn Claire, is that what's happening? It's crazy. Close presents, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Guess the finesse ride isn't working no more according to some viewers. I think it's still working. Still working pretty good. But what was I saying? What was I talking about? I saw it a few times from Tour to Live. She may be joking, but I've seen them claiming that for most Sex Destiny followers. That's so sad. The broccoli pull forward is your worst look. That's why people say it for sure. Okay. Whatever. Let's finish this clip.
Click the campaign they want to participate in, download the source content, then they can clip that up, put on captions, and post it to social media. Now, most of these campaigns will pay out $1 or $1.50 for every 1,000 views. That's why clipping has become a side hustle for some.
Democrats ruining this midterm should immediately distance running in this midterm. Wait, what?
And a full-time job for others.
Is this killing traditional marketing firms?
100%.
Eddie runs a company called Propaganda Media that connects clippers with brands. And according to PwC last year, more than $1 trillion was spent on advertising. Eddie's banking that a third of that will shift to clipping over the next decade.
But once there's been so many case studies and pieces of data to show that like this really is the best way to market anything, the bigger companies are now willing to hop on this. Back in the day, people would run billboards. They still do. I don't know why they do that. There's actually this thing.
I look at billboards. You don't look at billboards?
Well, think about how much more effective it would be if instead of you paying for a billboard to be outside, if you're paying for your logo to be on any clip. It's like a billboard in your pocket instead of it being outside.
Yeah, so that's one way that they do it. Obviously, Stake.com, Roobet, many of them do this, right? They'll just slap on logos on top of Twitch streamers and streamers in general, because streamers make so much content. Streamers make so much content, and many of them, much like myself, don't really care about IP all that much. So clippers have realized, like, we'll just slap on, Roobet ads or whatever the fuck on top of clips of iShow Speed. And because many of these streamers, myself included, are either famous or infamous, people react to those clips. People want to share those clips. So they don't even realize half the time that they're sharing clips from a marketing account, from a marketing campaign. So anyway, there are different metas out there. Obviously, there's bot farms, there's brigading. There are also, you know, mid-level small content creators on TikTok that just say, like, I'm a Michigan voter and I love Haley Stevens. I'm a centrist liberal and I'm voting for the Republicans for the first time because of this or that, because of AOC, because of Zoran Mamdani. You know, that kind of thing happens all the time as well. And basically every aspect of our lives, everything that we see on our algorithms, oftentimes are right-wing boosted algorithms anyway, every single aspect of that is technically marketing, right? One, if CNN is doing a piece on it, the market is already beyond saturated. This isn't a good thing. So, yeah, this was one of those things. This guy.
For the first time ever, I'm going to vote Republican because of Hasan Piker. And I feel sick to my stomach for what he just said. For the first time ever, I'm going to vote Republican because of AOC. I feel sick to my stomach for what she just did. You see,
I feel like this guy is memeing though, right? Like there's no shot this guy is being sincere, right?
somebody who won. I'm a New York Democrat voting Republican for the first time because of this. Zoran Mamdani is a massive hypocrite. I might vote Republican for the first time because of this. As somebody who's been a strong supporter of Kamala Harris, AOC, and of course somebody who I thought could potentially be president one day, Mamdani. Why did he lie to us, man?
Wait, what? No, it's got to be satire, right? There's no shot. Zoran Mamdani can't be president. He wasn't born here.
I might vote Republican for the first time ever because of this. In Michigan, an anti-American Muslim is about to win his election. He openly supports 9/11. And this is what's turning me away. I'm voting Republican for the first time because I cannot take it anymore. These people...
No, people are this fucking dumb. I'm not sure. No, I don't think this person is like... Dog, when you vote Republican for the first time, 7 times in a row, it's either a joke or you're getting paid to make that as propaganda. Okay? No one is voting Republican for the first time 7 times in a row. The Zoran for president line makes me believe that this is probably satire. Now I got to find this account, Joshua Tillins, and just take a look at it. Where is it?
I'm voting Republican for the first time because I can...
Wait, everything about Israel and Iran is a lie? Okay, no, this is... No, never mind. This is a paid operation.
Not take it anymore. Between the far left extremists and propaganda vehicles like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, I think it's time for new independent media. I need you to hear me out because I'm going to provide evidence that we are winning the Iran war. That not only Israel is not doing...
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is 100% a guy getting paid by the Republican Party to make this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Half the time these guys don't delete their old videos too. So it's always funny when you like go back far enough and you find them. Wait.
Treatment first. I will go below.
Okay. He started a couple months ago. His first video was Spencer Pratt roast corrupt LA politicians. Oh, this guy is straightforward, straight up Republican operation, Republican operative. This guy has never been a liberal. He's just, his first clip is from a couple months ago talking about how Spencer Pratt is awesome. I'm sorry. Every single thing that he's posted is, oh my God, so many of these guys have, this is his link tree, free investing group, get $500 back on rent, trade any market, crypto guy, FOMO, where traders become legends. Of course, dude. Of course. Dude, I'm telling you, these guys are mercenaries. Here's the problem. In some ways, propaganda has gotten worse. Right? In some ways, it's like propaganda is slop, right? So much of it is just straight pure slop. AI has made it dumber. But then at the same time, propaganda has gotten a little bit more clever as well, because this is a little bit more clever than you know, this is a more insidious. It's more. It's definitely more clever than just I don't know, doing AI shit and it's just I don't know. I find it I find it a little bit more I don't know. I find it a little bit more clever than the AI slop shit. Have you already reacted to Karen Bass failing to do the Mamdani poll? Yes, I did. He has a video saying the Republican Party is stronger than ever. Yeah. So that's like, so this is like straightforward. I'm a liberal. I'm voting Republican for this reason, for that reason. The party left me. And it's pretty obvious, like, it's pretty obvious that this guy is just a straightforward right-wing grifter, right? Beautiful trans women joins WNBA. It's very clearly fake. But then you got stuff like this, who I think are just like boomers, like liberal boomers, who kind of fall for this kind of shit, who fall for the clips and stuff, and then they make it legitimate. Democrats running in midterms need to disavow and distance themselves from Hasan Piker's toxic and anti-American rhetoric.
You know what? The game is afoot in Michigan.
Yeah, this is a boomer liberal just kind of falling for everything that he has seen so far, whether it be like Republican accounts, whether it be guys like the other guy that we just saw. This is a fairly complex, fairly sophisticated influence peddling operation, and I think there are a lot of people who think they know what's up. A lot of people who think they're above it, think they're above the propaganda, who are just falling for it hook, line, and sinker.
Let me show you what I'm talking about. And I got this off the Ghetto app. That El Said has already reached out to Maryland Governor Wes Moore, right? He's the only black governor, to help him shore up support among black voters. You can read and screenshot the rest of this, but the bottom down here says, the outreach comes as El Said attempts to win back, I think back is the wrong word there, black voters, a critical Democratic voting bloc that predominantly backed Stevens. And over in the Ghetto app, Tim over there asks, it responds to Hasan Piker, that's him on the Ghetto app, it's time to unite.
Like there are a lot of boomers, like lifelong liberal boomers, who I think unironically are just like Hasan Piker is the biggest threat to America's future. Yeah, when he says Ghetto app, he's talking about Twitter. How do you build online discipline not to argue with people? I mean, normally I let this stuff wash over me. I don't really give a shit. But the reason why I'm talking about it today is not to like defend myself or whatever, or attack this guy or whatever. I'm just showing you that there is a broad propaganda effort, a fairly sophisticated propaganda effort to make it seem both by right-wingers and even liberals that fall for said propaganda, to make it seem like the left is the real threat to America. Okay? At a time when Donald Trump's the president, at a time when American fascism is at its peak, we got masked thugs of the state gunning down American citizens, kidnapping our fucking neighbors. American corruption at the tippy top is at an all-time high. Donald Trump is not even hiding it. How could these guys win? Right? The question is, how could the Republican Party ever win another election ever again? Well, this is how. to try to divide the Democratic Party's base of support, or I don't even want to say the Democratic Party's base of support. I want to say more so the anti-Trump force in this country, because there are people who are former Trump voters in there. There are non-voters in there. There are, people further to the left, many people further to the left in the Democratic Party in there. There is a broad anti-Trump force. And obviously, it is the overwhelming majority of Americans at this point. It's probably like 70-30, right? It's 70-30. So how do you make sure that if 70% of the country is anti-Trump, how do you make sure Trump and his loyalists still end up winning elections? You can't obviously lean into your unbelievably popular policies, because the signature policy of the Trump administration was combating immigration, right? Closing the border and then sicking ICE in blue cities. And that quickly backfired in every single city that it was deployed in. Like every single city that ICE was deployed in, people pushed back. People got very angry. And the policy broadly became unpopular. It was supposed to be a signature policy. Now it's very unpopular, right? So they really don't have anything. The Trump administration has nothing to lean into. The economy is dog shit. He didn't stop the wars. He's, only started more wars. So the only thing they can do is go on the offense and try to chop down the broad 70% of the country. Get them to fight amongst themselves. Get us to fight amongst ourselves, right? Because I don't think this guy and me, we agree, I don't think we agree on a lot of things, but we definitely don't disagree on the thing that matters most, which is fuck Donald Trump, punish the Republicans, right? At the end of the day, we are a part of this broad 70% of Americans who want to hold the Trump administration accountable. But because this guy spends every waking moment being like, fuck the left, there are going to be people who are fans of mine, or people who are just like fans of the ideology, who are, more progressive, DSA, that are going to see this and be like, what the fuck are you talking about, old man? And then there's more enmity amongst ourselves, right? Then there's going to be more anger and more resentment, because now he hates the left even more. He hates me even more. He'll say, oh, Hasan's like minions are after me because they're all secretly Klansmen or something, right? This is what I'm trying to explain. Like, Republicans are very, very clever. Like, the machine is very clever. Republican voters, not so much. And Republican politicians, not so much either. But the machine itself is obviously very clever, because their agenda is unbelievably toxic. It's violent. It's corrupt. Everybody hates it. There's mass disapproval, right? There's mass disapproval for this toxic agenda. So how do they sell it? Well, they know they can't sell it, so they just go on the offense. Sometimes the best defense is to go on the offense. Fox News puts out the notes. Republican watchers of Fox News immediately consolidate around it, because they are so one note. There is nothing that you can compare on the liberal side to the power that Fox News has over the entire Republican movement. If Fox News says Hasan Piker is the greatest enemy to the United States of America's future, every Republican in the country is going to feel that way. Okay? And that is the case already, right? That's already the case. That's already happening, right? The issue also, on top of the Republican side, is that the liberals are not as partisan. Weirdly enough, they're just not as partisan in their anti-Trump hatred. They don't consolidate support around anyone and everyone that the Republicans are attacking. I think back in the day they used to, and they still do to a certain degree. But I think post Kamala Harris 2024, there have been major fissures in the broad anti-Republican movement, where there are a lot of people who legitimately think that, like, Kamala Harris was the best politician around, and she lost because the left is not responsible. They're not serious. They're white supremacists. They didn't want to vote for a black woman because they hate black people, that kind of thing. There are definitely a lot of people who have that kind of resentment, and they haven't been able to get over it. Right? And it's really interesting because it's something that I think the liberals have trained their base to feel for years and years, because they did this with Hillary Clinton too. The party cannot fail; it can only be failed. The party or the campaign is never responsible for a failure. It's the voters that failed the party. It's the voters that failed the candidate. And Democrats have hammered that point over and over again to a lot of boomers' minds. Obviously, our generation and younger do not give a fuck about that. We have no loyalty. We do not care, right? So in some respects, like if you have the white evangelical base for the Republican Party that has been primed with white supremacy as their guiding principle, as their North Star, and they will always vote for the Republicans as long as the Republicans are like, we are going to do your white supremacist bidding. I would say that there are some power players, or I guess like hyper loyalists of the Democratic Party on the liberal side that also have this like admiration and loyalty to establishment centrist Democrats, right? The Clintons, Kamala Harris, whoever the Democratic Party puts up as their champion, their hero. They don't ever think about policies. They don't ever think about the impact of policies. They just believe in the electability argument that is presented in front of them, right? So, I'm sorry to say, but yes, there's white supremacy behind a lot of this. Address it, unite, kick Trump out. Get over it. How about address it? What do you mean? Do I think that there is white supremacy that played a role in a black woman not winning the election? Of course I do. What I'm talking about is uniting right now, because the white supremacy coming from the Republican Party is far more damaging right now. And a lot of people are refusing to reckon with that and playing the role of wreckers in general. That's it. When I say people have to tell me about your country and how it includes me, people watch this shit skin. Nice, dude. I'm Mr. Racially Ambiguous. I'm both a white supremacist at times, depending on who's yelling at me, and also the most anti-white brown guy anyone's ever seen, I don't think you understand how long the right has been working on this moment. I used to listen to G. Gordon Liddy in high school a decade or so before you were born, Glenn Beck and Rush Limbaugh in the late 90s. 30 or 40 years of this brainwashing with the welfare queen, George Soros tropes. It has been decades of work, millions of hours of radio time rotting people's minds. No, I'm fascinated by right-wing propaganda, and I cover it extensively. So I am actually very aware of this. I'm actually very, very, very aware of this reality, more so than the average person is. Anyway, let's continue.
To defeat the Republicans, we need a Senate. I don't know what the we is there, because you're not a Democrat. Majority to begin the defensive posture against Trump's ' growing fascism and unprecedented corruption. Now that's Hasan Piker there. And, I've said before, I've said already, that's Hasan Piker before he got that really, really nice head of hair.
No! Unc thinks that's what I used to look like. Unc got duped by AI. No. Oh my God, brother. Oh no. Oh. What is this? Breakfast
So
Club
Hasan
guest?
Piker reacted to the DNC clip, and he was very nice about it. But Hasan Piker is, and he's a real. I've known him before politics. I knew about him before politics. I don't say this criticizing him. He needs to learn how to speak to black people. He does, and I think he is. I don't think he's a bad person, but he is definitely not a moderate. He is a democratic socialist. And I like Hasan Piker because of the influence he brings to the table. And any conversation with him is an interesting conversation.
Okay.
I don't think he is a bad person, but I think he needs to learn how to speak to older people within the party. And
Okay, he's 100% right. Okay, don't say iPad kid. He's right. No, he's not wrong. I don't think he's wrong. He's right. Yes. Like there's two different. Listen, I am myself, so I have anecdotal experience with this. Okay, I can speak on this, and I think many of you guys in the chat who are who are black can speak on this as well. When your parents first encounter me from like the most negatively framed like anti-black clips, they immediately go, oh, fuck this guy. This guy's a white supremacist, right? Or classic white guy speaking out of turn, white guy speaking out of state, like doesn't know his place, doesn't respect his elders, doesn't respect the important work that like black people put to the civil rights struggle in this country and how they've always been at the forefront of social justice, right? It's true. They like, especially a lot of older people, if they see those like prime clips, that's how they feel. But the inverse of this is also true because all the aunts and all the unks, when they actually see, I don't know, me talking about like how whiteness isn't real or white supremacy, if that's the first clip that they see, they become diehard supporters. So it's entirely dependent on what kind of clips people see for the first time ever. And I'm sure that you guys have probably had similar experiences with your parents as well. Yeah. Like if your older parents or your grandparents or whatever, if they have seen like clips of me talking about reparations, talking about white supremacy, clips of me on the Breakfast Club, like, because I have a lot of older fans now, like a lot more than ever before, especially since the barrage of attack ads because old people watch television, right? And if they see those bad clips, they're going to be like, oh, fuck this guy. This guy is a white guy who doesn't understand it, white guy who's like talking about black people. And talking at black people, never to black people, doesn't understand the struggle, all this stuff. Right?
black people.
How do you do that though? Like I feel like if it's not in you, it's just not something you're able to do. Like because I feel like you should just speak to issues that everybody can relate to.
But I think that's different for politicians and streamers. Like I think it's really like I think it's night and day with politicians and streamers. I think politicians can turn on a switch, but I think streamers are mismatched with the older establishment. Like, could you imagine? Okay, Charlamagne, could you imagine Hasan Piker having a conversation with a ballot caster, older black lady in South Carolina?
I have done it. I've done this. Here's the thing. I have literally done this, not in South Carolina, but like I did this in Harlem. You know what I mean? Like it's it's very different. In the real world, it is very different.
What would that look like?
I'm gonna tell you why I think
pause? Like, what are you?
What point are we trying to make here? So, like, my thing is right, and I don't want to like Matt gonna crash, but I'm trying to handle with like some kitty gloves because
South Carolina is very different than Harlem. Oh my God. Okay, guys. Okay, I can do it in South Carolina too. I know it's different. I'm not saying that's not the point, guys. The point is, I talk to older voters, older black voters. I talk to older voters all around the country. It is a very different experience if you talk to people in the real world as opposed to as opposed to like the interactions that people clip online. Oh my God. That's all I'm saying.
14.
It don't got. That's why I'm a crash though.
Because it's disgusting for the other
nigga.
reason.
Yeah.
Like, what point are we trying to make here? This talking point Hasan needs to learn how to talk to people, to black people, has spawned because like there's probably like 4 or 5 clips you can find somewhere in this career where he said something culturally insensitive. But the main one that I always hear people bring up is the whole like him saying, I don't care what black people think. And they like clipped that. And like you would thought it was the New York Times, the way they just put like, I don't care what black people think, and ran as like, that's what he's so ignorant to black issues. He don't give a fuck about the civil rights movement. The context was a chatter in the chat was like, yo, I know you're talking about this. We need to redesign our immigration policy thing so that we're not putting people in concentration camps. But did you know black people actually do like a strong border? And he was like, I don't care what black people think, even if that was right. It's still wrong to have the border that we have and the immigration policy that we have. You can't.
Yeah, and then also in the broader context, I literally was saying that's positively untrue. That's not even the case. Everybody always loves using black people as a talking point. They always do it. People love saying, well, black people care about this, black people care about that, when it's not even the case, right? Black people are not a monolithic force. Number one, no one is. And number two, it's not even correct when you look at the actual data, right? The funniest part is when you meet us and talk to us, you do absolutely fine. These audiences just don't see those moments. You have your awkward moments, but you treat us like human beings and who you view as equals and not tools to be cast aside after we vote or using us as a cudgel. Yeah, I know. It's just, but that's not how it goes in the internet. That's not how it goes in the internet. It's just the internet is just like high intensity viral moments, clips that you can use to weaponize like propaganda. And sometimes unks fall for it. You know? Sometimes unks fall for it.
El Said and every other Democrat should distance themselves from this guy right here. He is toxic, and every Democrat who is running for office for the midterms are going to be asked about this guy. He is an albatross because he has said America and Americans deserve 9/11 and a bunch of other toxic things. One of his streams, I don't know if it's still up, but in the background he had a poster that said F Kamala Harris. Like, this guy is toxic. And so if you are a Democrat running for office, you should go on the record right now disavowing this guy. So I would advise every politician running for office, get out, put your statement out now disavowing the words of Hasan Piker, because Republicans are going to ask you about him relentlessly, so you could get your word out now, your statement out.
Republicans famously always stop. You know, famously, Republicans go, oh, you disavowed him? Oops, I guess I can't use that as a talking point no more. What else should the Democrats disavow? Communism, socialism? You know, because famously that'll stop the Republicans from using that as a line of attack against the entire Democratic Party. Famously, our enemies, our opposition, always is kind, sincere, truthful, right? That's how it goes, right? Oh, that's not how it goes. They're calling David Crowley a socialist. So maybe at some point, we have to stop playing defense on what Republicans are setting as the agenda and start playing offense. That's my principle. That's my policy. That's what I've been begging Democrats to do for decades at this point.
Now you can refer to it on the campaign trail, because they're already putting his words in El Said's mouth, and they're going to put them in your mouth too, because they're going to try to rile up their base.
Like, why would you, under any circumstance, why would you under any circumstance hand it to the Republicans? I mean, even my 9/11 comment itself is living, breathing proof that distancing yourself or apologizing for things simply do not matter. Republicans are going to use this as propaganda. It's strange because sometimes I have to demand people become more partisan instantly. Just be more partisan. Just be more partisan, please. You know, be more partisan. Be smarter about it. Okay? Because it's clear that these guys in the opposition, they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit if you apologize. They don't give a shit what your actual worldview is. There's perhaps no better example. There's perhaps no better example than the 9/11 comments itself. Because guess what? I disavowed my own 9/11 comments all the way back in 2019, and that hasn't stopped the Republican Party from weaponizing it over and over again. So at some point, we got to wisen up. Yeah, the bottom line is we do not have a unified opposition party. Some Democrats get paid by the same people that pay Republicans. There's no way they'll speak up against these Republicans because it'll impact their pockets. I don't know if this guy's getting paid. I'm being charitable. I just think he's unk. I mean, because look, this made me believe that he's not like a paid propagandist or anything and just simply unk because he saw an AI photo and thought it was real. I think he's just unk. Sometimes you're just unk. It'd be like that. It's like that sometimes. I think sometimes you're just unk and you've seen a lot of AI stuff. You've seen a lot of craziness on the internet and it just kind of warped your brain a little bit.
Is going to ask you about him relentlessly so you can get your word out now, your statement out now. You can refer to it on the campaign trail because they're already putting his words in El Said's mouth and they're going to put them in your mouth too because they're going to try to rile up their base with that guy's words. And I don't know what El Said's going to do, but you could take a clue from James Tallarico. He got in that town hall with them black folk and said, listen, keep Jasmine Crockett's name out of your mouth because she endorsed me and she's doing what she can, right, to help down ballot and so forth and so on. He was talking to his toxic online followers like Keith Edwards and a bunch of others, regular normie people who spent their time after his campaign win harassing and attacking black people online, including Jasmine Crockett. And I can tell you something, El Said, your followers are doing much the same based on my own comments across the apps. They are online attacking black people, and you could get Wes Moore, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama. None of that will matter because black people are not a monolith and we don't just do what politicians tell us to do. So get that in control, Said, and all other politicians, get your statement out disavowing Hassan.
Yeah, this is the number one priority for Black America right now. Older liberals only know how to think defensively. They've never in their lives seen Dems go on the offensive in a way that means anything. Older black people are used to defensive voting, knowing it's prolonging survival. This is a Stevens voter thinking he's giving good advice. Yeah, I agree. That's why I said I don't think he's paid. I think he's just a boomer. I think he's just unk. It's fine, you know? Like, I think unk is never voting for Mike Rogers. Do you understand what I mean? Like, unk is never voting for Mike Rogers. He's voting for Abdul El-Sayed. He sincerely thinks he's giving good advice to Abdul El-Sayed, which is fine. Like, I mean, we take those. We take those. You know what I mean? Well, I don't know. I don't think he's in Michigan. Or he might be. I can't tell if this is Michigan or not. This motherfucker's a conservative 1,000%. You're wrong. No. Well, he might be conservative, but he's not a Republican. Because I think a lot of people have failed to comprehend something. Okay, one, black people are not monolithic, but by and large, black people, according to polls, are far more progressive than white people are. Okay, so make no mistake, get that out of the way. That's number one. Number two, black people can be conservative, especially older black people, but they're not Republican. Okay, by and large, they're just not Republican. So there's a difference there. Like, I don't think this person is like a MAGA operative. I think this person is a MAGA operative who's like, oh, I'm a former liberal. Yeah. Small C conservative. White people are generally big C conservative. Yeah. Yeah. The most conservative black person has a 90+% chance of being a lifelong Democrat. Yes. And by the way, the most conservative black person lifelong Democrat and still probably a lot more progressive than the same age bracket, but for, but a white person. That's the other side of the story. That's why I always get very frustrated with the way that like the media covers black people in general. Oftentimes as a talking point to be like, well, black people are moderate, or black people are this, or black people are that. Or whenever they say like black people are conservative, I'm like, you're just not looking at the broader picture at all. I would go so far as to say that like Republican, like conservative black folk that are Republican voters are an entirely separate category of its own. They said they're voting Rogers, dude. These are the same people who called ICE on their neighbors. Wait, he didn't say he's voting Rogers. What are you talking about? I don't think he said that at all. Did I miss that? The same frustration as people saying black people love a strong border. Actually, yeah. My dad is conservative and black, but lived up. Yeah. Never. He would also love you if he knew you were pro reparations, but then he would come up with like 5 reasons he was told they can't happen. This is just older black people and Chad is too white to get this. Yeah, I mean, there's also that element too. That goes back to the defensive voting posture. That guy wrote a book about Kamala Harris's vice presidential career. He's a Clinton, Clyburn Dem. Yeah, that guy is never in a million years voting for Mike Rogers. Okay? It just... like, there's just no shot. I don't think a lot of people understand the mentality of older black folk in this country. Like, they just don't... they just don't get it. And I think the media has a lot to do with that. I think that the de facto segregation that we still have in this country has a lot to do with that, right? Certainly plays a role in this of our inability to understand it. But make no mistake, I think, you know, I personally don't care if like one group of individuals care about an issue. I don't think, I mean, that's not how I operate in general. I know people get frustrated when I say that. They say it's crass. They say it's class reductionist or whatever, but it's the same principle as like when people used to come in here and say like, well, here's the thing, like all Jewish people want Israel to continue doing violence to Palestinians. I'm like, I don't care. That's not true. But even if it was true, that wouldn't change my attitude on a horrific wrong that I have observed, right? Yeah. Black Americans are more progressive than white Americans by a large margin, but black Democrats are more conservative than white Democrats, broadly speaking, mostly just because religiosity is a lot higher among black Democrats than white ones, and being a white Democrat kind of self-selects away from conservatism since far more white people are Republicans. I don't even know if that's the case. And no, I don't think it's religiosity at all. I think it more so stems, no, you're wrong. It's not religiosity, it's defensive voting. It is existing in a white supremacist environment and knowing full well that every single election cycle, you are actually making a choice between two people that are, you know, kind of racist or really, really racist or openly racist versus not as openly racist. And you always lean on the side of the party that actually you can remember expended social and political capital. That's why my speculation on this, I've talked to FD Signifier about this as well. My speculation on this is as to why younger black voters no longer vote with the same propensity, with the same intensity, is because they haven't experienced anything in their lifetimes where either of the two major parties have done something for them, right? Older black people still remember a time where black people were not allowed to vote. You know what I mean? Or at least they're like one generation removed from it. So, of course, that's part of the reason why they have this defensive voting posture. And also on top of that are far, far higher, far more likely to go out and vote, especially when adjusted to similar socio-political groups. Like if you look at the economic status of black voters, even poorer black voters that are older are more likely to go out and vote than poorer white voters that are in the same age demographic. Because there's something that is like motivating older black voters, poor and wealthier, to go out and vote. And that is the importance of voting, the understanding of the importance of voting, and also a remembrance of like the Democratic Party back when they did actually stick their neck out for black people in a meaningful manner. Old people think voting is all they got. Yeah. What is this? The straightest Republican man? What the fuck? Dear Hasan, stick to what you know. Being goon bait for the gays. Leave women alone. Leave animals alone. Leave children alone. Leave the LGB alone. You look better here. Back arched and silent. His at being dad seeking God is the icing on the cake. Domesticated dad seeking God. I mean, he's gay as hell, right? Like this is gayer than anything Auntie Piker could ever tweet. That's crazy. My man was straight gooning on the timeline, bro. That is crazy. More like dad seeking dick. The only shocking thing here was his therapy. Jesus Christ. Is that AI edited or your butt really that big, boy? Yes. I have a very fat ass. It is true. It's not a joke. I don't like this these clips from the twerking seminar that we did because it just makes my head look so tiny. I don't know why. No, this is not edited. It's real. It's a video, guys. It's not a fucking still. It's not. This was when I was in Japan, having the time of my life. Anyway, it was the botched haircut you got. Yeah, it was crazy when they like beautified me. Does it move on its own when you walk? Yes, it does. Anyway, speaking of brigading, there was also this thing that came out. It was really funny. You guys remember this Sexpestiny orbiter Reddit moderator that got dunked on by Moist Critical? Well, it turns out this live stream fail moderator that has allowed the Sexpestiny cult to harass me through brigaded and botted Reddit posts for years and years and tried to manufacture outrage for years and years. Well, that guy lost. If you guys remember, that guy lost his coveted Reddit moderator position because he was working potentially on a scam. Right? And I mean, I will say this, I really do appreciate how he has like zero self-awareness and he just either completely leans in to the Reddit mod archetype, or if he just can't help himself, or if he's just like totally and utterly oblivious to what this comes across as to normal folk. But he apparently is back. He's back. He never really went away. But I guess he tried after he was removed as the top mod in LSF in January 2026 for promoting an alleged scam and has not moderated the subreddit since. He went to a Reddit headquarters happy hour as a +1 to socialize, in parentheses, not complain, and was turned away and then site-wide banned. Okay? That's the story here. He just talks about that. Ostenox posted, the Destiny LSF mod has now been site-wide banned from Reddit after showing up to complain in person, OMG. And then Ostenox also apparently was tracking some of these accounts. And what he found that was really interesting was when he got IP banned off the site, it wiped out a third of the Reddit accounts that spread the Hasan Shocked as dog lie. To which he responded with, and I find this very interesting. Someone sent this to him, actually. None of these accounts are my alts. I recognize some of the names, though, and from what I remember, I was guessing that they were part of some Kick marketing team initiatives. Never had proof, but strongly suspected a few of those. Trust me, if I could have pulled that off, I'd be bragging to you about it. I'm not going to take credit for someone else's work, though. So Kick allegedly ran a marketing campaign specifically to push Kayagate. You know, I guess it doesn't make much sense when you put it like that. I just remember that these were some of the accounts that were spamming Kick clips to LSF. This is, of course, his video where he petitioned to be the Destiny Cult's #1 DGGer of the year. The rabbit hole is much deeper than you would think. Bu arada Stale gerçeği söylüyor bence de. So what's really interesting about it is that at least my takeaway from this was two things. One, I'm not surprised that the Kick Clippers were engaging in a targeted brigading operation. They're almost always at the scene of the crime. Whenever there's a new initiative to manufacture outrage, they're almost always at the scene of the crime. They heavily brigade in bot posts. They do it all the time, right? And I said, she has no idea. This was on October 9th, and everyone made fun of me. I said, she has no idea she's been the most famous dog on the internet for the past 2 days because of a coordinated far-right pro-Israel slander campaign. And a lot of people dunked on me and said, oh, dude, Israel made you shock your dog or some shit like that. I was like, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I have a lot of enemies on the internet, and they're utilizing this as an opportunity to manufacture outrage. What's really interesting about this is Stale, I don't know if this is his autism or not, but like, regardless of his feelings about me, he is actually unbelievably forthcoming. And I don't know if this is because of the vengeance quest that he's been on against Reddit, but he is so forthcoming about everything. I don't know if he's like incapable of lying or what it is. Bro, I am honest about the stuff I've done to my detriment. I would just tell you if it was me. If you want my best guess, I think a third are Kick marketing accounts, a third are randos, and a third are Dan Saltman. Saltman freaking brags about creating the dog shock drama. It's not a deflection. It's an attempt to set up a Chekhov's gun storyline for later. Trust me, the stories are very interesting. So he's doing what the one ex-Twitch guy did with Dr. Disrespect Lamau. No, it is, I mean, I don't know. I think the Stale guy is a fascinating person. I think he is a fascinating person for so many different reasons. But my takeaway from all of this always has been that that ultimately it's unbelievably simple to brigade Reddit. Like unbelievably easy to brigade Reddit. All you need is like a dedicated farm, like either a couple dedicated individuals who can set up accounts and stuff. I said, oh my God, it's insanely easy to brigade Reddit. People don't get how dedicated Destiny's group is to doing this stuff. They care about it more than anything. This is just one dude in his community. But yeah, I found it fascinating that his retort basically was to be like, no, you don't understand. It's actually, there are numerous groups that are doing this, including Kick. Reddit, Twitter, any social media, it's the internet. I mean, we've seen one of the things that they do, right? So like they no longer have complete control over LSF, right? That subreddit. I think they have some level of control over it still from, the many years that Stale controlled it. But they've moved on to other subreddits that they can easily brigade. One of them is, I guess, r/getnoted, right? r/getnoted is one of their subreddits that they brigade. So what they have done is they realize that it's like super easy to manipulate the Twitter content notes. So they'll brigade the Twitter content notes, and as soon as it goes up, they'll screenshot it, and then they'll put it on r/getnoted, and then they'll brigade that until it gets in front of r/all. It's just one way of doing it. There are a bunch of different subreddits that are, I think, a little bit more open-minded to their politics in general. Obviously, they work within Ethan Klein's subreddit as well, the H3H3 subreddit, the H3H3 Productions subreddit. What is this? Houthis kidnapping random Filipino sailors, holding them hostage, apparently tactic to stop ongoing genocide. Who's it? Destiny. I keep seeing Destiny come around and post about Hasan, but every time I ask Destiny people, they keep talking about Hasan. Liberal political streamer. He was the first full-time streamer, significantly helped Hasan when he started streaming. This is why they come up all the time when you mention one. Oh, I just Googled Destiny Steve Bonnell, and the first thing I see is Destiny being charged with sexual stuff. Is that real? Someone blackmailed him and leaked 20 plus photos of videos of revenge porn of him. He's always the victim. These guys are so dedicated to constantly doing propaganda for this one man. It blows my mind. Wow, you seem to know a lot about Destiny. Thanks for letting me know. Glad I could learn more about him today. Sounds like an interesting case. The case is certainly not interesting. A lot of people bring up Destiny. A lot of people bring it up when Destiny's mentioned. So I tried to find one more about the case, and it sounds like a nothing burger to me, to be honest. Yeah, this guy's openly calling his audience the brigade community notes related to Hasan so they can repost it on Reddit for internet points. His entire existence revolves around Hasan. This is what they think is like the peak of their political activism. It's very sad. Yeah, the case is not interesting. Don't look it up. Just take my word for it. I'm an impartial observer, not a diehard Destiny fan or anything. Just a random impartial observer who is really sick and tired of this random guy, this random liberal guy who's tirelessly working to fight against MAGA forces, being slandered up and down the timeline. It's just a nothing burger, when multiple people accuse someone of doing something, and now there is an ongoing court case around it. Just a nothing burger. Anyway. What is this? Pathetic. Yeah. Where is the original America Deserved 9/11 Hasan video? This is from yesterday. And it's kind of crazy because they just this is all they do. They sit around and operate a one-man Gamergate operation. It's funny that after 7 years of obsession that our politics are more influential than ever, we got the exact type of person we've been advocating for in Zoran, and he's the most popular politician in America, and they're just completely and totally ineffective, and this is all they do? Yeah. There's another tweet if you scroll up. Helping Republicans to own the left, the omni-liberal loves fascists. Me, when my job is doing Oppo research for Republicans and the Hasan clips start to hit the timeline, Pepe Jam. Yeah, these guys are supposed to be a liberal group, by the way. Like, they build themselves as liberals, right? And I genuinely think there are people in his cult that absolutely believe that they're doing this for liberalism. Like, they've been conditioned into thinking that liberalism is whatever the fuck Destiny cares about. And because 90% of what he cares about is trying to create more manufactured outrage around me, that's all their output is. At a time when, again, Donald Trump is a fucking demon, right? Donald Trump is destroying the country. Donald Trump is destroying international law. Donald Trump is destroying the global economy. And these guys have given up on their hatred for Trump. They've given up on their hatred for Elon Musk. The primary animus, the driving force of this community is just literally aggressively cyber stalking me and trying to tell everyone that they can reach. Tell everyone that they can reach that I am the number one enemy of America. And it blows my mind. And I don't think most liberals are like this, for the record. I think this guy at this point is signaling that he is inevitably going to turn. And his turn is going to come as the anti-AOC, anti-DSA turn. That's what I think is going to eventually happen. He is going to say, like, oh, the left went too far left. The left went too far left, and that is why they're going. What is this? This is the next thing that they're going to do. Remember, Destiny says this. He's saying, me, Hasan, Hasan, Hasan. Nothing he says maps on the political reality of the human world. It's great he wants to limit himself to online political wars, but some of us are talking about real electoral coalitions. Destiny lays out his prescription for liberal creators and why he's separating from channels like Pisco, Liddy, and The Pondering, who are silent on the far left. Liberals need a counter apparatus to the left's unified attack network that comes down on dissenters and truth tellers. Last night in a leftist streamer's chat, you weren't even the topic. A D fan started shit talking to you and was defending D. He didn't even come up either. D is the only force on the left standing up to MAGA. It's crazy. Yeah, I suspect he's going to start telling his audience that, JD Vance. I suspect he's going to start telling his audience that, like, JD Vance is actually a more moderate force in comparison to, like, DSA. And even if it's like a centrist Democrat that wins the primary, he'll probably say they're still affiliated with the DSA somehow, and that's why he's a JD Vance truther. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to do the Bill Maher angle. He's going to be like Bill Maher. True liberalism is actually about defending JD Vance or something. Like Donald Trump and Peter Thiel's blood boy JD Vance is actually going to advance true liberalism as opposed to the scary, nefarious communist forces of AOC and shit like that. So that's what I suspect is going to happen.
Giving them the slop that they want. I don't want you to be a slop trotter. I don't want you to just put out slop.
It's really funny because, like, so many of these people in his community are not even American. Like, there's that one guy who's constantly demanding my deportation. I forget the otaku guy, and he's fucking Canadian. And this lady is Australian, I guess, or from New Zealand. Like, they're not even fucking American. They constantly talk about American liberalism, and none of them are fucking American. They talk about the American Democratic Party and what they must do, what they should do, and they're not even fucking American.
Everyone.
That's great. I don't want to be politically eliminated because people are too fucking afraid to call it out. So there's two things that can happen. Either one, there's one thing that happened. So people need to be aware that this is how they function, okay? And since apparently the ideal way for this to happen would be when Hasan or when these lunatics do crazy fucking shit, people on the lib left cover it, just like Josiah does when he makes a video about Bill Maher, just like Pisco does when he makes a video about, some Hayes or some other lib commentator fucking up or whatever, or some MAGA commentator fucking up. That's what you have to do. And then people would see and they go, oh, wow, this is actually really unhinged. This is actually probably not okay. What shouldn't be happening is a whole bunch of people, for the first time in their fucking lives, are seeing Hasan talk about how there's a type of white woman who should be raped more than another type of white woman, but they've never seen these before because
Yeah, that's also insane. I did not say that. You're just making this up. Like, it's so, dude, they've been doing this for the past, like, almost a decade now, right? And I think that's why, like, if you repeat a lie often enough, it becomes the truth, right? And in that community, they like legitimately think that I am an advocate for like white women being raped. It's no different than like Elon Musk thinking that I'm doing white genocide, right? It's just like a different version of that. And it's so crazy. It's so crazy. And other people have experienced it as well. He says, Professor Dave says, second worst coordinated troll attack campaign, only behind Matt Walsh's call, beyond pathetic. Just be careful. He's also known for putting forth the idea to his brain-dead followers that specific people should be killed. I know some of his followers sometimes stalk or go looking for Hasan Piker, a Twitch streamer, and made comments like, if he were killed, it would be justified. I agree with the sentiment you're making, but that isn't something that occurs only on one side. Hasan Piker isn't exactly the best source, especially when it comes to conflict specifically. He's one of the biggest political speakers on Twitch, but he definitely has his own ... controversies. Do you have any clips and timestamps of him saying these things? Says Professor Dave explains. I don't know why my comment got deleted, but right at the start of this video, it's an extremely short clip, and I'm sure I've seen a longer version. Not sure if my comment included a YouTube video, and then he just like sends him the link. I mean, it's pretty wild that this has just been like a lifelong mission. That woman said not even CSAM can stop D. How mad will the haters be when this drama blows over and people prefer Destiny to them? Not even child pornography can do it. I don't understand how you find yourself in such an insane cult. Hutch and Bonercelli think both Podsave and Mehdi and everyone else just hasn't seen enough clips, and then they'd know to be uber hostile to you. It's what fuels their crusade. It's an illness. Yeah. If only we could get the people that he has talked to in the real world to see enough negatively framed 3-second clips. They don't realize that that only works on the internet for people who have never actually watched my commentary. Right? If people have watched enough of my commentary and they see a clip like that, they go, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense because this is entirely antagonistic to Hasan's worldview, right? And it's even less powerful if someone has actually spoken to me in the real world and had an extensive conversation in the real world, right? So that's the problem. With the way that these guys operate. They don't leave their homes. They're just only online, and they can brigade. Yeah, antithetical, antagonistic, but yes, antithetical is a better word. It's entirely antithetical to my worldview. Hey man, to look on the bright side, you're giving hundreds of people a meaning for their life. Finally, that's got to mean something that you're saving them. They're so confused by the fact that the only people stupid enough to be running with the defamatory clips are Republicans. Yeah. Bro, you are on Podsave and Vox. They actually are so apolitical. They don't understand that when they get Fox News to attack you, it polarizes more libs to like you. They're so stupid, Lamau. Yeah. But I will say this. There is definitely, like, this is the first instance where liberals are also primed into thinking that, like, there are definitely some liberals who have seen this as an opportunity to advance their, purge of people who are far too critical of Kamala Harris for their taste, right? And there's certainly an appetite for fuck Hasan content coming from corporate media as well, mainstream media as well. And that's more so just because of my, Israel commentary, obviously. he outright calls you a rapist in that clip you were playing? Yeah, he's a psychopath. Let's work on this Scott Jennings situation first, and then I'll see what to do about him too. It looks like the news cycle might be moving on. The article per day number is going down. Yeah, because they got their point across. His next hearing is on Wednesday regarding to spoliation of evidence. Oh, this is the sex pestiny suit, right? The revenge porn court case that he has, where it came out in the court case that he was procuring child sexual abuse material. I mean, that's real. That's not something he can avoid, no matter how hard he says but Hasan. Yeah, he deleted a bunch of evidence and have to make a ruling on it. His case is not criminal, it's civil. Anyway, speaking of liberal conversations that are healthy, I went on Ested's show on what Democrats get wrong, America Actually. Let's take a look at the comments. Hasan jokingly glazed Obama in hopes of DSA endorsements was hilarious. The Wisconsin election wasn't a referendum on the left. It was literally a 3K vote difference. Ranked choice would absolutely transform America. Weird seeing a sober guest.
Michigan.
Listen, man, if you can't say the name, it's Abdurrahman, keep the name out your damn mouth.
And most recently, in Wisconsin.
You know, I always say that every day is a good day. In Wisconsin, it is a very good day.
And I know what you're saying. We've heard this story before. Moderates versus progressives, the DSA versus the establishment. But after Francesca Hong's loss in Wisconsin, it seems we should talk about this at least one more time. Because the map is telling us a mixed story. Some wins for the left, some wins for the center, and a big open question about what happens in the...
They're trying to brigade Blue Sky. If you're new to Destiny.gg, here are some of his politics. DGGL is between center, left, and progressive, pro-trans healthcare, support trans kids, pro-unions. I mean, all you got to do is show them how much Destiny prefers JD Vance to AOC, and no Blue Sky liberal is ever going to fucking look at him the same ever again. Pro BLM, not the riots. Oh, this is from 2024. Oh, yeah, good luck.
General election. Democrats say they welcome a Big Tent party for progressives and for moderates. But does the left agree?
What we want is a clear agenda, a clear vision for a better future.
We're going to ask Twitch streamer Hasan Piker this week on America Actually. Let's dig in. So the most prominent progressive Democrats share at least one thing in common. Hasan Piker's stream. Zohran Mamdani, AOC, Bernie Sanders, even midterms candidates like Daria Liza Avila Chevalier in New York City, or Abdul El Sayed and Francesca Hong out in the Midwest. They've all talked to Hasan Piker. And that has infuriated some establishment Democrats who argue that Piker's past controversial statements, anti-Israel commentary, and just general broiness are toxic to everyday voters. We first talked to Piker back in June and explored some of the drama that seems to surround him. But that was back when the Democratic primaries were yet to be decided. So this time, I wanted to ask Piker about more than just the primaries. How does he plan to conduct himself in a general election? And do results like Michigan prove that his politics is popular? Or do results like Wisconsin show that he's a liability? Here's our conversation. Hasan Piker is with us, unofficial mouthpiece of the left and controversial lightning rod for the center. How are you?
Both good and bad.
I imagine this is some of the reaction to Wisconsin. The last 2 weeks have produced mixed results for left-wing candidates. A big win in Michigan and a win this week in Minnesota for Peggy Flanagan, but a loss for Francesca Hong, which was a surprise in Wisconsin. What have been your takeaways from the last set of results?
I think ground game is phenomenal. there's a lot of excitement on the platform. There's a lot of excitement for the first time for change candidates. It's still a very good environment to be in if you are a socialist. The establishment does have a lot of juice still, for sure. And when they can, put together a similar strategy to what happened in 2020 against Bernie Sanders with Joe Biden, especially in a place like Wisconsin, where Tony Evers is like very clearly still a very popular governor, they were able to elevate David Crowley's campaign, who actually had dropped out and consolidated support behind Rodriguez initially, and he had to drop out because he was only performing at like 6%.
Yeah, the consolidation was swift and it was complete. I mean, you're comparing it to 2020, in which the establishment lined up behind Joe Biden and kind of nixed that Bernie Sanders campaign in a blink of an eye. I guess for you, I just want to start with the emotion. Like, I imagine you were surprised at the result.
I never underestimate my opponents, whether they be Republicans or whether they be establishment Democrats. You have to always operate as though you're down 10 points. I don't believe in the notion that we are going to win easy victories at the end of the day. There are a lot of people, there are a lot of powerful interests at play here. There are a lot of people in positions of power that don't want to lose their seats. So they're going to fight like hell. So we have to also fight like hell. We have to fight extra hard, as a matter of fact, because, we're almost always outspent, right?
Yep. I want to ask about some of the takeaways that at least media is taking from this. I got an alert right before we started talking from the New York Times that said, a Democratic Socialist lost in Wisconsin shows the movement's surging wave might crash before rippling out from big cities. Is that wrong?
Oh, I love that. Look, people are going to have their opinions. I'll just say it like this. Abdul Sayed's 1 point victory margin showed that the Democratic Socialist aligned movement, or the progressive movement, was in tatters. It was obviously a failure. And now David Crowley's less than 1 point victory proves that the centrist bulwark is still here and that the Democratic Socialist movement is dying. It kind of feels like it's wish casting for the most part from a lot of people who maybe want to go back to the way things used to be. My assessment on this is definitely a little bit different. I think at the end of the day, these are insurgencies, right? These are insurgent candidacies. We're talking about no name recognition for a state legislator that was entirely propped up by local Wisconsin DSA chapters. I mean, these people, they didn't have a lot of money necessarily, and they were able to defy the odds, and they continued defying the odds all the way into the end. The idea that the polls showed that Francesca was a clear front runner and was running away with this race is utterly irrelevant, especially if you were to look at this with a broader perspective, like thinking about where Democratic Socialists of America have gotten to in the last 2 years. I mean, I remember how I felt in 2024, in the aftermath of the DNC about where the American socialist movement was as opposed to where it is now. We are clearly a force to be reckoned with, and that's precisely the reason why a lot of people are paying close attention to what's going on. And I'll say it like this. The fact that the Hahn campaign did not have any major progressive national endorsements, and that I was like their top surrogate.
There was no Bernie Sanders endorsement. There was no AOC endorsement. That did make the Hahn campaign unique on that front.
Yeah, and not necessarily. I think there were a couple other races that I was also involved in that, my candidates lost, right? I mean, Shoykat Chakrabarti was another great example of this as well. It wasn't a statewide race, and obviously there's always clear local differences that play a formative role in how these races turn out. But in our experience, we've looked back at this data. There's an endorsement tracker. There's a couple different endorsement trackers out there, and it's like they'll put my endorsement up there and they'll put like AOC and Bernie Sanders, and it's very clear that like the best likelihood of success usually comes from a consolidation of national progressive forces, whether it be like outside expenditures coming from, Justice Democrats or things like that. And, with the Francesca Hahn campaign, I think it's a testament to their success. It's a testament to how popular the platform is in general. And one thing I will have to stress here is the salience of the electability narrative. I think that's still a real motivator for a lot of people.
Yeah, I hear that. I guess one question I wanted to ask out of these results, though, is both El Sayed's campaign and Hong's campaign did better among middle-class voters, I should say, than the data would tell us among working-class voters. Considering how central working-class and kind of bottom-up issues are to the DSA message, why has it not produced results that actually get it more working-class votes? Because that does seem to be something we've learned over the last 3-4 weeks.
Yeah, I think that we have to dramatically reconstruct how we understand what it means to be working class in this country. I think a lot of people will cast aside, and you might agree with what I'm about to say here, but we have to do away with this fantastical notion that the working class is one specific thing. I think for the longest time, people have thought about this hard hat wearing coal miner as the true working class, oftentimes white as well. And the working class is unbelievably diverse in this country, and it's also a lot more college educated than people actually give it credit for. I think partially this is because, if you look back to the 90s as opposed to right now, yes, if you had a college education, you were upwardly mobile. You were probably a professional managerial class individual that was going to be able to retire at a reasonable age. You were doing fairly well. It was a guarantee for getting a job, a good job, right? That's not the case in America any longer. There are a lot more people who have a college degree, who are downwardly mobile, who are having a very tough time in the current job market, who do not own a home, and it's seemingly less likely than before that they will ever be able to, own or purchase a home. And that is the actual working class. It's much broader, right? We've seen in Zoran's race and in Abdul's race, there's this massive middle class of working class folks that constantly get cast aside as not being a true representation of the American working class, when I think, no, that is the true representation. That is a big component of it. Now, the other side of the story, of course, is just like with Andrew Cuomo, Haley Stevens won with the wealthiest voters.
The wealthiest and the poorest.
Yeah. Yep. The wealthiest voters and the poorest voters. And I find that, there is no immediate answer to that question. I think that's that is a real issue to try and have more of an impact, and to be able to speak to not the wealthiest voters necessarily, but the poorest voters, because these policies are policies that target them and seek to alleviate some of their concerns, some of their immediate material struggles. I think we just have more work to do in that regard. Ultimately, a lot of people, I think, especially in that category of the poorest voters, they're unbelievably busy. And perhaps some of them, like the rest of the Democratic primary electorate, is a defensive voter. The electability narrative is very important for them. Like they're locked in on what MS Now is saying is the best possible choice.
Or to say it in a more good faith way, they're locked in on what Donald Trump is doing. The people who most clearly respond to that sometimes can be centrist or establishment, or particularly when they're putting that message in front of you on television.
Yeah, no, the reason why I say it like that is you're absolutely right about the Trump thing, by the way, 100%. But we are worried about that as well. It's not like it's not like someone like myself is saying, I don't care about Donald Trump. I don't care if the Democrats lose. I don't care if the Democrats don't maintain a Senate majority, as long as I get my message across. That's ridiculous. That's never been my concern. I do care. That is precisely the reason why I wanted Kamala Harris to make different choices when she was campaigning. From my worldview, and I think we're going to be able to prove this in at least certain races, this is good policy and good politics, right? Instead, I'm sure you've traveled the country, so I'm sure you've probably had this similar mind-boggling experience where someone, especially in the primaries, will come up to you and say, I really liked, insert left insurgent candidate. I really liked their policies. But I just simply don't think other people will vote for them, so I had to vote for this other person.
Yeah, playing pundit in your head is a huge Democratic primary base activity.
Yeah, we like to call
it favorite pastime
brain.
of theirs. Yes.
Yeah, we like to call it pundit brain. A lot of Democrats, I think, have pundit brain. That's why I keep saying it's MS Now, it's CNN. These people are terrified of Donald Trump winning, just like we are. They're terrified of Trumpism. We are as well, right? And they're actually more in line with our agenda, and they're a part of this, but they just haven't I guess bought into the idea that this could be one way to more effectively destroy Trumpism in this country, effectively destroy any kind of stranglehold the Republicans have.
There's a lot in that, and I want to pull out some of it, but I want to go back to the question I just asked. I mean, I think it's important to acknowledge what you said. The definition of working class is certainly changing over the years, and I think that's important. But to the point about the poorest voters, you all have confidence, as you have laid out, that the policies are ones that suit those people, but we're not seeing the translation in votes, particularly in the primary so far. Is there something about the DSA message that misses people who didn't go to college?
I think people are very cynical. If you're working a gig economy job, you've just been destroyed, right? You've been destroyed by your circumstances. So I think there's an element of like not daring to dream as well for a lot of these voters, where they're just like, yeah, I think this guy's just selling me something. That could be part of it, right? I just don't think that the average American has any confidence in their government. So that's why I always stress the importance of good governance and its associations with democratic socialism, even at the municipal level, even when it comes to constituent services, because we have a lot of work to do to make sure that people trust their government again.
Yeah, I mean, I hear all that, and I definitely think that there is a role, and progressives have shown that this year, in an active, not just defensive government, but a proactive pitch.
Yeah. This is the primary concern. It's a broader concern beyond getting people on board with democratic socialism, is the notion that since the Reagan era, I'm from the government and I'm here to help, is a terrifying prospect for many Americans. It was a very clever mode of propaganda that Republicans put out there, and that has been the most like top of mind concern. Americans just don't trust their government at all. They think the government is never actually helping them. There's no confidence in good governance, and we have to work to fix that. And that does have downstream positive consequences for the broader Democratic Party as well, because the Democratic Party, as opposed to the Republican Party, is the party of good governance. Right? Is the party of more government, bigger government. Democrats since the 90s, unfortunately, have dropped that and have decided to go full tilt into neoliberalism, where they are also tasked with cutting government and cutting regulation. And it's awful.
About what it can do for you.
Yeah.
But I wanted to come back to electability because you mentioned it. It has been something that, the establishment has successfully wielded over the last several years. And one of the arguments they make about these progressive candidates is that their association with you makes them unelectable. Candidates like Abdul El Sayed and Mamdani, they sound like you on Israel maybe, or taxing the rich, but they don't sound like you when it comes to being complimentary about communism or Mao Zedong, who we talked about in our last conversation. Is Wisconsin not evidence that some of those statements may have an electoral cost? Is Wisconsin not evidence that maybe you're a drag on electability?
No, I don't think so. Or at least the campaigns don't seem to think so. And a big part of that is because these close races are regarded as like, upset victories for either party or either faction of the party, because polling was just completely out of whack.
Yeah, you're saying it's an expectation game more than you think.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. And it's ironic because like I never represent that level of confidence until it's done. I'm always very, very nervous until the victory is announced, right? Until the last vote is counted. And yet there is definitely an expectation game there. And when those expectations are subverted in either direction, that becomes the driving media narrative. I think the fact that the Abdul race was so close meant that, the fact that I was able to bring in the under 45 crowd early on and fundraise in key moments probably helped a lot in driving them across the finish line.
I hear what you're saying. You're saying there's evidence of you helping those candidates, particularly maybe young people.
Yeah.
And you don't think that the results in their closeness show some need for the big Piker step back or something like that.
Yeah, and I've explained this a million times over, which no one seems to care about. But like, I don't actually appreciate doing the travel and the well, the rallies are fun, but the reality of the matter is, from a pure content perspective, if I'm looking at it from like a commentator, I mean, I have far bigger viewership. I make more money sitting at home, like I'm doing this specifically because I do think it helps. And I want people to participate in electoral democracy in much more meaningful ways, because I am a firm and committed believer that regardless of where my politics are, regardless of what my worldview looks like, I think in the interim, well, first of all, democracy is good, but also in the interim, I think it's important for us to participate in it instead of casting it aside. One thing that I always say is, it's the age-old notion that, like, if your vote didn't matter, the Republicans wouldn't stop you so aggressively, right? And this goes for not only the black vote, but just all voters in general, and especially working class voters. If your vote was utterly irrelevant, if this machine was going to churn out whatever results it wants to, then they wouldn't spend this much time and this much effort trying to make sure that you don't go out and vote.
I think that's been a motivating message. But your point is also to agitate. As you told us the last time you were with us, I saw your speech to the College Democrats of America in July 2026. And I also saw that you wore an outfit reminiscent of the former Chinese communist dictator, which sparked some controversy. You got your suit on today, but those things will find themselves in Republican attack ads and have angered some Democrats. I'm asking about actions like that. Do those things make it harder for Democrats to win in November?
No, it's entirely dependent on how they use this opportunity. I think it's it's ironically a good opportunity, right? Because that's precisely what happened with Abdul al-Sayed's race as well. But Abdul was so good, just like Zoran was, and just like Zoran still is, at reframing that moment in the spotlight to turn that into a moment where you can deliver your policy platform. The reality of the matter is, these things are immaterial. Like, I know that people try to turn them into like major points of manufactured outrage and controversy, but I saw the response to the suit that I was wearing. So this Zhongshan suit. It's not just Mao Zedong, obviously.
But you know what you're doing. You know good and well.
I do.
Okay.
And I really love that suit, by the way. I mean, it's tailored. I got it tailored in Shanghai from the family that actually invented the Zhongshan suit. Like, it has significance for me. But the way that people were looking at that, the way that Facebook boomers were responding to the Fox News comment on that news hit was very reflective of where Americans are broadly, where the base is broadly, where they almost harken it back to the Obama tan suit. There was a lot of like Obama tan suit comparisons, but they were like, the president's a pedophile. Who cares what this one random guy is wearing as a suit? And I think most voters are there. But having said that, on the other side of it, voters will respond to what they're seeing in the media. So if they're constantly seeing this, there will be, just as much as there's backlash to the negative coverage all the time from the base that go, okay, enough. Like, we don't care about this guy. Who cares? Talk to us about the real issues. There will definitely be a lot of people who are concerned with it. But I don't believe that concern is going to cause people to stay home.
But the question is not really whether they stay home, or does that motivate them to vote for the other candidate? Does that motivate them to vote for Stevens? Does that motivate them to vote for Crowley?
And no, I don't think that is what, that's what allowed Haley Stevens to perform as well as she did, especially in comparison to the Gretchen Whitmer endorsement and Gary Peters' endorsement, the outbound.
Other things matter more.
Of course they mattered a lot more. So it's always a calculation, right? It's always a calculation for the campaigns. They poll me in these districts. It's not like these guys are, out in the water, totally blind, where they're like, this is Song guy. Like,
this is an intentional choice around the audience. I think it's pretty clear that progressives think they have a bottom-up message that works, and it's clear that they find candidates like Janet Mills or Haley Stevens inherently kind of ill-fitting for that because of their policies. But it seems less clear to me with someone like Barack Obama, one of the more popular politicians in the party, if not the most popular politician in the country on the Democratic side. But you don't hear progressives talk about Obama-ism with much love. Even El Sayed was quite critical of how Obama used his time in office. So I wanted to use that as a proxy for this larger kind of debate about the Democrats' direction. Do you think Barack Obama is a good model for the Democrats to follow?
Are you talking about Barack Obama on the campaign trail, or are you talking about Barack Obama, the administrator, the president? Wasn't the tailor so happy that you wore a suit that he printed out a picture of you wearing it and put it inside his store? Yes. Yes, he did. And I love that suit. And I'm going to keep wearing it too. I'm not going to stop wearing the suit, just for the record. I just wear it to like special events, right? I really like it. It has special significance for me. It's a reminder of my trip to China, which I, enjoyed. It's a great suit, and I look good, I look good in it. I'm not going to stop wearing it. I don't care if people are, I don't care if people take it in a very, like, I would go so far as to say xenophobic direction.
Give me a quick answer on the both and how you see those differently.
Okay, Barack Obama, the campaigner, is fantastic. I mean, that's, hope and change. It was literally the model that I think DSA candidates are somewhat abiding by right now without even recognizing it. And I know that's going to be very problematic of me to say. People are going to get very mad at me because they only think about Obama, the competent president, right? Obama, the 2008 bailout, Obama with drone strikes and all those associations.
Obama with deportations. Like, all of those are big leftist critiques.
Yeah, and I would never bring up those critiques because I love Barack Hussein Obama because I really want him to start endorsing DSA candidates, and that would do really well for his legacy overall, I think. So I
but
love
what
Barack
are the parts
Obama.
of Obama, the administrator, that you do think the left is breaking from?
No, absolutely. I think that Obama had the popular mandate. The last time any president has had a popular mandate was Barack Obama. And I think there are a good deal of people who feel like that was squandered to a certain degree. And I think it was an uphill battle with a lot of internal division and a lot of corporate influence as well. Like, that is my most charitable interpretation of events, is a guy who like actually understands the situation and did at times stick his neck out.
What's the uncharitable version of the Obama reading?
The uncharitable version? I'm not going to say anything bad about my man Obama. He has a great three-pointer. He's so handsome. He has so much aura. And I always think about how good it would be if Barack Obama started stumping for left candidates.
Let me move on with the rest of my time. I want to ask you about...
I would never. He's just trying to lay a trap right there. You see that? It's messed up. Messed up. Yeah. Obama is my GOAT, and I love him a lot.
A couple things that Neera Tanden told us earlier in the week. She says she is committed to a big tent, that vote blue no matter who is something that she believes in no matter what. I wanted to ask, do you share that same commitment?
Broadly, yeah, I think so. I mean, there are, it's obviously, if you're asking me about like John Fetterman, it's like, there are people who don't fall into that big tent Democratic Party narrative. So I've always been a big advocate of whipping votes and like punishing naysayers. I mean, this was a big point that I brought up during the Biden administration about like punishing Kyrsten Sinema, punishing Joe Manchin. Like, I don't think Democrats do that all the time. And I don't think that Democrats are also as invested, establishment Democrats are as invested in the vote blue no matter who paradigm, because it's no longer working as effectively as it used to. Because, sometimes you have insurgents that win. And the reason why I say this is because I'm much more favorable to Crowley in the aftermath of Hong's defeat than Neera has been towards Abdul El-Sayed. And that's the Senate majority.
So you're much more charitable to the establishment candidates than you think the establishment voices are charitable to the progressives.
1,000,000%.
I guess I hear you. I'm saying Neera Tanden says El Sayed wins. He campaigned with Hasan Piker. She didn't necessarily love it, but she's going to support him in the general because beating Republicans is what's most important. Would you support a Democratic nominee for president that was, awash in AIPAC money, or who didn't support Medicare for all, but J.D. Vance is on the other side?
Yeah, you're gonna say that this is a cop out, but I'm gonna deliver the same line that I delivered to CNN as well. Not gonna be a problem.
Why?
It's like asking me because it's the equivalence of from my position asking if I would support a Democratic primary candidate that wins that is like super pro Israel and awash in AIPAC money is like asking, will we have a pro Second Amendment, pro gun rights, and anti-abortion
I don't know
Democratic
about
primary winner?
that. You know, like I definitely
no,
think the sentiment shift on Israel has been real, but the red lines are not clear across the base. It's not like there's a
Fair.
universal agreement about not selling defensive weapons. There might be a universal agreement that Israel did some bad stuff in Gaza, but it doesn't seem like there is a clarity on the question of solutions. I guess I'm asking, like, it
I
seems
don't disagree
possible
with
that the
you on
next
that. I'm
Democratic
just-
nominee is maybe more middle of the road than even some of the midterms candidates we saw.
The salience of the electability argument is chipped away every single day, or rather, it's being now weaponized more effectively against the establishment because it is the correct argument. The Bernie would have won, like the Bernie would have won narrative from 2016 has unironically been channeled by a lot, at least in my experience, this is anecdotal, by a lot of people who are older voters who are now coming to terms with that reality that left populism isn't this like scary thing that's electability poison. It's actually quite the opposite. And the more we prove that in the general, the easier this is going to be for us. And especially when it comes to Israel, like I said, I think the Israel issue, there's nuances to the Israel issue as well. But having said that, I think broadly, any kind of like sympathetic approach to Israel in 2028 will be electoral poison. You won't be able to make it out of the Democratic primary. So it's not even a concern for me at all.
Does this confidence hold if El Sayed doesn't win the general?
Yeah. 100%.
Okay.
But I don't think that's going to be an issue either.
The story of the summer has been the Democratic Civil War. Now that the most important primaries are over, what do you think is the result? You calling it a truce?
A truce in what regard? I mean, I voted for Adam Schiff. Okay, like that's my senator. Like, what are we doing? You know, that's why it's so funny when I have these different forces. There are people to my left who say I'm a sheepdog for the DNC.
Yeah.
I'm a collaborator with the enemy. But the broadest message that I hear from mainstream outlets that are having these consultants on is that like we are an aberration. We are not a part of this movement. We've never been a part of this movement. It's like we haven't stopped being a part of this movement. What is this movement? Is it the brand of the Democratic Party, or is it what the voters actually want? What we want is for the voters' desires to be expressed. What we want is a clear agenda, a clear vision for a better future. And let me tell you something. Okay. After my experience hands-on with some of these campaigns all around the country, I have begun to realize something.
I'm ready for this.
A big part of the reason why the Democrats never have a bold vision or an agenda is because they have the easiest time hitting the electability argument of the primary and then the harm reduction argument in the general.
I hear you.
Right?
Yeah, I hear you.
And I think that was best demonstrated by James Carville's now pivotal New York Times op-ed where he said like punish the voters basically. Let the voters see what it looks like when Republicans are in charge. That was a big part of the reason why we actually were able to seize on this moment and be like, no, see, they're telling you they're going to roll over and die. And that's the reason why Chuck Schumer's popularity is in the gutter. That's the reason why Hakeem Jeffries is not nationally popular either. And that's because people wanted more. People wanted the Democrats to fight back. They wanted the Democrats to represent. Does that come across? Do you guys understand this? Like, Democrats have been made lazy by the fact that their route to electoral success has always revolved around making the simplest argument with no agenda, no vision whatsoever. I 100% believe that. Like, if you can win by just saying, we are the electable candidates, we are the only candidates that can defeat the Republicans in the primary, and then when you get into the general, you say, well, we're much better than the Republicans. Look at how violent the Republicans are. Then you become super lazy. You don't have to have a vision. You don't have to have an agenda. It's the easiest grift of all time. That's how we arrived at the last, like, multiple decades of democratic ineptitude. Them and they lost confidence in the party.
I want to untangle what you just said. Like what the argument you're making is, and I think it's a true one, honestly, is that establishment moderate Democrats over the last couple years, or maybe even longer, have basically run the same playbook throughout these elections. That in the primary, and it works. It works successfully.
It works.
In the primaries, it's about the scary left and how unelectable they are, and then the general, it's, hey, we're better than these Republicans. And at no point to your argument is that really an argument for what they will provide people. At no point is that an argument that centers voters and their concerns. And it has been clear, and I honestly think Neri even spoke to this, that there is a struggle independently for the moderate establishment lane to speak to the reasons of why Trumpism exists in the first place.
Yeah. And they have no answer for this. And yet we've had an answer for this even before Trumpism became a thing. Mm-hmm. And that's my argument. We've had the same exact answer since the 90s. We've had the same exact answer since the ironic third-way neoliberal pivot under Bill Clinton, welfare reform, NAFTA. Like, it's not an accident that the broadest base of the white working class especially left the Democratic Party in droves over the course of those years. Part of that is because labor unions were gutted and destroyed. Manufacturing jobs were shipped overseas. We used to have an industry in this country, and the workers, the industrial workers, would also go and participate in local politics in very meaningful ways. They'd
have that line from The Wire. We used to build things here,
and that's not like that's not a crazy argument. It's ironic because I feel like Trumpism in some respects, even down to the white nativist anti-immigrant agenda, is hearkening back to like the 90s Democratic Party. It's very interesting that they, present this like totally new right populist message, but down to the trade protectionism and even like the aggressive posture against migration patterns, you're looking at like a 90s Democrat.
Yeah,
that's my biggest truc, that it's not wrong to say that like MAGA nowadays, like what Trump represents or how Trump campaigns, rather, like how he talks about defending certain industries and his anti-immigration stance as well, is literally a 90s Democrat. Donald Trump is a fucking 90s Democrat. This isn't to say that the 90s Democrats were right, especially on everything. But it is, ironically, what the Democrats used to fight for in the 90s. And I guess it makes sense because he was a Democrat in the fucking 90s.
Labor uprising.
Yeah. Oh, this is about Blair Mountain. But we'll get to that.
Positioning is one that is supposed to be populist and sort of sounds like where Democrats used to be. Hasan, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you again soon.
All right. Thank you for having me.
So after talking with Piker again, it's clear that there's not much daylight between moderates and progressives on the question of the Big Tent. Neera Tanden says she'll vote blue no matter who. And Hasan says the same thing. Everyone's in agreement, at least for now. But it's also clear that the left still has an electability burden. The establishment's playbook in Wisconsin worked. And Piker knows that and is adjusting. But my biggest takeaway from a year of Democratic civil war, well, it's a mess. The landscape is still undecided, and both sides, moderates and progressives, have a lot of reasons to feel confident heading into the 2028 presidential primary. So, after a year of midterms primary battles, the fight continues, and in some ways, it's really just beginning. Because
I would tell chatters in this community not to cast aside the vote blue no matter who argument for the upcoming elections. Just like the electability argument isn't the worst argument to make, because a lot of people believe in it. And things can change. Things are changing. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Because the reason why I'm saying this is because a lot of voters in the Democratic Party, especially older voters in the Democratic Party, are motivated. They're primed by the electability argument. And in instances where someone from the left flank can be the electability rod, like Bernard Sanders, like AOC, the broad base of support will actually see that, recognize it as valuable, and will very quickly assume that that left flank, that left insurgent candidate is the electable one. Okay? Francesca Hong wasn't able to convince voters that she was the true electability candidate. And the reason why she wasn't able to do that is because she did not get the Bernard Sanders or AOC endorsement. If she had gotten those endorsements,
folks, it's midterm.
If she had gotten those endorsements, at least one, there would be plenty of voters who would be convinced that she is electable enough. Okay? That's the argument that I'm presenting. You understand? There's now two poles in the party, in the base. People who think Bernie would have won, and people who still think Hillary Clinton was the electable candidate, but you know the broad voters betrayed her. These are the two different poles broadly. This is obviously reductive. I'm not, this is just very broad analysis. Okay? But there are a lot of people who have crossed over from the Hillary would have won camp to the Bernie would have won camp. A lot of older voters. So now Bernie has unbelievable amounts of influence over the base. And he doesn't want to wield it. He doesn't want to burn it, right? He doesn't want to empty out his clip by making a choice with Francesca Hong, because I think ultimately, this is pure speculation, but I think ultimately Bernie thought that Francesca would be too difficult of a race to promote, especially given the limited, especially given the limited. Sorry, I just got a text message. It fried my brain. The limited power that we have. We can't be overextended. That's what I think. That's what Bernie's thinking. And he's like full focus on, his full focus is on Abdul Al-Sayed, which is the correct choice anyway. And for that reason, I think he was probably worried that Francesca Hong would be too difficult a race to push. He looked at the polls and saw her as a toss-up. And that's the reason why he made that choice. So it's not dissimilar to Zoran telling Chiose not to run against Hakeem Jeffries. It's kind of like that. I think it was wrong, by the way. I think that it was the wrong decision. Just so you understand. If he endorsed her, she would have won. I'm talking about in the general. I think the reason why he didn't endorse Francesca Hong is because of the fact that she was the only toss-up out of all of the other candidates in the general in Wisconsin. And it's a gubernatorial race. It's different. It's a different seat. It's one that has nothing to do in many respects with the makeup of the Senate, with the makeup of the House of Representatives. So that's the difference. It would have drawn so much aggro too. And the data center guy is electable. Guys, I'm just telling you what I think Bernie's calculation is. I haven't spoken to him about what his calculation is. I'm purely speculating, and I don't even agree with this calculation. I'm just telling you what I think he was. I'm trying to give you the best argument for why Bernie Sanders why Bernie Sanders did not endorse Francesca Hong. Okay? I'm steel manning his position. Putting up the kitchen window and cooking lunch while listening to Hasan. Okay, that looks like fire. That looks gas. It's funny because I do the same with podcasts. Hi, Hasan. Bernie Sanders here. You're correct. But giving a reason for Bernie's decision makes it seem like it was a good decision. We don't know why he didn't endorse. The fact that he didn't endorse says it all. Dog, I do analysis around these parts. What do you mean? It hurts your feelings to think about why people make decisions that you disagree with? What are you, a baby? That's so funny. I'm sorry. You're not allowed to engage in analysis around these parts, especially if it makes my baby brain hurt.
Term season, and there is one target audience the Democrats are desperately trying to pander to.
Hassan Minhaj made this more perfect union video, how Democrats abandoned the working class with more perfect unions, John Russell, and a lot of people got mad at him.
I'm not talking about Subaru moderates, granola NPR whites, or Cupertino lizard people. I'm talking about the working class.
The working class.
The working class. In the working class neighborhoods, I represent
regular working class folks.
What has he done for the working class?
So who are the working class, and why are Democrats so thirsty?
I think one of the worst. Okay, here's another controversial hot take that's going to piss off a lot of people. I think one of the most annoying aspects. One of the most annoying aspects of Woke One or 2016, you know, the weaponization of hollowed out identity politics, non-intersectional identity politics, because it didn't feature class, was this notion that people would always say, oh, when you say the working class, you mean the white working class, sweetie. I hated that shit so much. Maybe people are going to get frustrated at hearing me say this, but there were certainly some people who were doing that, okay? But the reality of the matter is, it doesn't matter how people were weaponizing that statement, okay? What matters is what it actually means. Because the American working class is just like America. It's very diverse. And some people, unironically, sincerely believe when they said working class, they meant white working class, hard hat wearing, 55,000 coal miners that remain in this country, okay? But I hate it when people leaned into that idea that, like, you shouldn't say working class because what you mean is white working class. Okay. Black people are a part of the working class too. Who cares? Trans people are part of the working class too. I hate the, like, anti-IDPOL people. I'm such a centrist on this stuff because I also hated the anti-identitarian people, like the folks who would say, like, trans issues are not relevant to the working class. It's like, no, they still are, because trans people are a part of the fucking working class.
To prove that they are the true party of working class Americans. Now, some terms show up in political discourse gradually, like neoliberalism or polyamory. But working class had a very specific moment it entered the mainstream. 1:35 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on November 9th, 2016.
Some big news here, Megan. Huge news, actually. Huge. The AP now projecting that Donald Trump has won the state of Pennsylvania.
That is the race, frankly.
It's been almost 10 years since Trump broke through the blue wall, winning Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And liberals suddenly remembered that everyone can vote, and it's not just a Capital One rewards perk. For months, the media fanned out across rural America to study working class Trump voters like gorillas in captivity. Or like small business owner want banana? Me, Soledad O'Brien. Me, friend. Reading Hillbilly Elegy became doing the work. That book actually shot back to #1 a week after Trump's inauguration. Liberal guilt made J.D. Vance.
God, liberals fucking love, liberals love when chuds are like, I'm the real white working class whisperer. Look at me. Oh, it's literally fucking catnip. Like, MS Now, formerly known as MSNBC, is responsible for J.D. Vance's career. And it still works. And it kind of works on the left too. Let's be real. I mean, look at Graham Plattner. Look at Graham Plattner. We have to figure out a way to harness that. We have to figure out a way to harness that excitement around people that look a certain way. You know what I mean? Because like the aesthetics and the optics, they work. Isn't Peter Thiel more responsible? Yes, of course Peter Thiel is more responsible. But it's just like there are so many MSNBC watchers out there who see someone with the aesthetics and go, oh my God, I love this person. This person is the best. I mean, yeah, John Fetterman was another example of this too.
And so famous that depending on how bad Qatari engineering is, this guy might be president soon.
The man and woman who raised me, Mamaw and Papaw, said, we're for Democrats because Democrats are for working people. I don't think that's true anymore, my friends.
Now, grifter Huckleberry Finn is getting at something very real here. Since 2016, there's been a lot of debate around what the working class even means. But it used to be very simple. Working class people got a paycheck. They had a boss, they were probably in a union, and they almost definitely voted Democrat. Ever since FDR and the New Deal back in the 1930s, workers were a core part of Democrats' identity as a party. In 1935, FDR signed the Wagner Act, which guaranteed workers the right to collective bargaining. Republicans at the time tried to smear it as
first implemented in the People's Republic of Wisconsin. For those of you who don't know, Wisconsin is radical, and it still has that revolutionary history, and it abso-fucking-lutely still has that revolutionary potential. I am not giving up on Wisconsin, even though Data Center Dave Crowley won the primary, okay? By an ass hair.
Socialist, but Dems didn't give a fuck. They passed Social Security later that year and were like, yeah, Social Security, social. We put it right in the name, bro. Come at us. In 1938, Democrats created the minimum wage in the 40-hour work week. And in 1965, they started Medicare.
They're calling them David Centers in Wisconsin.
This was a party unafraid to fight on the side of workers and against capital. And it made states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, which were built on manufacturing and agriculture, Democratic strongholds, places that Democrats could count on, maybe even take for granted. I mean, why would Hillary even need to visit Wisconsin? Now, I know what you're thinking. Really? Hasan, you're going to relitigate 2016 all over again? I'll be honest with you. I feel like relitigating 2016 is kind of hack as a concept. So what I'm going to do is relitigate the 1990s. It was Hillary Clinton's husband, jazz icon Bill Clinton, who pushed Democrats towards more business-friendly practices and away from...
Oh, this is so good. Oh, he's cooking. He's cooking. Let's go back to the 90s. Let's talk about NAFTA. Let's talk about third-way neoliberalism. That's where it was invented, by the way. Because if you look at the trend lines in American politics, you have the New Deal era, and Democrats are dominating, right? New Deal liberalism, New Deal Democrats are dominating, and they end up dominating so hard that Republicans have to play ball, okay? They have to play ball all up until Ronald Reagan. Post-Reagan, it's the Republican Party now. It's the Republican show now. And every Democrat and every Republican that came after Ronald Reagan always went along with that same agenda of Reaganomics, destroying the federal government, destroying the regulatory agencies, slowly but surely chipping away at their power, destroying the welfare apparatus, as Bill Clinton did so much of this, by the way. It's crazy. And therefore, destroying the labor unions and what remained, the manufacturing base in the United States of America, and you know, therefore destroying the party's base of support, the Democratic Party's base of support. If you have no labor unions, you have no political participation. Slowly but surely, the labor unions chip away at their power and end up going. The rank and files end up going for whichever party they think is more important, because the culture war is the only thing that people talk about.
Labor. Bill Clinton's 1992 platform was silent on antitrust and monopoly power, which had been a party plank for Democrats for over 100 years. And the next year, he signed NAFTA, which enshrined into law that investor rights would get priority over labor rights. This was all happening as inequality was getting worse and leaving the working class behind, which was totally understood at the time by the people inside the Clinton administration. In fact, this is Clinton's labor secretary, Robert Reich, speaking in 1994, just a year after NAFTA was signed.
My friends, we are on the way to becoming a two-tiered society, composed of a few winners and a larger group of Americans left behind, whose anger and whose disillusionment is easily manipulated. Today, the targets of those that rage are immigrants and welfare mothers and government officials and gays and an ill-defined counterculture. But as the middle class continues to erode, who will be the targets tomorrow?
Don't worry, Rob, it's still the same people. But Clinton didn't just stop at NAFTA. In 1996, he signed the Welfare Reform Act, ending cash assistance for millions of people in poverty, and then bragged about it in campaign ads.
He signed tough welfare reform, work requirements, time limits, forced teenage mothers to stay in school or...
Yeah, Eisenhower, Republican, expanded Social Security and disability benefits. Nixon created the Supplemental Security Income, made the EPA, and expanded food stamps. The Republican Party was always center right, but Reagan ratcheted the party so far right. No, that's my argument. My argument is all of those Republicans that came after FDR had to play ball with New Deal democracy because it was such a popular force that they were the ones who were on the defense. Reagan switched it, and Democrats became the party that was the defensive party, the party that was at the mercy of Reaganomics, neoliberalism. That's why I say there's different eras in American politics, and we're actually going through one right now.
lose benefits.
Yeah, Bill, I'm sick of these welfare queens not
How did Reagan switch it? Unbelievably dominant force in American politics. What do you mean? Culture wars, talking about how shifting people's attention away from shifting people's attention and priorities away from economic issues to culture war issues. Crime, racism, crack epidemic, destruction of the labor force, destruction of labor unions, the introduction of wedge issues, really leaning into Paul Weyrich and his moral majority movement, evangelical whites in the South.
finishing The Great Gatsby. Here's what's crazy about that ad. Those aren't even black teenagers. Do you know how Republican you have to be to go after white teen moms? Now, once Bill was done handcuffing the working class, he unleashed the investor class.
Ronald Reagan radicalized all the evangelical Christians with the abortion issue because they didn't really vote. Yeah, and then they became, since the Reagan era, they became the most domineering force with outsized political influence in American politics, the white evangelicals. Well, their initial white evangelicals started voting or started getting mobilized around school choice because they didn't want schools to be desegregated. That's where it first started. But yes, Ronald Reagan mobilizing them around abortion was how they became the force that you know now in the United States of America. Yeah. Because the introduction of white evangelicals as a voter bloc actually predates Ronald Reagan and predates the abortion issue. It actually started off with school desegregation. That was their primary concern. You know how those like protests that would take place outside of schools that were desegregating in the South? That was all white evangelicals. That's why I said Paul Weyrich, the moral majority movement. It initially started with anti-black racism. Anti-black racism is foundational for America. It's always been a fundamental driver for a lot of people to make decisions, oftentimes at odds with their immediate material circumstances improving.
Repealing Glass-Steagall and passing the Commodity Futures Modernization Act, which basically turned Wall Street into a giant casino. Now, there's a reason people look back fondly on the 90s. This actually worked for a while. There were budget surpluses, economic growth soared, millions of jobs were created, housing prices went up and up and up. What could possibly go wrong?
Lehman Brothers, a 158-year-old firm, filed for bankruptcy.
The House passes a sprawling $700 billion government rescue of the financial industry.
2.6 million jobs were cut from the economy last year. That's the greatest decline since 1945.
Why weren't we bailed out? That live grenade of financial deregulation that Bill Clinton left in the economy, it all blew up in 2008, right when I was graduating college. And thanks to the weakened social safety net, further weakened by George Bush, millions of people were pushed into poverty. And by the time Barack Obama came along, things were starting to get a little awkward. Even though anger at Wall Street was spiking, it was still an important source of funding for the Democratic Party. Now, Obama at least gestured towards fighting on behalf of the working class.
But let's be clear who Senator McCain's fighting for. He's not fighting for Joe the plumber. He's fighting for Joe the hedge fund manager.
He was so goated. It's crazy. That's why I always separate Obama the campaigner versus Obama the president are just like two different Obamas, okay? That's also partially why, like, just watch him from 2008, just run the game tape and just copy it, honestly. Fucking take the game tape from 2008 and just copy it. Copy paste it. You will win everywhere, I think. Why do you think he flipped so hard? I mean, I kind of brought this up with Ested. He was up against a mountainous force that was impenetrable. It was an impenetrable fortress. If I were to be as charitable as possible to Barack Obama, I think he knows better. Make no mistake. I think Barack Obama knew better. He knew better about American foreign policy. He tried to chart a different path forward for American foreign policy at times. He got punished endlessly for it. And as far as his ambitions goes, like it was virtually impossible. He wasn't as much of a diehard ideologue as he needed to be. That's the other thing. I mean, you look at the forces at play with Obama, and now you look at Zoran, right? Like, you think Zoran is not taking out Jessica Tisch and replacing her for no reason? You think it's because he loves Jessica Tisch? Jessica Tisch's family literally spent millions of dollars calling him a fucking terrorist. It's the same shit. Sometimes you can't fight. Now, for us, the environment is different. The material conditions are different now for a figure like this to actually yield a lot of success. I think we memory hold 2008 a little bit and make Obama's campaign to be much more progressive than it was. He always positioned himself as relatively moderate, especially on cultural and tax issues. He was anti-establishment, though. Yeah, I think that is just the American broader attitude in general. He wasn't woke in the way that we understand it in 2026, but he was anti-war. That was huge, right? Like he had all the broad through lines of a populist, left populist candidacy, a left populist movement. That's why he was so popular. That was why he won. He was unique. He was like a unique candidate. Pro-gay marriage when that was a thing? No, he wasn't pro-gay marriage. No, you're wrong. No, he just avoided talking about certain issues. That's bullshit, man. He didn't flip. Obama, the president, is more actual Obama than Obama, the candidate. I was there when it happened. What defines Obama was the transition team he put together after the election and the pivot in his first year to crush Medicare for all. He was not woke for that time. Toby Durden for South Dakota. You are 100% right. The charitable interpretation of that is that the corrupting forces of capitalism were far too powerful for him to deal with. The uncharitable interpretation of that is he was always slated to be this guy, and he didn't give a shit. But yeah, I mean, the point I'm trying to make is the reason why I bring this up is because when it came down to foreign policy, which is the most bipartisan, right? This dude literally stuck his neck out for Cuba and stuck his neck out for the JCPOA. Those were two instances that lead me to believe that he had a very different approach to what, like, he had a very different vision to what he wanted to advance. And you know, he tried to do it wherever he could, but ultimately it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all because he was the porter in chief. He was, he couldn't advance healthcare. He couldn't advance healthcare to the public option. Oh, come on. He spent his entire first term claiming that the DADT couldn't be repealed if not for an act of Congress. Then he at the last minute issued an executive order ending DADT when Democratic platform put same-sex marriage on the Dem platform. Then he started advocating for same-sex marriage. He was nothing but a radical centrist, the American Macron, even with all the cheesy alliteration in his speeches. Look, I don't disagree with you guys as far as the Obama criticisms. I mean, he should have been a rabid partisan, for example. This like coalition of Republicans, like bringing Republicans into the fold, being completely captured by corporate interests, Rahm Emanuel. I mean, there were so many goddamn mistakes. And there was also tremendous opportunity there too. Like he could have been an FDR style figure with the banks. He had the opportunity to do so. There was tremendous appetite for it, you know, but the grand bargain and bringing in the Goldman Sachs guys into his team to like figure out how we rebuild the American economy in favor of the very same bankers and their allies, their close allies that were responsible for this crash was devastating.
But on Obama's watch, no bankers went to jail and inequality kept skyrocketing as union membership continued to fall. And when all that hope he sold didn't come through, it curdled into cynicism. Working class people kept going into the voting booths, pulling the lever, and nothing changed. In fact, a 2014 study of policy outcomes over 20 years found that economic elites have substantial independent impacts on US government policy, while average citizens have little or no independent influence.
Like, There are numerous competing forces here. I think white supremacy obviously is a huge one. Like Barack Obama being black literally broke so many people's brains. Like there are so many unvarnished, hateful people out there that just saw that and were like, a black man is leading this country. He is the son of Baal. He is the son of Satan. Like they lost their damn minds. Okay? 100%. Trump was, in many respects, the perfect cudgel to that, the perfect like revenge fantasy to a black man running the country. Okay? But there were also other failures, I think, that played a big role in this as well. Like the promises squandered, the opportunities squandered, the fact that material conditions did not improve. Like the amount of Obama, two-term Obama voters that flipped to Donald Trump means that populist rage that he channeled and did not follow through on in terms of good governance absolutely played a major role in people looking for an alternative. And I think a lot of people refuse to reckon with that because they just simply see, you know, that he was a black man. And doors open. You know? They don't see the other side of the story. They don't see the impact of like how much the economic conditions motivated people into seeking out an anti-establishment alternative, which ironically enough was a fucking Clinton-aligned rapist billionaire. You know what I mean? An Epstein buddy. But he was, quote unquote, anti-establishment enough, right? That's what Donald Trump was. A way to put a hatchet through the system that had not given these people what they thought they would receive. I don't know why people refuse to reckon with that. They were, like, people were demanding a wrecking ball. They didn't get what they wanted. They didn't get what they wanted from Obama. They thought Obama would actually prove to be this hope and change candidate. They didn't get that hope and change. So now they were like, all right, fuck this. I'm looking for something else.
It was basically a math proof that the 1% ruled and the 99% drooled. So unless your dad works for Blackstone or BlackRock, you're fucked. So it's no coincidence that 2 years later, in 2016, the two most popular presidential candidates were people who could credibly claim that they weren't in Wall Street's pockets and would fight for the working class.
Special interests, lobbyists, donors, they make large contributions to politicians and they have total control over those.
When we look back at the game tape of 2015 Donald Trump, by the way, it does harken back to what I was saying as far as like beast mode Barack Obama 2008. Like, so much of the current cult, so much of the current Donald Trump cult, the MAGA cult, still are in the cult because of this. They saw this shit and they were like, this is unfucking believable. Okay? Perfect amount of populist rage for them. Perfect amount of racism. A real, he tells it like it is attitude. There's already that dumb guy mentality of, oh, he's a business owner and we got to run America like a business. That's catnip for a lot of American boomers who are stupid. Dumbest idea of all time. Okay? But this shit, people don't understand. Like, this is what a lot of like educated, high propensity voters could not comprehend, where they were like, Hillary Rodham Clinton has the CV. Why the fuck would anybody vote for this baboon? Okay? Why the fuck would anybody vote for this baboon? They were like, because the baboon was saying the truth at times. And he was a very heterodox candidate and also a populist candidate that was perceived to be far more moderate than Hillary Rodham Clinton. Again, people forget.
Politicians. I don't want anybody to control me but the people right out there.
We need a political revolution where millions of people stand up and say loudly and clearly that our government belongs to all of us and not just a handful of wealthy campaign contributors.
Of course, we all know what happened next.
Dude, things could have been so different. Imagine a world where Donald Trump did not win because Bernie won in 2016. The Dems didn't rat fuck him. The media didn't rat fuck him. He was able to overcome great odds. And he fucking won. He was the president. 2-term Bernard presidency. I mean, who knows where we would be? A very different timeline, dude. Very different universe. The last 10 years would have been incredible.
Democratic Party backed Hillary Clinton, whose campaign followed the usual playbook, ignoring working class voters and focusing on suburban moderates. That is not a conspiracy theory, okay? Chuck Schumer literally said it out loud 3 months before the election.
For every blue-collar Democrat we will lose in Western PA, we will pick up 2-3 moderate Republicans in the suburbs of Philadelphia. And you can repeat that in Ohio and Illinois and Wisconsin.
2016 was the year the suburban strategy stopped working. It was the Democrats' worst turnout for union members and rural voters since Walter Mondale in 1984. So that brings us to today, 10 years after 2016, and the Democrats still have not figured out how to win back all those working class people that they lost. Now, I've heard the ideas. We should run DSA candidates. Great. We should shut up about trans rights. Not great. And we need a Joe Rogan of the left. What the fuck does that even mean? But it's clear that there are millions of Americans who still feel politically homeless. A recent poll showed that 43% of Americans are not happy with either party. Honestly, I thought that number would be higher. The way this is always framed by the media is a blue versus red problem. The country has never been more divided.
We've never been more divided.
Our politics have never been more divided.
Our country's never been more divided.
Our country's never been more divided than it is today.
This country has never been more divided.
But there are ways in which the working class is very united. They are united in hating the billionaire psychos running the economy. They are united in their opposition to the Scrooge McDuck corruption in Washington. And now we're seeing the rise of maybe the most energetic, bipartisan working class coalition that we have seen in a generation, who are all saying in unison, fuck AI data centers.
The backlash against AI data centers is growing, with protests from coast to coast in dozens of states today. The issue uniting many Americans across the political divide.
We don't want this. It is not going to benefit us in any way.
We are not going to pay double the amount of our utility bills. Do you understand that?
Of course, since that is the primary motivator of most people across party lines, on the one hand, you had a Republican in Wisconsin presenting himself as being anti-data center to outflank the Democrat who up until recently was running around talking about how much he loves data centers. The reality of the matter, of course, is both of them are in favor of data centers in the exact same way. That's the beauty of politics. And then people fucking wonder why people are tapped out. I wonder how people have such an apathetic perspective to politics in general.
We don't get anything for it other than we're losing land, we're losing water, and we're losing air quality.
Why are you protecting? What are you protecting?
To talk about this more, I reached out to a media outlet whose mission statement is building power for the working class. Since 2021, More Perfect Union has been doing on-the-ground reporting focusing on labor unions, inequality, and corporate power. And maybe no other media outlet out there right now is doing more reporting on the backlash to AI data centers. So I sat down with one of their reporters, John Russell. a West Virginia native, someone who has spent years having real conversations with working class voters, trying to genuinely connect with them in good faith. We talked about the bipartisan coalition forming against big tech.
It's a mask-off moment where people can see what side you really are on.
How he connects with people who maybe don't share his politics.
If they know you're coming from a genuine place, you're not trying to hide something, you're being upfront about who you are, that can kind of set the tone for a conversation.
And as someone from Appalachia, I got his take on the vice president. What is your take on J.D. Vance?
Oh, trash. Trash.
I mean, what's everyone's problem with J.D. Vance?
I think I have the best take on this, and also for people to judge. For places like the Appalachian region, when you see a guy like J.D. Vance or Pete Buttigieg roll into your neighborhood, roll into your town, the factory is going to fucking close down. That's what that means. And those guys can clock that inauthenticity. They can clock that consultant speak from a mile away because they've seen J.D. Vance a million times over, okay? Guys like J.D. Vance or guys like people who just come into your fucking town, they're wearing the khakis, you know the fucking factory is shutting down. They're eliminating redundancies.
Other than all the stuff he says and does and is. And of course, his face.
Hurry right away, no delay, stop today. Make your daddy glad you have had such a lad.
West Virginia is one of those states that your hand is a map of it, and it is a middle finger, and it's perfect. So this literally, this is West Virginia, Eastern Panhandle.
Okay.
You got Maryland down here.
Yeah.
You have Morgantown. So Wheeling's right here.
Okay.
This is Ohio. I grew up here, but it's like Ohio, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, all these states, like this area is where like generations of my family's from. The cuts for us there is this place called the Physss. They want to currently build a 3 gigawatt data center on the Physss.
Yeah.
What the Physss is thousands of acres of absentee land like in the hills that for decades, like an outlaw dirt bike culture has taken over.
Oh, shit.
East of the Mississippi, if you want to go crazy off-roading, look this up on the internet.
Yeah.
You go to the Physss outside of Wellsville, Ohio. And it's like there are no rules. Nobody knows who owns the land. It's like a dirt bike gang has taken this over.
So X Games meets the Lost Boys from Peter Pan.
And I'm seeing this like, you know, data centers are uniting left and right.
Yes.
In crazy ways.
Yes.
And I'm watching like everybody I grew up with in high school who I saw like send a dirt bike off a cliff, like organizing petitions against data centers. And I'm like, there's something to work with here.
Yeah, totally. High school Johnny Knoxville is like, fuck these AI
get
data
these
centers.
out of here, dude. They'll dismantle it.
Okay. One of the things that I love about the videos that you do for More Perfect Union is you actually go out into the field and you do practical reporting. You are not a cable news pundit sitting on a round table.
This guy has one thing that I will never have, and I'm a little bit jealous of it. He can fucking be one with the chud. I will never be able to be one with the chud in the same fucking way that he can. Like, he goes out there, he's from West Virginia, he speaks the language, he's a real chud whisperer, and I wish I could get a fraction of that. You know what I mean? It's the mullet. You need one? No, not even like Andrew Callahan. Andrew Callahan has too much like Seattle anarchist stink on him. No, this is different.
Basically arguing with someone before commercial break.
Yeah.
I want to chat with you. Let's break down a few words that get thrown around.
Yeah.
In media circles oftentimes. Let's start with rural America.
If you're living in rural America, I think one of the things it's defined by, regardless of where you go, is extraction. Like if you are
Yeah, you were born in New Jersey, black, white, whatever. If you were born in the Midwest, chud is in your DNA. You can't fake it. Yes. Like, I can only be a studier, a student of the chud. He was born into it. Okay. I can only seek to understand the chud. I can never be the chud.
In the middle of the country, like large scale monoculture agriculture, where monopolies are owning all the inputs. That's kind of the economy that you deal with. If you're in the mountains of West Virginia, it's been the extractive industry of coal. That's rural. If it takes a while to drive to go get groceries, rural. You know, there's all these indicators that fall on a spectrum. From, you know, the city center to the suburbs to the exurbs to where it takes a while to get to Walmart, you know. But I would say, you know, the extraction economy is a major theme in like the rural coverage that I do. And that always comes paired with, you know, I think of the coverage we did of West Virginia data centers. Like there's such a push to put these things in communities that have already had most of their wealth taken out of there.
Yeah.
They're used to it. And so the next wave of this wealth extraction is something like data centers. And I think that's a uniting thing.
For the people in my audience,
yeah,
who perhaps have family members that voted for Donald.
For the record, that's how you know this shit is capitalism. White supremacy at the end of the day is simply used as a weapon to divide the working class. And it works. It's very effective. But if white supremacy was the primary force that American society was designed around, they wouldn't be fucking white people so hard in West Virginia. Like that, at the end of the day, you can't overcome that. Like you have to recognize it. It's ironic because white supremacy is the primary force that caused West Virginia and the West Virginia whites to basically live in these dire straits, in these dire circumstances. But if there was any sort of legitimate investment by those in positions of power to prop up white supremacist values as anything but a divisive force to dominate the working class, then these rural whites would not be living in these sorts of circumstances. Right? That's what a lot of people fail to comprehend about the that's what a lot of people fail to comprehend about like the ultimate purpose of white supremacy serves. It is a tool. Okay? It is a tool. Okay, but that's a point of connection. Trust when I say white boys in the dirt build crazy dumb shit. Like brothers in the city jump shit. We know we shouldn't. Every city kid has jumped a car on a bike. Every country kid has jumped a creek on a rust bucket. Yeah. But even think about that. The perception, the broad perception of, like, here's what's interesting, right? Like, the dirt bike dynamic is so interesting because you go to the fucking urban areas in Philadelphia. What are the youth invested in? Dirt bikes. Okay. You go to rural Appalachia. What are the youth invested in? White kids, dirt bikes. They love dirt biking. They love fucking around with dirt bikes and doing dumb shit with dirt bikes. Sometimes quads as well. But the media perception on the dirt bike equation is like when black teenagers are doing it, it's crime that must be punished. When white teenagers are doing it in Appalachia, it's still crime, but they just like kind of go up. Those are boys being boys, right? So it certainly clouds our judgment, or it certainly changes our perception of the same exact thing that we're looking at. But there's two ways of looking at it, which is, you know, you're unified. Yeah. In the city, it's teen takeovers, right? It's black teenagers being rowdy. But ultimately, people want the same shit. They want to be busy. They want hobbies that they can lean into. And the point I will always push for is, once again, to say To say that we have not had white supremacy as a fundamental principle in American development, it would be silly. I'm not saying that at all. But to say that that is the ultimate end all be all, the final goal of the American elite class is wrong. There are those who are real believers, right? Elon Musk is one of them, certainly. But not all white folk are treated equally by the white folk that are the elites. And I think the conditions in places like West Virginia resembling Gary, Indiana, shows you that there is still a primary motivation behind this that is more important than like the racial predeterminism demonstrated by and the racial tribalism demonstrated by white supremacists. I guess the simplest way to look at it is if white supremacist was the primary focus and it wasn't capitalism, then white neighborhoods in Appalachia wouldn't look the way they do.
Trump and see these people as irredeemable. In your reporting, what would you like them to know?
I think the way that we consume, the way we talk to our family members, first of all, like check where you're coming from, because if you're just trying to defend a political party, I think you got to go deeper than that to rescue people who are a little too far gone. You have to get back to shared values. And there are a lot of people in Trump country that share the value of wanting to hold it. They wanted to hold the Epstein class accountable. That was the whole thing with their base, right? You can get in there.
Sure.
And relate on that thing. But if you're just trying to come in and say your party's bad and my party's good, they're prepared for that. And you got to go on values.
I mean, speaking of values, naturally, you lean a little bit more left. Right?
Yeah.
How do you unlock people who have more conservative positions than you?
Bro, I'm telling you, Hasan Minhaj asked, you lean a little bit more left there. Because, again, he looks like a chud so much that you got to check. You got to check. You just got to check every time. You're like, so what's up? You just got to make sure, the little ocular pat down. Just want to confirm you're not going to say slurs, right? I'm so jealous. Again, I am so jealous of his chud background. Like I wish I could just for one day be able to hide in the crowd at a fucking state fair or something. You know what I mean? And have people come up to me and be like, "Hell yeah, brother, you see that big ass pig?" Look at that hog. Oh, hell yeah.
Is it the mullet doing the work? Is it the mustache? Like, what's
it? Is. It is my.
But you like
it's a little bit of this.
No, you're clearly affable. You genuinely come from a place of curiosity. But what did you find was the way that you connected with people that don't vote like you, or perhaps share the same values that you do?
Well, it does help to look like this, But I did find growing up where I did. Before I got hired at More Perfect Union, I worked at a dive bar. Shout out to Johnny's Bar, baby.
Shout out to Johnny's Bar.
And that's where I learned something that helps me in my work all the time.
Let me just be normal. Treat people like people and expect there to be disagreements regardless. And you will be able to unlock so much. That's the major difference is like this dude very clearly grew up in a conservative environment, and worked around conservatives, were around conservatives in general. So, of course, he's fucking normal. He understands that people on the internet make it seem like you can't have a normal conversation with the craziest Trump hog, right? You can. I do it all the time. It's fascinating. It's a fascinating experience. I do it all the fucking time. And slowly but surely you get to You get to penetrate their consciousness a little bit. Where like one of the things that I've been doing lately, I'll tell you, this is very successful. And this might help with your chud parents, by the way, chatters. I get a lot of Fox News coverage, right? You know what I tell? You know what I tell the MAGA parents and MAGA folk that I talk to? I'm like, you know, when you're out there and the Democrats hate you and the Republicans hate you, you must be doing something right. After all, you know who else they did this to? Donald Trump. That is fucking catnip. Okay? When you tell your MAGA parents, like, yo, look at Fox News coming after him and look at CNN coming after him, and then you remind them, because they were there. They were there when Donald Trump in 2015 was getting ass blasted by Fox News and ass blasted by CNN and everybody else. If you hit him with that comparison, they would be like, ooh, that's interesting. Double points for reminding people that that happened to Bernie as well. And this is how you win your MAGA parents. Like you can invoke confidence in them. You're right, but it's so fucking stupid. Okay, man, whatever. Okay, Mr. Elitist, who cares? What matters is it works. For your liberal parents, you just show the Fox coverage and that's it. And you go, look at how much Fox is lying about it. For your MAGA parents, you show both the Fox coverage and the CNN coverage. And you say, you know who else got hit like this? Trump. This guy must be doing something right. That statement in and of itself holds almost the same level of power as, I want a businessman to run the government like a business. It sounds stupid. It's fucking cringe, but it's effective. Okay?
Time, which is I wear my politics on my sleeve and I don't try to hide that with people. And I think that if they know you're coming from a genuine place, you're not trying to hide something, you're being upfront about who you are, that can kind of set the tone for a conversation. And that's what I always did in Johnny's bar. Like before I got hired at More Perfect Union, I was making TikToks about like, you know, we should all join together as people in the same boat here and maybe take back some of our power.
I talk left-wing politics in my small-town bar with people mostly whose idea of a leftist is the actual devil.
Was there a moment that inspired you to start making those videos? Like what, you know, not to like hero's journey this, but like what was the inciting incident? What was the moment that made you go like, oh, I want to go to the cesspool that is social media and like talk about politics and perhaps reach out to people that feel unheard?
I think I've always been angry about how this billionaire-owned media lied to the people I grew up with. And I've always believed in the possibility of that.
It does work. My personal testimony is getting my anarchist Trump. Anti-tax, how is that possible? Flat earther uncle to look into your stuff? Hell yeah. Yes, I talked to MAGA folks who cried about Charlie Kirk, and I told them Dems and Republicans both hate you. They said Dems hate you because you're not as radical as them. Lamau, leftism works more for Republicans than moderate Dems, unironically. Why hide? Nothing is stopping you from going to a fair. My black ass went to state fairs. No, I used to do it all the time. I used to go to like the gun shows and stuff like that. It's a little bit different now, don't you think? They fucking plastered my face on Fox News every day for the past 6 months. I don't just want to visit these sorts of places. I want to also be one with the people. And there is 0% chance. Like, I will never be able to go to CPAC. I will never be able to go to a fucking state fair and, you know, ask people about their positions and shit like that and get an honest answer. It's always going to be, it's always going to, unfortunately, revolve around like who I am as a person. Hank Piker is dead. Mr. Chudface, my whole family is now fascinated with you, bro. They were all MAGA heads before. Let's go.
Joining together with other people who are in the same boat so that we can end some of this suck that we're currently in. And I was like, there's got to be a way to do this. And everyone's on their phone, so why don't we pump out some stuff and see what happens? You know, maybe suggest, hey, we should all get together on this.
So this idea of joining together, right?
Yeah.
People talk about coalitions all the time. It's something that you've really focused on. A thing that gets talked about in lefty politics is the idea of building coalitions around the working class.
Yeah.
How would you define working class?
Yeah. Anybody who doesn't make their money from owning stocks. Anybody who makes their money from selling labor. Anybody.
Yeah. And if you want to get really down to it, my attitude on it is like, especially given how much like pensions no longer exist, so like retirees have, everybody has a 401k, then if your yearly net worth increase broadly is coming mostly from your wages, like overwhelming majority of that is coming from your wages as opposed to capital accumulation, then you're still a wage laborer. If over 50% of your money comes straight from your own labor, then you're still working class, in my opinion. Or at least like you're a wage laborer.
Who, like, if you can't call
selling their own labor. No, I know. The reason why I'm, of course, the Marxist definition of proletarian is a wage laborer, someone who sells their labor to a boss. What I'm simply saying is that in this day and age, there are a lot of people who are wage laborers, but also have a 401k. Does that mean they're a capital owner? Because technically they're engaging in capital accumulation. That doesn't matter.
So, Howard Lutnick, you're working class.
Got it.
If something that you say in public moves markets or starts wars, you know, then you might not be working class.
You know, this is the first time I've actually really heard this articulated well this way. You're basically talking about labor that perhaps works for companies. You could work at a grocery store. You could work.
Describe basic Marxian concepts
at a variety of different places. But if you are not part of the equities class, you're part of the working class.
To me, yeah. If you get
chat. Notice how he didn't get into dense literature. Notice how he didn't get into dense literature. Another point for being normal. He described it perfectly.
your money by selling your labor, most of your money by selling your labor, to me, you're working class. And I think that doesn't strike people because the assumption is like a white guy in a hard hat. You know, a doctor and a lawyer, you know, we kind of separate that in the pop, but I don't think we should.
Like dentist?
Yeah. Working class, man.
And like dude who bags groceries at Safeway, where I used to work.
Yes.
And I was fired, which is some fucked up shit.
You got to tell me.
I thought I was a pretty good employee. I just didn't want to work there, but I did work. I'm
on your side.
I thought I was decent. I didn't want to.
What'd you do at Safeway?
I was a courtesy clerk.
Okay.
Which is I bag groceries.
Yeah.
And
essential work.
Yeah, essential work. And shout out to my boy who got me the position. I still owe you a huge thank you. Shout out to Chris. Thank you for getting me that job.
Way to go, Chris.
I fucked it up. It wasn't, and you vouched for me, and I fucked it up, and I still live with that. But me and Chris are boys. Let me get us back on track.
Mm-hmm.
You're basically saying, hey, my cousin who's a dentist, and plumber.
Was this recent?
There's a connection here.
Yeah, and I think we need to update that now.
Yeah, it just came out. I read it as soon as it came out. But yeah, it's recent from Wall Street Journal.
Because you look at the scale of wealth in America, and we have a trillionaire. We have a trillionaire. We have close to 1,000 people with $1 billion. You know, for me, I'm always trying to get people to think about the difference between a million and a billion.
Yeah.
A million seconds is 11 days. A billion seconds is 32 years.
Holy shit.
A trillion seconds is 32,000 years. We have a trillionaire, man. And you think like being a dentist is closer to being the guy with $1 trillion than it is the working class now. It's like to me, in America right now, with wealth inequality as bad as it is, you're all working class. Now, that's not to like flatten the difference between a lawyer and someone bagging groceries. There are differences there. But for the purposes of fixing our problems, which I view as mostly being caused by people with too much money and power making all the decisions, we are all working class.
Politicians always use this phrase, we want good working class jobs.
Yeah.
And they always phrase it like people love their jobs.
Yeah.
I think most jobs suck.
Yeah.
I've done food service. I've worked at grocery stores. I've worked at Office Max, selling printers. All my jobs that I've had outside of comedy pretty much suck.
Does comedy
I like. I mean, I'm lucky enough to do what I'm passionate about.
Yes.
Okay.
I feel that way too.
But every other job that I had fucking sucks.
I was a stump grinder for 7 years.
Shit. Yeah. Yeah. That takes the cake. I don't even know what that is.
you have like a giant diesel machine and then you blast a tree stump into dust. 7 years.
But why do you have to do that though?
It was good money.
No, but people wanted there's like that stump needs to go.
You'd be surprised at the amount of stumps in America. So like, here's the thing.
That's so funny that Hasan Minhaj is, I guess, such a city boy, as though they don't have that in cities. What do you mean? Of course, man. It fucks up the sidewalk. There's still roots in there. Yeah, you got to take the stump out. It's not just about like chopping the tree down. You got roots. Coastal elite spotted, but like low key, not even. Because I mean, I'm a coastal elite. And cities have trees in them.
And like,
yeah, it fucks up your septic tank. That's another thing that, it's because Hasan Minhaj is in New York. So he probably doesn't. Actually, I don't know where he lives. But I was going to say maybe he doesn't own a home, but he probably does. Yeah, he grew up in Davis, California, surrounded by trees. You should know that. Yeah, his father probably owns a home in Davis, California. How do you not know? That's crazy. Root removal is different, you fucking city fools.
Are you a homeowner?
I own a home, yes.
Okay, a yard of any kind.
We have a yard. We have a front yard. Yeah.
I don't know the situation in New York City, but like if you're owning a yard out there, if you're renting a yard,
sure,
you'll end up with a tree stump in your yard, and then people will go try to like set it on fire or drill holes in it or like dig it out. There's no better way to get it out than blasting it out with a diesel machine and someone like me.
Got it. Children must have loved you. Like my son, what you just described, he's 6.
It's very Bob the Builder.
Yeah, he would have fucking loved that. Yeah.
Most of my demographic is just, children enthralled by machines.
Gotcha. To get us back on point, what I'm saying is we don't need to romanticize jobs per se.
Yeah.
But what I think we need to focus on is common human dignity.
Yeah.
And the way people are compensated for their labor gives them the dignity to provide for their families, pay for healthcare, send their children to school.
Totally.
If a loved one gets sick, take care of them. Get the bag, take care of grandma, be able to look out for my mom and dad, my sister. If someone's in a bind, I can help them.
I can see that on the bumper sticker right now. Like, get the bag, take care of grandma. Like, and chill.
Yeah. Be able to help my sister out if something bad happens.
Bag.
Yeah. Yes.
Grandma, chill. One of the great things about my job right now is I get to kind of drop into locations and see how things are going there. We did a piece in Italy about worker-owned cooperatives. Because not only do I think we should stop like romanticizing jobs, but we should think about how jobs are organized. Because we're used to one way here in America where most of them suck.
Yes.
And
what's it like in Italy?
So we did a story where like a fifth of the economy in this region of Italy, in northern Italy, comes from companies that are owned by the people who work there. This and I remember we were standing on the floor.
Wait, how does that work?
Okay, so the workers own the company. They can hire and fire their.
Dude, this is like 2016 peak Richard Wolfism. Okay, it's so pro-anarcho syndicalism. This is 2016 era Richard Wolfism right here, through and fucking through. Okay. Mondragon is the Spanish one. Sorry. This is Emilia-Romagna region in Italy.
Boss. And like,
wait, is this like the way the Green Bay Packers are owned by the city or whatever? I never understood this concept.
Yes.
Yeah, it's only actual existing socialism if it comes from the Mondragon region of Spain. Yeah, like champagne only comes from one region.
Okay, so break this down for me. Please make me
so now
understand
I can't say.
Yeah, democracy at work. Democracy at work. We have democracy in government, but the workplace is built with unjustifiable hierarchies. It's like a tyranny. Your boss gets to tell you what to do. Your boss gets to tell you what to do, where to do it. And you spend 80% of your adult life in this undemocratic process. Workplace is like a dictatorship.
I don't know the details of the Packers, but basically a cooperative, right?
Okay.
This is a company like any company you would work for, but instead of being owned by one guy and shareholders and a board, the workers are the shareholders, the board, and they make the decisions to run the company. You can hire somebody to be CEO, and you can also fire them. And it was mind-blowing to me to go over as an American to Italy, stand on the floor of a factory where 2,000 people worked, just like the ones that closed down after NAFTA in the Ohio Valley where I'm from. They got a 2,000 person factory. It's doing manufacturing. It's owned by the workers. And I'm standing there with the boss of the company and 3 workers. And I asked the workers, what would you do if your boss made 300 times more than you make? And they were like, we would fire him. The workers are highly paid. They work in manufacturing. They control who runs the company. They make the products. And then they go sip espresso at 4 p.m. and be reasonable.
Yeah.
There are different ways to do jobs.
No, but what's the catch here? Like the way you're describing it, I was like, no, there's a catch though. What's the catch?
There's, nothing's perfect.
Okay. How long do you have to work there to be able to vote? Or the moment day one, you're essentially on the quote unquote board?
So this would be a plug to watch the video because we had a worker who had just joined all the way up to somebody who'd been there a long time. First of all, you have far less turnover. You have far more expertise.
Sure. Yeah. You've incentivized staying there.
Yeah. And there's a clear path from the guy we were talking to who's 20 years old to spend a short amount of time and become, a worker owner.
Would you say kind of the core tenets of the videos that you work on for More Perfect Union, are they essentially about labor solidarity?
Yeah. It's about strength in numbers. It's about solidarity. It's about different ways to organize the economy and work.
One of the things I hear in media reporting all the time is, here is how the Democratic Party abandoned the working class.
Yeah.
Couple of my favorite criticisms from the left. It's like, well, these companies still rely on outsourced labor from the third world. Okay, dude. Sorry that the fucking workers cooperative in Italy didn't destroy imperialism, like Western imperialism, single-handedly. And then from the right, the criticism always is, well, cooperatives can exist under capitalism. Why can't capitalist corporations exist under socialism? It's awesome. The point is, who the fuck would democratically organize to be like, yeah, no, we want a king?
What does that mean?
Yeah. Well, that makes me think of...
yeah, no, the yet you still live in a society ass take. That's exactly what it is.
Elliott County, we did a piece for More Perfect Union.
Yes. And this was the Emmy award-winning piece that you made about it.
Yeah, we won 2 Emmys. And shout out to the whole team at More Perfect Union. Like any video that I'm on, there's a whole team behind that. Josh Hirschfeld-Crowan, Meg Hirschline, Physss, Faz, Josh Miller Lewis will get on the whole list. It'd take too long. But Elliott County is the only county in America, this is Eastern Kentucky, it's the only county in America that voted 144 years in a row for Democrats before flipping to Trump by one of the largest margins.
Talk about fumbling the bag there.
They fumbled the bag.
144 years, you're running it up. And then to flip your entire base.
But here's to your question. Yeah. I would say the Democratic Party was responsible for fumbling that bag, because what we found there, of course, a lot of people who voted for Democrats forever and then flipped to Trump, but you can trace through the history of the Democratic Party. It used to be very much FDR, and then it switched to, Bill Clinton and corporate donors, and the Democratic Party that we know today, that we see in a fight with these primaries, in a real contest for the direction, like someone like Zohran Mamdani, or more of what we've been used to. It is the FDR Labor Party that kept places like rural Kentucky voting for it forever, because they knew the deal. You vote for Democrats because they're for the working man. But eventually they lost those roots, and we suffered a pretty large consequence for that of people.
In your reporting, what specifically did the Democratic Party do to betray the working class that made people say, fuck it, I'm changing my vote?
Yeah. Well, I target the Democratic Party a lot, but this really counts for both parties in our politics on the whole.
Sure.
But they just got, we, over the course of getting thousands of billionaires now, both of our parties have just switched to exclusively serving their agenda. I think about this report that came out more than a decade ago from Princeton, I think, where it's like, you don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. The conclusion of this report was that the American people have little to no control over the policies passed by either party or either administration. So I think you can say about the Republicans that they've always been for corporate control and for the agenda of really large money. But for the long time, you could say that less about the Democrats. And then they started, going for NAFTA and free trade. And in the era of Citizens United, they're relying on corporate donations too much. And you let that happen for years.
Well, aside from corporate donations, is stupidity also a part of it? Because there's this clip of Chuck Schumer from 2016 where he's talking about the Democratic Party's sort of national strategy. And I think about this at least twice a week. Let's take a look.
For every blue-collar Democrat we will lose in Western PA, we will pick up 2-3 moderate Republicans in the suburbs of Philadelphia. And you can repeat that in Ohio and Illinois and Wisconsin.
This is my sleep paralysis demon. That's actually on a loop in my nightmares.
Oh, got it.
I've watched it many times.
That's your Freddy Krueger?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, got it.
It is. Yeah, I wake up in a cold sweat every night, and it's Chuck Schumer just selling us out. I think, right there you can see the strategy of trying to go after suburban, wine moms and such. And I think that is because they really lost their roots, right? And they're trying to reconstruct a base that is that goes well and doesn't offend corporate donors. So they say let's try to hunt for that base in the suburbs of all these cities, because those people will kind of get on a cultural agenda that doesn't offend our donors.
Right.
All these major corporations can slap a pride flag onto a pretty terrible agenda, but not really be there to stand up for policies that represent people.
Right.
And unfortunately, I think there hasn't been a change from that strategy. I mean, Schumer still leads the party.
This is the thing I cannot understand. How is that possible?
There's no gravity. There's no consequences.
Kolkata Chai has brand new tea bags. It is so easy. I literally don't have something very...
All right, we're going to pause it here, and we are going to do a phone bank in 15 minutes for Oliver Larkin, ladies and gentlemen. Unethical Reacts are back. You already know. Florida has a real opportunity to show the rest of the country that it's not going to be left behind. But we're going to have to put up a fight. And before I get into that, before I get into the Oliver Larkin phone bank that we're going to be doing, we're going to watch his full speech from the Chomp the Oligarchy rally. So here's what happened last night. Last night, they finally did the Chomp the Oligarchy rally. Elijah Manley, Oliver Larkin, Angie Nixon running for Senate. And basically, Florida businesses hit them with the same shit that they hit me in Denver. They made the mistake. They made the mistake of putting the name of the location of the venue that they were going to be doing this rally at initially. And so it got canceled. So they found a new sympathetic location. And I told Oliver not to put the name on the RSVP, the location, the venue on the RSVP. They put it anyway. That got canceled as well. Third time is the charm. They found a third place and they sent it out via RSVP. They sent the address via RSVP closer to the event. And this time it didn't get canceled. Luckily, let's take a look at this speech from Oliver.
Fort Lauderdale, let me hear you! What is up, everybody? It's so good to be here. Let's hear it again for all the other amazing speakers. I'm so proud to be joining you. This sounds an awful lot like a win on Tuesday. What is up, everybody? My name is Oliver Larkin. I'm a Democratic Socialist running for the United States Congress in Florida's District 25. It is so meaningful to be here with you in the city where I grew up, with my family, with my friends, with all of you here. Thank you so much for coming out. Thank you for believing in Florida. Are we ready to show the rest of the country what Florida is made of?
I also personally love the vibes of this event space because it looks so fucking... Why didn't you make it down for Oliver? Get it if you were tired. I mean, I can't. I'm one person. I'm one individual, one human being. Chatters. Okay?
We are a state of working class people with working class aspirations. Are we ready for Medicare for all? Are we ready for universal child care? Are we ready for paid family and medical leave? Are we ready for a $25 an hour minimum wage? Are we ready for free college? Are we ready for a Green New Deal? Are we ready to end U.S. military aid to Israel and end this genocide? This is what is inspiring this movement, not just here in South Florida, but all across the country. A new generation of leadership is stepping forward. The Democratic Socialists of America are filling the leadership vacuum that the Democratic Party, the corporate wing, has failed to stand up for the working class. So we're gonna do it our damn selves. You know, I don't want to dwell too long on my opponent because he's not why we are here, but I do just want to say a few words about Jared Moskowitz because he is not giving you all the opportunity to hear from him because he doesn't want to defend his record with a single public town hall, with a single debate, with a single forum. What do we think of that? I'm running against the first Democrat in the United States Congress to join Elon Musk's Doge Caucus. I'm running against a self-described, two-time appointed Ron DeSantis Democrat. Can anyone tell me what that means? I'm running against the only Democrat in our state delegation to vote for the Laken Riley Act after Donald Trump promised mass detention and deportation on the 2024 campaign trail. We are running to abolish and prosecute ICE. We are running to pass amnesty for our immigrant neighbors. We are running to protect TPS and keep our neighbors here. As a proud union organizer, someone who organized a union in my workplace with the News Guild Communication Workers of America, we are building a movement of labor solidarity. Just the other day, I was standing in this hot-ass suit on the picket line with 1199 SEIU workers. These workers are fighting for a fair contract with HCA, the largest private for-profit hospital corporation in the United States of America. And let me tell you about HCA. This is the for-profit hospital corporation that our United States Senator Rick Scott was CEO of when he committed the largest Medicare fraud in United States history.
Coming after Rick Scott. It was hot as fuck there, not gonna lie. Sean the Black. Yeah. I mean, it's Florida, baby. Again, remember, the Zoom room is probably opened up already. While I'm playing this, I think we have the link. Hopefully we're spamming the link, right? Hannah. I don't know where Hannah is, but yeah, we have the event. We have the event link. And at 3 in 7 minutes, we're gonna get into the phone bank. Here's the thing, guys. Listen. These guys have been tirelessly working. Okay, we have yet to secure a dub without national progressive endorsements. Okay. This is our opportunity to make this change, especially because Oliver obviously is one of my favorite candidates that we work with this cycle. I mean, he's incredible. And his opponent, Jared Moskowitz, is exceptionally bad. Like, Moskowitz is one of the worst Democrats in Congress, okay? First Democrat in the Doge Caucus, called himself a DeSantis Democrat, openly has said he is more to the right than Marco Rubio, super duper pro-Israel. One of the few Democrats that, I mean, I don't even want to call him a Democrat, really. He's basically a Republican. And it's not because the district that he's running in is, demanding this kind of politics. It's not. And that's precisely the reason why, for Larkin, poll after poll has shown on informed ballots, people go to Oliver Larkin by immense numbers. Okay? They prefer Larkin in this district over Moskowitz. And the issue is, Jared Moskowitz has name recognition as a Florida politician. And he's gotten a lot of outside expenditures from AIPAC affiliates. Okay? So our job is to smile and dial and get his name out there and get his policies out there. Okay? You guys are obviously very familiar with Larkin's policies. He damn near launched his campaign on this broadcast pretty much. And we've been pushing for him nonstop. He had really good moments on Fox News. We're saying no more to the Pinos, progressive in name only, and no more to the Dinos, Democrat in name only as well.
He pled the fifth 75 times and took a $300 million golden parachute to launch his political career. And you know what Jared Moskowitz does? He takes their corporate PAC donations. He trades their stocks. He's not fighting for the working class, so we're gonna do it. You know, so often the rest of the nation looks at Florida and says, "Oh, look at them down there. Let's play the Bugs Bunny gif of sawing it off the map." But we know that in our state, we are a diverse, working class community of people that love South Florida. We know what South Florida is capable of. We know that people come from all around the world to make the American dream a reality right here. And in South Florida, we have a responsibility to protect that dream, to fight for it, and to make sure that any form of discrimination, when it comes to Ron DeSantis trying to erase our LGBTQ street art, that we are gonna stand by our trans neighbors, by our queer neighbors, that we are gonna fight to pass the Transgender Equality Act, the Trans Healthcare Act, that when we see corporate Democrats that are so quick to excise parts of the political constituency that they feel is inconvenient, as soon as Republicans throw a punch, demonizing immigrants, demonizing our trans neighbors, corporate Democrats are quick to throw them to the curb. Is that right? No! Do we stand in solidarity with everyone that calls this community home? Yeah! Are we ready to fight for someone we don't know? Yeah! Then we are ready to move and elect a Democratic Socialist in Florida's 25th Congressional District. We're ready to elect Elijah Manley in Florida's 20th Congressional District. We're ready to send a working class mom of five and union organizer, Angie Nixon, to the United States Senate. This is what our state is made of, not the billionaires that want to make South Florida our playgrounds. When we see billionaires moving into our districts and the poverty rate rising, we see the manifestation of the income and wealth inequality that corporate Democrats are too busy trading congressional stocks and taking corporate PAC checks to do a damn thing about. That is why it is imperative for all of us to fight for these universal economic issues that we stand on. Medicare for all, universal child care, paid family and medical leave.
Unfortunately, your background is going to hurt him. You should separate yourself from his party, bro. Let him win by his own words. If that guy fucking pissed you off, you better join in on this goddamn Zoom call and you better smile and dial extra hard, okay? Because we got our work cut out for us. You don't know, you know nothing and are over 40, please take your meds.
$25 an hour minimum wage, and we pay for it by ending our addiction to militarism and warmongering abroad so that we can invest in our communities right here in South Florida. So listen, y'all, I think you get the idea of what we're fighting for, but let me tell you what it is going to take in the final 3 days of this election. We've got Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then we've got Tuesday to make history, not just in South Florida, but all across the country.
Yeah, and you don't need to be in Florida to be able to join this call, by the way. You can join from all around the world. You can join from wherever you want to. Okay. I'm joining the call right now. Okay, I'm on the call. All out for Oliver Larkin, mass, DSA mass call. I'm on the call. We're quickly upgrading. Oh. I think we might have reached the room's hard limit. Okay, we're gonna. Also, there were hella black leftists I met there too. There's so much appetite to be utilized around the nation. I agree.
You see Hasan?
Yeah, you can search.
Yes.
Okay.
Welcome.
I don't know.
Can
if
you
they
unmute yourself?
I can't.
No, he cannot.
Okay.
Now he can.
Okay, perfect.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hi. Hello.
All right. I hear that we had another good problem. There was, we hit the hard limit in the room or something. Is that correct?
Yeah, Zach's upgrading the Zoom room status now to
Tell you guys
lift the
beforehand.
capacity.
Every time we're gonna need more. There's gonna be even more. We only have 157 participants right now, but we're watching right now with 25,000 live viewers. You better get into this room right now after watching that incredible speech from Oliver Larkin from the rally that you guys were able to put together. I feel terrible that I unfortunately couldn't make it down there, but we're going to make up for that right now today by smiling and dialing.
I'm going to let everyone into the Zoom call.
Okay, I'll start the music.
Take it slow, but it's not typical. He already knows that my love is fire. His heart was a stone, but then his hands were on. I turned him to gold and it took him higher. Well, I'll be a daydream. I'll be your favorite things. We could be beautiful.
Get in there, chat. Get in there. You're nailing
Welcome,
it.
everyone. We are just about to get started.
Keep joining. Keep joining the call right now. Join the call right now. We only have 200. We're nearing 200 participants. That's nowhere near enough. We need more active participants. Do you want to defeat one of the most Republican adjacent, one of the most conservative Democrats in the country or not? Get those numbers up. As you guys know, there's nothing to fear. If you have social anxiety, as I've talked about a million times over, if you have social anxiety, this is a perfect way to overcome said social anxiety, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and
It's
MBs.
so exciting to see everyone share what DSA chapter you're coming from in the chat. Welcome, everyone. My name is Sid Carlson White. I am a member of DSA's National Political Committee in New York City, DSA. And it is extremely exciting to see so many folks here to make calls for Oliver Larkin as we head into the final stretch of our congressional election to send one more socialist to Congress in Florida. So it is wonderful to have everyone here. We're going to be hearing from a number of speakers, including representatives from DSA, Sunrise Movement, the great Hasan Piker, and of course, Oliver Larkin himself, as we talk about what it's going to take to send one more candidate over the line in Florida. So I'm here from DSA, and it has just been so incredible all the way back a year ago in August to watch this campaign develop, to watch how Oliver and the DSA chapters across South Florida were so remarkable in terms of putting all of this together, talking to voters, standing up to AIPAC after everything that's happened to this campaign, from Governor DeSantis completely destroying the districts to venues kicking the campaign out at the last moment to try to stop our movement. None of that would be possible without the work of DSA comrades putting this campaign together. And that's what this is all about, right? Socialism cannot just happen in one place. It takes a mass movement of working people from coast to coast to be able to come together to say, these are the things that we believe, this is what we're fighting for, and send socialists to office wherever we are.
What if I'm
Why does
suited?
this
It's
matter?
easier.
As you know, DSA just passed its Workers Deserve More program, updated this year to show what we are fighting for across the country. We're fighting for actual democratic representation for all people. We're fighting against the power of the police in our cities. We're fighting against ICE, and we're fighting for a free Palestine. DSA's Workers Deserve More program is the thing that holds all of this together.
Let's get those
It
numbers
shows
up.
that we
300
are
is not
running,
enough. Let's
and
get to
we're not
400.
winning just on vibes. Vibes are great. We've got a lot of vibes. But we are running on the real principles, the real demands that working people need
Yes, there's
in
a
order
FAQ.
to flourish in this
Yes,
country.
we're going to give you the
We
talking
are running
points you
on the
need.
issues that matter, and we are running in New York, we are running in Denver, we are running in Missouri, and we are absolutely running in South Florida as well. DSA isn't like other groups. DSA does not endorse to slap our stamp on literature and call it a day. We are trying to build these
anti-trot
campaigns
sentiment.
from the ground up, and we are succeeding. DSA campaigns win because DSA's people power has regular people like you and me going door to door and saying, yes, I really believe in this. Yes, we really do believe in getting rid of the Senate. Yes, we really do believe in fighting the power of the police. Yes, we really do believe all of these things. And that is what it actually takes to win elections. Regular people like you and me. I trained dozens, if not hundreds of people how to knock doors and make calls for Zohran Mamdani in New York. And I went to so many people and said, you don't need to know every single talking point. You don't need to know the entire history of DSA. You need to show up with what we call red sincerity. The sincerity of us as socialists, that we are here not because we are getting paid, but because we care about the things that we are fighting for, and we have champions that truly believe not just in DSA as a label, but DSA as a political program that will liberate the working class.
You can join from anywhere around the world,
It is
remember.
great to see everyone here. Thank you again to all of my comrades in DSA, especially Veronica, Connell, all of our Zoom managers who put this together and made this happen. And we are so excited to hear from everyone else. Ramon from Sunrise, you want to take it away?
Yeah, happy to. Thank you, Sid. Very, very inspiring. Hi, folks. It's an honor to be here. My name is Ramon Pereira Bonilla. I use they, he pronouns. I am Sunrise's field organizer. I'm actually based out of Orlando, Florida. So after having done a full half year of primary races from Philadelphia to Colorado to New York City and most recently Michigan, it's nice to be back home and be putting it in for a local Floridian in Oliver Larkin. I want to talk a little bit about what Sunrise Movement does and how we actually relate to the DSA. I am a DSA member. I'm a proud dues-paying DSA member of the Orlando DSA. And we know at Sunrise that electoral politics is important. That's why we've endorsed countless candidates, why we've shown up, made thousands, hundreds of thousands of phone calls, to help get these candidates elected. However, I think most people on this call would agree that we're not just simply going to vote our way out of fascism. And in fact, we need to be ready and practice the skills that it takes alongside building and gaining political power, namely nonviolent direct action and non-cooperative work. Right now, Sunrise is primarily focused on the fact that Donald Trump is likely to steal the election or try to steal the election in November, and what our movement can do in response to that. Again, this is nonviolent direct action. So these are things that are actually have a rich history in the United States, namely the civil rights movements, but other workers' movements as such in the US and abroad. And so if folks are interested in continuing this amazing work of electing great champions to Congress and to Senate, but also thinking about how they can have a direct impact and be in the streets in a way that's effective and also works hand in hand with the electoral programs that we have going both at the DSA and at Sunrise. I would really encourage you to check out the link I just dropped in the chat. That's smvmt.org/join. You can learn all about the work that we do and why it goes so in hand so well with the DSA and this amazing electoral work. And so I'm so grateful to see you all here, and I'm so excited to make these calls. And one last thing I'll say before I hop off, as a Floridian, do not, if you're from out of state, do not buy the propaganda. Floridians are populist as hell. We love like a high minimum wage. The same year that in 2020, the same year that we elected to like vote for Donald Trump, we also voted over 60% to raise our minimum wage in this state. People in Florida actually deeply resonate with Oliver Larkin's policies. It's just a matter of getting through that first few seconds and getting them to like listen to what you're saying. And I guarantee you'll have some really awesome conversations with some folks who you maybe didn't expect to. So thank you all so much for being here. And with that, I'll hand it over.
Thank you so much. It has been so exciting to work with our comrades in Sunrise across the movement in all of these campaigns. And of course, thank you for showing up on short notice. Hasan Piker, you want to take it away for us here?
Of course. It's a real great honor to be here with you guys. I'm very excited about the prospect of electing another very bold socialist that's going to put the needs of the working class in this country over the needs of the likes of Ron DeSantis and numerous corporate entities. Oliver Larkin is that guy. Many in my community are already very familiar with Oliver. He's been around the block. We've collaborated, and he has been endlessly and tirelessly organizing in Florida, regardless of the fact that the national progressives have not paid close attention to any of the Florida races, as a matter of fact. And I want to talk about that a little bit. I know Oliver mentioned that at his rally as well in his speech. But the reality is, for far too long, I think, especially after Obama won Florida and then Florida turned red and never to turn blue again, the National Democratic Party completely left Florida behind. And this is an unfortunate reality for many of these southern states. But the reality is, the reason as to why Florida has not voted in a bold or radical candidate, someone like Oliver, is partially because I think people have just lost faith in their elected representatives. And that's what we're seeking to change here. Because this is not just going to be about taking out one of the most conservative Democrats, a Ron DeSantis Democrat, a Democrat who calls himself to the right of, considers himself to be to the right of Marco Rubio, one who takes your productive output, your tax dollars, and ships it overseas, specifically to Israel, someone who has been very much in favor of the Iran war. Jared Moskowitz, of course, who I'm talking about. But it's also a message that we can deliver to the rest of the country as well, that we go where the workers are. And workers are all around the country, and Florida is no different. We have to restore faith in our elected representatives, and Oliver is the right guy to do that. Oliver is a fighter, and I think right now more than ever, Florida needs fighters to put their interests first, not the interests of corporations. Fighters that will defend our neighbors, whether they be trans neighbors that are now victim in the culture wars that Ron DeSantis is a loyal servant of, or our undocumented neighbors that are in the crosshairs of this white nativistic anti-immigrant agenda that's ripping through every state, Florida not being any different than that. I'm sure some of you might have seen the Haitian business owner who ended up voting for Donald Trump because he thought Donald Trump was going to deliver a pro-business agenda. And now his family is under threat. His neighborhood is under threat. We protect those people as well. It doesn't matter who you voted for. What matters is becoming a part of this broad movement. And I know that our agenda, our movement, a national movement, a movement that is going to put people first, the working class individuals of this country first, can work everywhere in this country, including forgotten places like Florida. For far too long, I think the reactionary Republicans have been able to take advantage of our disinterest, our lack of interest, or our lack of hope, a hope for a better future. And that is precisely the reason why they've defeated Democrats over and over again. I think Jared Moskowitz and Democrats like him have played a formative role in this defeat. They've played into this role. I think I could probably say the same thing about Debbie Wasserman Schultz as well, who Elijah Manley is running against. We can change that reality. And we can only change that reality if every single person in my chat, every single person in the Zoom call smiles and dials. Because we look at the polls, right? We look at the polls, we look at the outside expenditures, and obviously in this race in particular, there's been a lot of money that has rushed in to this district in the last month or so. Part of that is a testament to your success so far. You've been out there pounding the pavement, putting on your best shoes, and knocking on doors, spreading the good word. And obviously that hasn't gone unnoticed by the Moskowitz team. And that's precisely the reason why AIPAC and AIPAC subsidiaries have dumped hundreds of thousands of dollars into this race. But the one thing we can do is defeat that moneyed interest, because organized people will always defeat organized money. While we are outgunned while we are outgunned, we are not outmatched. So what we have to do now is tell every single person in this district the good word, spread the good word, talk about Oliver's policies, and differentiate him from Jared Moskowitz. The reason why I bring this up is because early on, even when this race before the redistricting was in a separate district, which was not even as favorable as the current district is, informed ballots showed over and over again that the people in this district would prefer Oliver Larkin once they learned more about him. So it's very important for a lot of you to participate in this process and explain to people that if you want someone who's going to stand up to ICE, you need to vote for Oliver Larkin over Jared Moskowitz. If you want someone who's going to fight like hell for Medicare for all, you need to vote for Oliver Larkin instead of Jared Moskowitz. He's going to become a very important part of this coalition. It's a national coalition. And the other thing I want to say is because I've been yapping for a while, the last thing I want to say is this, okay? We watched a lot of these races all around the country. Some of them we lost. Some of them we won. We had a lot of major upset victories, okay? But the one thing I will always point back to is the Daria Liza campaign, okay? All polls showed her trailing behind Adriana Espaillat. And one thing that we were able to do with the rest of DSA, New York City, and numerous other folks, kind-hearted individuals who wanted to participate in this process, we launched a bunch of phone banks in the days leading up to that election. And Daria Liza ended up winning by the margin of victory that those phone banks actually contributed to. She won by more than 2,000 votes, and those last couple of days of phone banks were exactly the number of conversions that we saw in our operations when we called people up and down that district. So you actually can make an impact. You can make an impact for Florida, and you can make an impact for yourself. You can make an impact to participate in this broader national movement, this endless struggle. All right? And on that note, I'm going to hand the microphone off to my friend, Oliver Larkin, to fire up the troops.
Thank you so much, Hasan. Thank you for everything that you've done to support our campaign and other Democratic Socialist candidates that are achieving these incredible victories all across the country with the volunteer support, with the phone calls, the dials that you all are putting in. So Hasan said enough about me and our platform and what we're doing here. I want to talk about DSA. I want to talk about all of you and what an incredible partnership this campaign has been with our South Florida DSA chapters and those of you all across the country. When this campaign started, we began as the Broward DSA chapter that I'm a proud member of, as a dues-paying DSA member since 2020, and someone who's identified as a Democratic Socialist for over a decade. I knew that if we were going to make lasting political change in South Florida, it could not just be tied to one singular electoral campaign, that we had to build an infrastructure in real time, an organizing infrastructure and a membership structure that was going to contribute not only to one election on August 18th, but how we are going to transform South Florida and be part of the revolution all across this country of taking power back from the corporate billionaire masters that are in control of our government, that are sending billions of dollars every single day over into Israel, into Iran. They're taking our taxpayer dollars and just fueling this war machine, this military industrial complex, and this profit motive that exists in so many different facets of American society. And the way that our DSA chapters have been able to step in, from leading our communication strategy to our field organizing strategy, in partnership with Miami, Broward, and Palm Beach Treasure Coast DSA, we formed a tri-county electoral working group across the 25th Congressional District, where we have regional co-leads representing the leadership of our DSA chapters locally that are launching our canvases in 4 different launch locations on any given day, in the morning, in the afternoon, as well as leading these incredible phone banks. And what that is doing in real time is not only bringing the message of democratic socialism in this campaign to the Democratic voters in the 25th Congressional District, we're also training in real time the next generation of organizers, of community leaders, of activists to take an active role in the political process, not just for one congressional race, but how we are going to transform South Florida in the heart of Zionism, of anti-Palestinian discrimination. We've seen it with the investments that Palm Beach County has made, the largest municipal investor in Israel bonds in the world, with over $1 billion invested. In Florida Atlantic University, where Jared Moskowitz recommended a private prison executive to become president of that public university as the largest university investor in Israel bonds. And at the same time, we see the standard of living decline in South Florida. We see the Miami metropolitan area surpass New York City in terms of cost of living. And we don't have New York City wages in South Florida. We have Ron DeSantis and 30 years of Republican rule in Tallahassee wages. And so this is the void that the Democratic Socialists of America is stepping into, where the corporate Democratic Party has failed to fight for the working class, despite the popularity of a $15 an hour minimum wage that over 60% of Floridians supported in 2020, despite the fact that over 60% of Floridians voted to restore voting rights to over 1 million returning citizens in 2018. Floridians agree with progressive policies. We are a working class state, as is any other state in the country. There is one majority that exists wherever you go. It is the working class. And this is where the Democratic Socialists of America is stepping in. We've been so proud to partner with them locally and nationally for this campaign to transform South Florida, to transform American politics. And what you all are doing right now is contacting the voters that we need to turn out tomorrow with early voting, the final day of early voting in the Tri-County area on Sunday, August 16th, and making sure that if they don't turn out on Sunday, that they turn out on Tuesday, with polls opening at 7 o'clock in the morning, closing at 7 p.m. at night. But as long as you're in line by that 7 p.m. hour, you stay in line, you cast your ballot. What we're seeing right now, to level set, is an overwhelming majority of early voters and vote by mail is overrepresented by the older 65 plus community. We need to get people under 35 that are receptive to this vision, that agree with the Democratic Socialists of America on these policies, on Medicare for all, on abolishing and prosecuting ICE, on ending U.S. military aid to Israel, irrespective of whether it is labeled as offensive or defensive weaponry, no military funding to Israel when it is committing a genocide and expanding an apartheid regime. This is a message that resonates. What AIPAC would have you believe about South Florida is that these kind of politics aren't palatable here. But what we see in our polling and in our day-to-day conversations at the doors and on the phones is that voters are struggling to afford the cost of living. They're worried about paying their property insurance. They're worried about paying their rent. They're worried about being pushed out of this community because it is bought and paid for by the same billionaires that are fueling these AIPAC donations that are corrupting American politics. So we have an opportunity to change it on Tuesday. Jared Moskowitz is vulnerable for AIPAC and a litany of other issues that has shown that he is not willing to serve the people of South Florida. He's not even willing to stand before them and answer to why he joined DOJ, why he voted for the Laken Riley Act. And what we've seen in recent weeks is not only $650,000 from Wall Street, from OpenAI, from Palantir, pouring money in super PAC ads into this election. We've also seen a campaign of intimidation, harassment, and Islamophobia that attempted to silence us with our Chomp the Oligarchy rally last night, where we welcomed one of my personal heroes, Representative Rashida Tlaib, to this 25th congressional district to rally in solidarity with our campaign, with Elijah Manley in the 20th congressional district, and with the United States Senate candidate Angie Nixon. We saw corporate Democrats, Zionist Democrats like State Representative Michael Gottlieb, working hand in glove with Islamophobes and far-right bigots like Laura Loomer and Representative Randy Fine to cancel not one, but two venues on us. But we were resilient, we prevailed, and what we did last night was have a standing room only capacity crowd of nearly 400 South Floridians that are hungry for change. And the national media is taking notice of this race. Just before I got on this call, I finished yet another interview on Fox News where I was going toe-to-toe with Tommy Loren and Clay Travis and all of the goons they have spewing their xenophobic, anti-immigrant propaganda. And what we're showing in this race, not only winning a Democratic primary, but going into a general election and taking on the Republican Party and winning, is that Democratic Socialist messages are not just for the deep blue districts in this country. It is for everywhere, because we need to change. We need to transform the political party structure in this country. We need to transform this economic system away from capitalism that is destroying human life and the planet. We need an alternative. This is what we are dialing to provide over these next 3 days. So without further ado, I just want to thank each and every one of you for showing up. What we are seeing on the ground here is unprecedented in the modern political history of South Florida, but it's because there's such a ravenous appetite for change. And that is what you all are delivering with the messages over the phone. So without further ado, let's get to it. Sid, I will throw it back to you. And I'm so, so grateful for each and every one of you here. Solidarity, comrades. Let's run through the tape on Tuesday, August 18th. Let's win this election.
That was one of the most inspiring things I have heard from any of our candidates all year. Thank you, Oliver, for speaking to us. Thank you for putting this together.
Blaze.
Thank you for bringing this campaign to this point. Before we go to the phones, I want to remind everyone in this room that we are the agents of history. We are the people that are saying that we have had enough. We are not fascist Republicans who are just doing whatever big business says. We are not fascist Democrats who are doing just whatever big business says. We are the ones that are choosing the direction that our future is going to go, and we are not saying we are going to agree to disagree with the people that want to deport every immigrant in this country. We are not going to agree to disagree with Zionism. We are going to agree with each other to fight all of these things that are holding all of us back. I am ready to hand it over to the host of our phone bank training. And if you are ready to start, you can get screen share privileges. Let's keep moving. Thank you, everyone.
All right, amazing. Hi, everyone. My name is Felipe. I am the field director for the Oliver Larkin campaign, also Broward DSA member, since I moved to the US. And so very glad to be here with all of you, this time phone banking for a candidate here in South Florida. So I want to get right to it. I am sending the call list on the chat and sharing my screen for folks that don't know how to use Scale to Win before, I think we have a great script and we're ready to get started to make calls. There will be further assistance and resources as we go, but I have sent the link in the chat. Once you click on that, you should be able to see this screen. If you've never used Scale to Win before, I will walk through the steps, but basically you're able to make calls
Super
with
simple,
whatever
chat.
device that you're using, be it your phone, your laptop, or a combination
Look
of
how
both
easy
of
it is.
them. Whether you click to call with this device and you can start making calls right away, or you can combine your laptop or computer to see the script and use your phone for audio. But before we do that, we are going to preview the script, which is what I recommend to everyone before we start making calls. So once you click preview script, you will see this screen. This green bar here on top is going to show up when people pick up the phone, but obviously we're just previewing it over here. Whenever someone picks up, you will also hear a chime, and sometimes there might be a delay. So whenever you see this screen, you can assume that someone has already said, hello, who am I speaking to, and so on. This first page here, it is very important that you introduce yourself and that you confirm that you're talking to the correct person. The script does not move on until you confirm that you're talking to the correct person. And this is really helpful for us because we are calling voters in our universe for a Democratic primary. So only Democrats can vote. We are not going to be calling any Republicans. If someone who comes up who is not the correct name on their list, you can click wrong number or any of these other options here. Pretty self-explanatory, but we only advance with the script once we have confirmed that we are talking to the correct person. So sending the list. Yes, Florida is a closed primary. So the script has both English and Spanish, but if you run into someone who is monolingual and speaks only Spanish, you can also mark the language barrier in Spanish here, and it will be sent to our targeted list with our Spanish-speaking callers. On the right side here, we have a tab where you have information that stays on, both about the election, the voter that you're speaking to, and some quick talking points about Oliver and against Moskowitz. This is something that you can close or open at any time. Once you confirm that you are talking to the correct person, the next part of the script will be getting to asking them if they know who they're voting for in this primary. Listen, guys, it is very important that we are making these calls because Moskowitz has been ignoring us this entire campaign, and he's trying to trick the voters, especially the older voters, into thinking that he's running against Trump when we have a Democratic primary that is competitive, that is about very different ideas and visions for both the party and the country. And we want to get folks talking about our candidate who is fighting to get corporate money out of politics, to abolish ICE, to pass Medicare for all, and invest in universal child care instead of giving providing bailouts to corporations or sending money and resources to wars abroad. Oliver is an organizer. He's a union man, and he has been in Florida his whole life fighting for the voting rights and against these private interests. Again, the script also is provided in Spanish, but these are all resources, like Sid mentioned, Red Sincerity, speaking as a volunteer, as someone who is here because they want to, has been what is the most impactful thing and the most successful in convincing folks to vote for Oliver. As you guys must
What do you mean
be
you're
familiar,
gonna do the next
this
phone
isn't
bank?
just
Do
a
this
yes
one.
or no, but we are assessing
Midwest
their
Nice.
level of
Join
support.
this phone bank. You can do
from
it.
Strong support to strong oppose.
It's super
as well as
easy.
the two options for some
It's
of
like
the
a
people who
game.
might have already voted today and have just made it to our list. Now, Oliver mentioned early voting is going on. It ends tomorrow. It is very, very important that we're getting these people to vote either tomorrow or on Tuesday. So whether they are strong support or lean support, the next page will allow you to assist them to find the best early voting locations. So where it says city, county here, this is a variable, so you'll be able to see who you're talking to, where they're talking from. You can also see this information again in the sidebar here to the side. But there are different times for the 3 counties, and these are just the closest locations. It's not a comprehensive list, but this is the closest locations to the district where people can vote early. In Florida, during early voting, you can vote. Vote in any of the early voting locations, but during election day, you have to vote in your polling place that you are assigned to. So once you're in this section of the script where you're asking folks if they know where they're going to do their early voting, if they confirm that they're moving forward with an early voting plan, you can also help them find the most, the best polling location for them if they're interested in sharing their address, so we can get the best location for them to make a concrete plan to get out the vote. Whether you help them get the specific one or just provide the general area, that will be the end of the script for this part. If folks are undecided, sorry, let me go back. If folks are undecided or lean opposed, you're able to send them more information about the stakes of this race and where to find Oliver's website, read more into his issues, and really try to convince them about the differences between Oliver as a tribune of the people and Moskowitz as a guy who represents his donors. You can send this text directly to the folks that we're calling, and this also wraps up the script, and we're ready to move on to the next call. If folks are, strong opposed, that ends up the script. We have a lot of people to talk to, but one thing that I will point out is that our phone banks have been really successful. We've tried to narrow down this list, but you might have some folks who have complained that we're calling them too much. That is just the success of our field program and the number of calls that we've been making as we move on. So we're assessing folks.
It's okay if your high
in their,
Floridians are
support
huge
for Oliver,
potheads. Yes.
helping them make a field plan. Helping them make
Yes.
a vote plan, and getting them to make the
True.
plan for either tomorrow or election day with their polling place. I believe the call link is
You can do it
is
suited.
linked
It's
now
fine.
to the chat. It should be pinned or something. But I will have a screen that is showing how many calls we are making.
And I want to hear
as we
stories. I want to
go.
hear stories of conversions. I
So,
want people.
I guess
I
I
love
either
hearing
pass it
from
back to
the
Sid,
voters
or,
that you talk to that
we
are like,
stay
damn, I'm going to
here
go out and
while we
vote, or
watch, the number of calls go
or
up.
damn, I'm never voting for him.
Yep, we are ready to get calling. If you have any questions for a bit, you can message me or Felipe, and we'll be able to figure it out. And just get ready to get moving here. These are exciting phone banks. There are very good conversations to have, and bring your most sincere selves. The joyous work continues.
All right. I used a posh accent. The lady complimented it, yapped, and talking points flowed naturally. Hell yeah. Okay. All right. I think I can leave now. I'm going to leave the call now. But get to smiling and then dialing, okay? How late does the call go? It just goes on for the whole day. Can you dance to the Indian Kirk song while we call? No. You won't listen to my stories, so you just ignore me in the chat all the time. Says socialist arborist. Trees only get into your pipes if you have a leak. Nah, as an arborist, let it rot. And grinding a stump doesn't get rid of all the roots. Thank you, socialist arborist, for informing me about my stupid opinion on why people get rid of the stumps from literally 2 hours ago. He's a lumbers guy. Yeah. I'm a lumbers guy. I'm a one issue chatter. I know you like the lumber. Patrick Bet David. Lamau, you actually read my shit? I did. I'm a lumber guy. Can you also promote canvassing and phone banks for the upcoming NDP by-elections in Canada for all the Canadian chatters? I don't know if I'm allowed to do that because I feel like I don't know enough about Canadian election laws, and I don't know if that is considered foreign interference. And considering that I'm already banned from the UK, I don't want to get banned from other parts of the Commonwealth as well. That is a real fear that I have. I am genuinely fearful that I'm going to get fucking banned from Canada because the Canadian APAC, I forget what it's called. Was it CEJA? I think it's interference. Don't do it. John Oliver had a whole bit about this. Yeah, see? Socialist Adri says, you are good. Yeah, here, let's watch this. This is why we do the phone banks.
So first up, hi, I'm Christian. I'm on the NPC of DSA. Hell yeah, hell yeah. That stream, so when we did that phone bank last night, yeah, we were kind of like, maybe we get lucky, maybe not. No, we pumped 600 fucking people. 90,000 calls. If Darwin wins this race, that bang. You hear that, Chad? That bang. I fucking told you. Y'all did this. We did this. Yes. Everybody did this. I told you.
This was another one of those like very funny moments where people were like, excuse me, why are you even saying that? Like, yeah, the Hasan's endorsement. And it's like, no, it's not my endorsement. It's all of our work. 90K calls and I got called 40 times. Wait, really? You got called? What do you want? What do you want? I'm not bakmıyorum oraya. Bakmıyorum oraya. Siktir git. Siktir git. Bakmıyorum. Oğlum gözlerime bakmıyor. My brother is here and he's trying to hit me with one of these and I'm simply not looking over there. Murat. Oğlum baksana gözüme. I'm 35 years old and he's 33 years old, by the way. I did. I doxed your age. This is it's crazy how childish he is. Did you just do yeah, he's such a fucking child. He's such a goddamn child. No, this is like the fuck you in Turkey. Like instead of this, we do that. I mean, we do this too, but we mostly do this, right? And for Murat, fuck coming in. So basically, we turned it into Al bakalım. Isn't he married too? Yeah, he is. Yes. It's basically like this. Okay, we've turned this game that Americans have to this. Al baktı. You looked. And we do it all the time. It's ridiculous. I mean, again, I'm 35 years old and we still do it. Nah çekti.
Very unique has happened over the past 30 years where a disproportionate amount of power and capital has been allocated to two different things. And I call it more broadly tech and Wall Street.
Yeah.
The amount of sort of both political capital and capital those two buckets have.
Yeah.
There is a particular LinkedIn class that is connected to both tech and Wall Street.
Yeah.
And
and now
push
tech
the
is
buttons.
Wall Street.
Yes.
Look at the 7 companies that are driving the S&P 500 growth. And it's all these it's Silicon Valley now.
Correct.
And then that shows up in the areas where I grew up with the physical infrastructure of data centers. And right now, that was one vision of putting together a political coalition that we know fails now.
Yes.
But when you have Wall Street and tech building out these data centers in all of the places where the Democrats lost.
Loomer delighted that Neera Tanden is sharing her posts with insane tropes in them. Apparently, the Democrats are fighting amongst themselves because some of them are sharing my posts about how toxic the Islamic communists are. The Islamic communists say those Democrats are Loomer Democrats. Shout out to my Loomer Democrats who understand you can't be a progressive while supporting the biggest patriarchy of all, Islam. That's awesome. Yeah, no, Neera Tanden is a Loomer Democrat. It's true. And Laura Loomer is now delighted that Neera Tanden is sharing her posts with the insane tropes in them. Like, Neera Tanden literally shared a post where Laura Loomer suggested that I was doing Islamic taqiyya, which she called ninja taqiyya. Like, I just, it's so insane. Like, can you imagine if I did that for any other, for Neera Tanden? Like, if someone was like saying horrifyingly racist shit about like Indian people and I retweeted it about Neera Tanden, what do you think Neera Tanden would do? First of all, she would be on CNN the next morning being like, Hasan Piker is the biggest racist in the United States of America. He's a Klansman. She'd be on Fox News. She'd be on CNN. She'd be on MS Now talking about how I'm the biggest racist on the planet. She can get to retweet MAGA's biggest fucking psycho, Laura Loomer, saying that I'm like doing ninja taqiyya, like hiding as a Muslim. Yeah, Neera hyping the taqiyya trope is reminding me of two things. One, it was popularized in the U.S. as a way to suggest that Obama was a secret Muslim. Two, Tanden was the deputy campaign manager of 2008 when it was accused of spreading rumors that Obama was a secret Muslim. Yeah. Like, what do we have? It actually is crazy. She's consistent. No, I just like we can't have anything. Like, there's no progressive movement. There's no liberalism if like the top liberal is doing shit like this. It's actually psychotic. Board of the most prominent, supposedly progressive liberal think tank in Washington, D.C.
Lost. I am seeing a coalition of people coming together that is right and left, saying no to big tech, no to flock cameras. And if the Democrats don't pay attention to that and realize that there is a coalition right there in the places you have lost, but you got to take a stand against the corporate donation, against corporate donors, against tech. It's right there for the taking.
That is the strange Venn diagram that I have seen where both left and right, it can be hardcore red, hardcore blue. Both sides are equally like, fuck AI data centers.
Yeah.
Based on your reporting, what is that? What is this huge middle finger to these?
Yeah.
Essentially, these big ass server racks that suck up all this water.
There's no other issue where the mask has been completely off and the agenda of these companies is totally visible. I'll give another example from coverage with More Perfect Union.
Yes.
We go to cover a data center proposal going into Mingo County, West Virginia, Mingo and Logan County.
Yes.
These are the coal fields. They are used to big companies coming in, taking all the wealth and leaving a mess. In the process of shooting that,
we've already called their entire initial list crazy work. Hell yeah. Let's keep pumping those numbers. Time to smile and dial again. Smile and redial, baby.
We spoke to a woman in a minivan pulled over on the side of the road with a big 5-gallon jug, getting water out of a pipe coming out of a mountain. And that is the only drinking water. She comes there 3 times a week to get drinking water for her family.
Do you see what I mean, by the way, when going back to the previous point that I was making about like white people living like this? I mean, it's so wild because like half of the white people that voted for this literally voted because they were voting in an anti-black manner, ironically enough. But like, they're living in third world conditions too. Is actually insane. This is a first world country. This is supposed to be a first world country. It's supposed to be a developed nation.
That's how she gets drinking water in the coal fields of West Virginia. They want to stick a data center there and say, hey, you go get your water out of a mountain. We're going to give all the clean water that you've been denied for decades to a data center. It's a mask off moment where people can see what side you really are on.
I also think it's the first time we've seen technology be presented in such a way where people are like, no, I get how AI makes you rich.
Yeah.
How the fuck does this make me rich?
Yeah. That's the other thing about it, man. It's
Are you or are you not white today? Buddy, look at me. Look at my face. What do you think? You know, this is not something that I can run away from, right? Like, it's just, I look the way I look. I am white. I got fucking freckles on my face, motherfucker. I tell people I'm white all the time. I cannot believe that so many sweaty fucking losers constantly are like, Hasan, he's white one day and not white the next day. I am white, motherfucker. I'm white. But I'm also Muslim. It's you that doesn't think Islam and white is compatible. That's the problem. You are fucking, see, you're doing it. You're doing it. You literally did it. Look, Hasan from Turkey, ... Okay. These racist cocksucker motherfuckers, bro. I swear to God, they literally will be like, oh, he's a racial chameleon. One day he says he's white. The next day he says he's brown. It's like, no, I just say I'm white. You don't think so. You don't think so. Many other people disagree with you. I'm not white and you're in denial. Okay, buddy. What am I supposed to do? Run around and be like, I'm a brown man. I'm a brown man in America. That would be fucking ridiculous. Right? That'd be fucking ridiculous. I'd look like a psycho. Can you imagine if I ran around being like, I'm a brown man in America. I know what it's like. That'd be so funny. If I just...
like, you know, I see people like, oh, well... This is how companies operate, right? Yeah. They come to areas where they already made a mess, where people are desperate for jobs. And a lot of people will say like, hey, we need these jobs. But AI data centers are literally a job-killing supercomputer.
Totally.
That's what it does.
Yeah.
That's how they sell it on Wall Street. And people know this. There's no jobs in there, man.
So if you're a grocery store worker, you work at a fast food company, if you even do clerical work at your local school or dentist's office. Here's my question.
Yeah.
And you're reporting, right? You're speaking with all these Trump voters, but if you do you remember the inauguration?
Yeah.
Essentially, the FANG stocks were right behind him.
Right there.
And you would think the way Donald Trump positioned himself, it would be like cowboy hat, no shade to you mullet, dude. Like, you know what I mean?
Like, hey.
Like he would have signaled like, Hey,
here you are up on stage with
Cowboy
me.
Stadium behind me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm America's team. But he basically had the top 10 companies in the S&P 500.
Yeah, like
right behind
Elon
him.
Musk is like tweaking out on ketamine.
Sure.
Zuckerberg, 1,000-yard stare.
But
just weird.
But the head of Apple, the head of Amazon.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Tim Apple.
And so Tim Apple. But my question is that when you talk to the people that voted for Donald Trump and they watched the inauguration, that scene signaled something to me. What did that scene signal to them in your reporting?
Well, that's the thing that a lot of people assume. A lot of people assume that doesn't land with Trump voters. It absolutely does. But for it to mean anything politically, you have to have a political movement that's pointing that out. That says, there they are on his side, and here I am on your side.
Yeah.
Is the Democratic Party doing that? Or are they kind of trying to hold on to this coalition that's now lost umpteen elections and avoiding taking a stand against the people who are standing behind Donald Trump? I think you have to draw it in a line in the sand. But thankfully now we've seen a movement of that happening. I mean, you have Zohran Mamdani winning in New York City, but it's not only that, but now we see candidates from that model succeeding everywhere. Michigan, Colorado. And I think that can succeed everywhere. And, something that has been less examined is the fact that there are little blue cities all over red states where you can make government deliver for people, where you can take back some of the public sphere and say, you can expect excellent public services. And we're also going to take a stand against data centers and flock cameras coming into town. And I think that would sweep Huntington, West Virginia, Wheeling, West Virginia, little towns all across this country. And, that's something haven't seen a wave of it happening, but I think it's possible.
So I got a question for you. I don't have the answer to it, but there's two states that
Me neither.
are Hey, look, join me, man.
Yeah, please.
Well, there's two states that I don't fully get, but I'd love your analysis on. If you look at two states, there's North Carolina and there's Kentucky. Those are two states where the governor will be Democrat, but the state voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
What do you think's happening there?
Yeah, I can relate that back to covering Elliott County in Kentucky because Andy Beshear, at the same time that Elliott County voted, that's 144 years for Democrats, then Donald Trump.
Why
Same
are
time
you
they
a
voted for Donald
terrorist?
Trump.
I am not a member of the Israeli occupying forces. You must have gotten you. It's a classic mistake. People do this all the time. They think I'm a part of the IOF. I'm not. So.
They also voted for Andy Beshear.
That Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, a Democrat, has been reelected.
Wrong
This is
stream,
a
buddy.
Very
Wrong stream.
significant win for Democrats. Beshear, who ran as a defender of abortion rights in a largely Republican Commonwealth, Kentucky, is defeating Republican attorney.
How come you say Iranians are brown but Turks are white? Really curious, not trying to be a dick. Brother, not every Turk is white. Look at my uncle, bro. Would you say Cenk is white? No, of course not. I'm just saying I'm white because I fucking look white. What do you mean? Why is this such a fucking sore spot for so many people? Like, look at him. That's my motherfucking uncle, okay? Why is Jake not white? Because he's fat? Yeah, that's why. That's crazy. I actually did kind of consider Jake white. I mean, I guess. Just a very tan white, I guess. I'm a simple man. I look at your skin color. That's it. Like, to me, his skin color is brown. Mine is white. It doesn't mean anything. It's just like, he could pass. He could say he's white. And I don't think that would be that crazy. But if I said I'm brown, people are going to be like, the fuck are you talking about? Do you see what I mean? How is Abdul brown then? Dog. Really? Like, he's Egyptian, brother. What are you talking about? He's not even Lebanese. Like, if you're Lebanese, you can at least get away with it. You know what I mean? Maybe I don't know. Maybe I see something different. What is this discourse? Hasan, why do you hate brown people? Man. Having this conversation with a majority white chat is painful. True. One episode of Aşk-ı Memnu is going to break their brain. Selçuk Yöntem and Kıvanç Tatlıtuğ, both Turkish, would be insane for them. Yeah, because the Ottoman Empire was a fucking very diverse empire. Okay? It spanned across many regions. So there's like blonde Turks, there's brown Turks, you know what I mean? There's like Turkish people, there's a whole range of different ethnicities and different races if you want to break it down to haplogroups. Hasanabi looking mad biracial today. Okay. The real truth that no one wants to recognize is that Turks are Asian. That's right. Technically, my people are from the Asian steppe. That's what the real truth is. Like my cousin, you guys might have seen him before. Like he has like Crimean Tatar, like way more in his ancestry. So he straight up, my first cousin, he looks way more Asian than I do. He's got what's it called with the eyes? Like he got is it monolid? Like his eyes are way more like the folds, he got epicanthic folds. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, Turks are the OG Wasians if you really want to think about it like that. We're the OG, we are the Wasian Gattaca. Going back to what I was talking about yesterday, Wasian Gattaca with Wasian characteristics versus Lusotropicalism. Turks are the actual original Wasian Gattaca archetype. Maybe the Great Wall was to keep the Turks out? No, literally, wait, what? That is why. That's not... Chatter, that's literally... Yes. That is why the Great Wall of China was built. It's not even a... Yeah. That's funny. Anyway.
Attorney General Daniel Cameron.
Now, some people will point at Bashir and say, that's the way to go. That's the way to win. But I think it's important to also realize.
Bro, people think when I say Turks, look. Turkic is different than Turkish, okay? I am Turkish and also Turkic at the same time. Turks is... It's like, Turkmenistan, like all the way to Xinjiang. Those are technically Turkic people. The Uyghurs in Xinjiang, they are Turkic people. Azerbaijan, all of this, like these are Turkic peoples. Same ancestors. Did I tune into the race channel? I mean, this information is utterly irrelevant. It's not, I'm not saying that I'm not like a Panturanist or anything. I'm just telling you history. it doesn't mean anything. It's irrelevant information, but
Scheer is losing those counties just at a slower.
Yeah, Siberia and Russia's are more Wasian than Turks. Yes, 100%. I mean, technically, Kazakhstan is the most like Wasian place on the planet, pretty much.
Pace. So he's being better than other
Kazakhstan.
Democrats on this. But to really start winning those back, you know, I think it comes down to taking a clear stand for working people and on an agenda that delivers and holding.
Chat, another vote for Oliver locked in. I think the British accent helps. Junior Hussein from England. That's crazy. You're just buttering up. You're just buttering up the Floridians with your British accent. Nice.
The corporate bad actors accountable. Thankfully, that's good.
Vote for Oliver in it, mate. Fucking hell. You know, it's Tuesday is when the election is coming up. Yeah. All right, then. Fucking hell. Give it a go. Can I fancy you for a cup of tea? And a little vote? A little vote for Oliver, like Oliver Twist in it? Wrong accent? No, in my mind, I'm imagining you talking like that. Vote for Ollie, eh? Can I get a fucking Ollie, oi, oi, oi? Have you voted, cunt? All right.
To be a lot easier to do because now you have this data center push going everywhere. It's an easy stand to take.
So I want to get to, you did this great piece with Bernie Sanders where you actually took him and you had to meet different Trump voters. But here's the thing that I can't understand. I totally get, hey, the Democrats have abandoned us.
Yeah.
But the thing that I don't get is like,
yeah,
but this guy?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
billionaire Scrooge McDuck. Yeah. I'm only out for myself.
Yeah, see? Turkic languages. Legit map of the Ottoman Empire? No, this is an Ottoman Empire. This is where the Turks originated from. Okay, this area. The fuck is this, man? I don't want to fucking get a Reddit account. And then they went all the way into Anatolia. What's so funny is this discourse layered on top of the Turkish white Turk terminology, which was basically invented to talk about people like Hasan Lal. He cops to both, which, like, respect. It is true.
Donald J. Trump. Yeah, that's the guy. Because if you think about what even he's doing, cutting Medicare, cutting Medicaid, how is that in interest of workers?
Yeah, and that's also something that people get very angry about. You know, I run into Trump voters all the time.
Just convinced a young pro-Israel progressive to vote for Oliver for his domestic policies. Let's go. Let's go. Numbers, get those numbers up.
Who will tell me, like, it's not right to cut our Medicaid down here. They get very angry about these things, like disability and Medicaid, Social Security, things that people rely on. They know when those things get cut, and they're very angry about it. But you have to have somebody standing up on that. The other thing is, it goes back to the media takeover.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we can sit here and look at Donald Trump and say, I can't believe you'd be voting for this guy. But you have to be in the media bubble that a lot of people are to realize they're just overwhelming it with culture war issues to keep people divided. And that's what you have to break through in order to make any kind of change. And I know you've spent a lot of time in the, you know, Fox media bubble. Have you like turned on Fox News and watched it lately?
I can't, bro.
Yeah,
no, I can't.
It's crazy.
No, but I want to focus on what you were talking about, which is
soft.
There are these moments of unity
I do it every
that
day.
people aren't focusing on. And I want to focus on one moment from your Elliott County interviews that you were doing. This is a video where you're talking to a Trump voter about immigration. Let's take a look.
When it's people coming across the border versus, say, billionaires or something like that, who's got the most influence over the problems that you think we face as a country?
Millionaires.
Yeah.
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 Do you think you have more in common with a migrant from Mexico or Donald J. Trump?
Great question.
A migrant from Mexico.
Yeah.
A migrant from Mexico. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because we're out here working to survive to feed our family.
So she straight up sounds like Bernie Sanders.
Yeah.
How common do you think this perspective is amongst the Trump voters that you've interviewed in your
I see it all the time. And that was Nehemiah Stark behind the camera who asked that question, and it was key, but I see that all the time. Also in Elliott County, there's a Mexican restaurant in town, and it is 99% white in that county. People love the Mexican restaurant. One of the things I'll do is, I ask in that piece, what's the top issue for you? People will say the border. We're in Kentucky, thousands of miles away from the border. And that's only been a priority for like 2 years. But if you go and say, okay, the border is a problem, why don't we start by kicking out the guy who runs the Mexican restaurant in town? The answer you always get is no, not that guy. He's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about everybody else who's doing crime and fraud and all of this. But those are boogeymen that are made up by the media that are keeping those people voting in a way that serves the folks who own the media that's filling their head with lies.
Yeah, I mean, so this happens all the time, and I've had this conversation with people all the time as well. When I had to go do field pieces for The Daily Show, cover different conventions, but I've told people this before, and sometimes there's an overlap, and sometimes these are two different things, which is there's ignorant people, and then there's like bigots and racists.
Yes.
Sometimes it's both. Yep. Sometimes they're both ignorant and they're bigoted. But sometimes it's just an ignorance thing.
Yes. I think that's the biggest bucket there is ignorance. But that's something that you can unwind ignorance. It's not going to be easy.
So one time I went to the Republican National Convention. This is when the Muslim ban was happening. Okay, this was in the zeitgeist.
Yes.
So I did this field piece. It was basically it was called like Hasan's Goodbye Tour. So I basically went to the delegates from every state, and I'm like, hey, you're the delegate from Montana. Tell me what Big Sky Country's like. And he's like, Big Sky Country's great. Da 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 da. You should go to Yellowstone Park. And I'm like, oh, I'd love to go to Yellowstone. I can't. Why? The guy you're voting for wants to ban Muslims from the country. And then he was like, Hasan's Goodbye Tour, right? And then I hug them. I'm like, goodbye from Montana or whatever. So that's
I'm
the
sweating
joke.
right now.
That was the joke.
Yeah.
But I met this very lovely lady. We have the tape. We could play the tape.
That sucks. That sucks. Hey, we got a new list. Nice.
We
got to get those numbers up, chat. We got to get those numbers up. We've made 30,000, more than 30,000 calls so far. We're going through the list fast as fuck. Okay.
Not going to happen. Donald Trump's not going to do that to you.
Mm-hmm.
You're one of the good ones. And I was like, you're one of the good ones too. And then we hugged. But
just had the most lovely conversation with an older voter on the Oliver phone bank. It was leaning Moskowitz, but is now going for Oliver after hearing he's a union organizer and a Bernie guy. Let's go.
That is a part of my larger point, which is there's a group of people that I feel there's a chasm in between these two things. There is this MS-13 Taliban boogeyman that they see in the media, and then there's their day-to-day neighbor. There is their Latino colleague at work. There's the Muslim dentist that works in town. There's the Bengali cardiologist that they are getting a heart exam for with. But let me ask you this. There is this narrative within media circles that the Republican Party and the current MAGA movement is a white Christian nationalism movement.
Yeah.
In all the states that you go to, do you see them as part of this movement, or is it not about that for them?
It's a big country. I'm sure there are parts where it's like anything else. There are parts for which that is true, but that's not my experience on the whole. One of the things that I, think is so interesting to that population of people, I try to have revealing conversations with Republican voters, and I try to point out that, hey, you might be rooting for what ICE is doing right now, but be careful because you might find out that this standing force is also for you later on down the line. And I think
How do you make that connection though?
So right now,
he just looks like that. This plays a big role, I think. Because when I say that shit, they go, shut the fuck up. The mullet, on the other hand, he comes in there, he's like, I'm from this neighborhood. They're coming for all of us. They go, all right, this is not a city boy. I'm too coastal elite.
You have NSPM 7. You have Rubio.
Yeah, he does have the don't tread on me aura. He does.
Going out there and putting people's name on a list. And what they're doing is saying anybody who does these things, they're part of the far left that we have to root out.
Yeah.
Who's a threat to America.
Wait, just so our audience knows, what is NSPM 7?
It's National Presidential Security Memorandum 7.
Okay, because the way you said it so fast, it was like,
yeah, I'm deep in the weeds here.
I was like, he just said a K-pop group, and you just have, I have to nod along to act like I know, but I don't know. But I don't know, so I just wanted to be like, because I didn't know.
They're on TikTok.
Yeah, I didn't know Huntrix for a long time, and then my daughter was like, "You don't know who Huntrix is?" And I was like, "Oh fuck, I haven't seen K-pop
I have
Demon
no
Hunters."
clue who that is.
Yeah, K-pop Demon Hunters movie on Netflix. If you have children or daughters, they're super into it. Anyways,
this is much more sinister and worrying.
Hey,
nefarious.
Hey, no. Hey, they're fighting demons, just so you know.
Okay,
which is super fucked up too. ICE and some of the demons that they're fighting, but all the demons aren't bad. Anyways, I'm going on one of my tangents again. Back to you. NSPM 7 is what?
This is a presidential memorandum that directs the full weight of law enforcement in the United States towards targets for enforcement. And they list out some of those targets, and they all have that kind of under the umbrella of this far left threat.
Attorney General Pam Bondi's ordered the FBI to compile a list of what the Justice Department is calling domestic terrorist organizations.
And one of the buckets of people in this memorandum is folks who are anti-big tech. So if you are a Republican going out and say you get a crazy idea and you cut down a flock camera, there's all kinds of news stories out there of people doing that with thousands of comments of people cheering them on. And maybe you're a Republican in doing that.
This is what's left of a flock camera here on Claremont Avenue. It's one of several investigators say were targeted by vandals.
Houston police say they're investigating as Eyewitness News now has found at least half a dozen flock cameras destroyed across the city this week.
A man has been arrested for damaging close to a dozen flock cameras in the city of Suffolk.
What you might not realize is that you just landed yourself on the far left terrorist list, according to NSPM 7. And this standing force that is totally unaccountable, that has murdered Americans, ICE.
Yeah, here's how you tie this shit back to, stuff that Republicans care about. Being anti-data center. Being anti-data center is considered terrorism. So at this point, it's like literally anyone and everyone that isn't like an Epstein affiliate is a terrorist. And as a matter of fact, if you're anti-Epstein class, you're also a terrorist.
You might find yourself on that list eventually if you are standing up against the priorities of big tech, big capital, and the people that they elect.
Just so our audience understands what this is, what is a flock camera?
That is one of these surveillance cameras. It's a corporation called Flock putting them out. They have.
The problem that I have with this stuff is that, like, license plate readers have existed, CCTV has existed. The issue is this is a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Okay? It's normal to have some level of surveillance in public areas. What's not normal is that you now have this round-the-clock surveillance in the hands of a private company. You can't do that. That's the problem. It's ridiculous.
Have blown up all over the country, thousands, in a very short amount of time. And they read license plates and they are able to put that in and track your larger movements, know where you're going, know if your car is getting hot. They know all kinds of stuff about you by simply putting these cameras up. Small towns, big cities. It's a massive expansion of the surveillance state, which is already too powerful, in my opinion. And furthermore, that's kind of backed up by all of this artificial intelligence infrastructure.
Fourth Amendment only applies to government actions. Dog, what do you think the flock cameras are for? Like, it's a private company, but it's also for public. It's for the government. Like, it's for ICE. It's for cops. That's what they use it for.
Right? It's a huge privacy and security issue.
Yeah, no. This is some George Orwellian
It's
1984
very
level
Orwellian.
shit. Yeah.
And if you are a Republican and you go out there and you really resist that, you might find yourself on the wrong side of the security state with all the other leftists that ICE is supposed to be rounding up, etc.
In your reporting, when you went and you interviewed all sorts of different people, did you find that they all, in addition to AI data centers, they were also like, fuck these flock cameras?
Oh, yeah.
Or did they think that, like, no, Big Brother is going to keep me safe and these flock cameras are going to find MS-13?
From where I am, I would say people are against these flock cameras.
Understood. In your most popular video for More Perfect Union, you took Bernie Sanders
Yeah.
around your home state, West
Yes.
Virginia, to talk to voters. That state was blue for 80 years and is now the second reddest in the country.
Yeah.
I want to show a clip from that video of Bernie talking to a Trump voter about healthcare as a human right. Let's take a look.
You're so reasonable. Like they've painted you in a bad light, and it actually makes me very angry because, you know, you see things and you believe it. I'll just be honest, I haven't really seen you talk before. I haven't really I don't follow politics that much. And so the last couple days before this, I started watching some of your speeches and I started watching your interviews, and I was shocked. I was like, oh.
Not as bad as they had told you, huh?
This is not how he's portrayed in the media.
Yeah, there you go. You know, you meet people face to face.
Damn, y'all are catalog. Okay, bro, chill. That's literally. What do you think? What do you think my experiences look like in the normal real world with people? That's my point. It's the fucking media. It's social media. There is so much in the algorithm that is like actively working at the best of corporations to make any critic or any enemy of corporations or big center of power look like a fucking villain. That's it. Think about why people don't see what we see with Bernie Sanders, or don't see what we see, or didn't see what we see with Zoran, because Zoran is like broadly pretty popular. Maybe not in the rest of the country. Or better example, don't see what we see with Abdul. It's because their first interaction with these people is unbelievably negative. And it's not negative because these are bad people. It's not negative because these people are pushing bad ideas. It's just specifically bastardized. I mean, look at this. Here, let's take a look. Let's Google Abdul El Sayed right now, okay? You Google Abdul El Sayed right now. Look at the news. El Sayed in the hot seat after sickening animal control record goes viral on social media. Mike Rogers calibrates Jewish outreach as he builds broad coalition against Abdul El Sayed, Jewish insider. As Abdul El Sayed breaks a barrier, anti-Muslim vitriol surges on multiple fronts. El Sayed's half-sister offered October 7 blessing 1 year after Hamas attack. Allahu Akbar. Who's Abdul El Sayed's sister? Imam Abdul Hadi's past remarks revealed. Why do you think most of the top line news stories are anti Abdul El Sayed? That's by design. These motherfuckers are cranking the SEO. Now let's look at Mike Rogers. Fox News poll, a Senate battle looms in Michigan. Mike Rogers calibrates. Why is Jewish Insider so high on the SEO? Why? Nobody reads this shit. How is that possible? DSA brand on trial as LSAD struggles where Dems can least afford it. LSAD challenges Rogers to tackle football game in lieu of debate. Fox News poll shows LSAD's chances of winning a potential warning sign for GOP. Fact check. GOP claims Abdul El-Sayed hates football. Fireworks, Mackinac Island. It's your algo. You have read it before, so it's higher for you. Let me go incognito. Well, I have to clear cache, no? Let's do DuckDuckGo. How do I get it? I probably am the only person who reads Jewish Insider, which is why it's in my algorithm because I read it. But let's do incognito. Does incognito clear the cookies? No, probably not. DuckDuckGo. Yo, why did Imani...
So after 24 hours of a miniature deep dive about Hasan Piker, I have cracked the code as to why it is that these people are going after him. It's the same reason why they're going after Miss Rachel. And you would also be surprised to know it's the same reason why it is that they've come after some of the most prolific Black leaders in our history. Hasan Piker is not only a threat because of the massive platform that he had, which ultimately means a massive influence. But one of Hasan Piker's biggest threats is that he has wealth. And it's something that I've seen in a lot of comments of people talking about how much his home is worth, his net worth, which if we understand capitalism in the United States of America, capitalism is not set to reward people who are not aligned with establishment. Based on this country's values, Hasan Piker and Miss Rachel are people that are supposed to fall on the right side of imperialism, not oppose it. Something that the Black radical tradition has shown us in history time.
When I Googled him, I got info. Wikipedia, no, look at the news tab. Look at the top news stories.
After time. One of the greatest examples is Paul Robeson. He was considered a Renaissance man, singer, actor, athlete. He could do it all and traveled the world
Just another Rutgers grad. It's just,
doing so. That is until he became very boisterous about his opposition to American imperialism and racism. And the U.S. State Department decided to revoke his passport because they knew that is how it is that he made his living, but ultimately how it is that he was able to share his influence internationally. On December 17, 1951, Paul Robeson and civil rights leader William Patterson went to the United Nations and presented a historic petition entitled, "We Charge Genocide, the Crime of Government Against the Negro People." Wonder where we've heard that genocide word before. And one of the key signers for this petition was none other than William Edward Burghardt Du Bois, also known as W.E.B. Du Bois, along with over 150 civil rights leaders, family members of lynching victims, lawyers, intellectuals, actors, activists. It was as a result that Paul Robeson was blacklisted and ultimately saw a decline in his income, because that's the tool of what capitalism does. So what does this have to do with folks like Hasan Piker and Miss Rachel? Well, the reality is folks like me and so many others that follow the Black radical tradition have said for the longest time that whatever happens to us will eventually happen to others. We have talked about COINTELPRO and surveillance. It's Black August. We've talked about political prisoners. We've given the history of enslavement, policing, outright lies spewed by the government. But for some reason, when it comes from Black people, it's not enough. So the correlation of seeing how it is that Hasan Piker and Miss Rachel are being treated might make the information click and stick. Because just like the killings of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, sometimes it's important to draw a line on who folks deem is worthy and who folks deem is not.
So he's a class trader. I also think it's because he has an ability to learn. Unlike establishment names, there's a large possibility to get further left as time goes on. Isn't he the establishment? Yeah, I am. I am the establishment. I'm establishment. Jewish Insider also number 4 on my list. Fox number 2, and I don't even follow Fox. I think the Google searches are based on who pays the most for the first page. No, they just do SEO boosting, I think. Hearing your name alongside Miss Rachel is so strange. I know. Yeah, I mean, look, I got the suit on, so clearly I'm establishment. Anyway, it's just a frustrating thing that I noticed with the Abdul situation. All right, let's do some fun shit. We didn't do a single damn news story, by the way. We didn't do a single dang news story. We got the Candace Owens debate. I just want to show you this one thing, okay? I just want to show you this moment because the entire debate, I tried to watch it. It's just not worthwhile. I mean, Candace Owens like backs away from a lot of like some of the more insane things that she said. It's one of those situations where finish the Hasan video. Wait, what? I did. Here's what's going on, okay? So this guy's Mr. Pickle Jar, Mr. Can't Open a Pickle Jar, Mr. You Lick Sniz, right? He's the misogyny podcaster. And it sounds like strange. It sounds strange to call him the misogyny podcaster, but he quite literally is just like, his output is just misogyny, right?
Listen,
FD had a good video on
really
this. What? What? On what? On Candace Owens? When he says your favorite rapper has a bad take? Okay, listen. Here's the situation, okay? Here's the situation. This guy's from that podcast where they just like yell at OnlyFans models. He's gotten dunked on by some of the women that have been on the podcast, okay? He's gotten dunked on a bunch. And he's embarrassed himself. But this time, he's, I guess, debating Candace Owens on Charlie Kirk's assassination on the side of Israel didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Candace Owens is on the side of Israel did kill Charlie Kirk. The debate is moderated by Patrick Bet David, our GOAT, right? I don't know, man. This is the second time that you've lied to your audience after a one-day banning and mischaracterized my perspective. Several scholars have had critiques of desegregation and how it was a mistake. I say that progress for black people shouldn't be measured by biracial children and interracial couples, and you say that I'm against interracial marriage. You are anti-black, and you might not be teachable in this area. Shaking my head. Enfant Door is at it again. You're right, Enfant Door. I should, as a white guy, run around saying stuff like, desegregation was a mistake. Thank you. That's incredible. Incredible stuff. Enfant Door is aching for a VIP at this stage, okay? Enfant Door, it might not be me that is unteachable. Oh, Enfant Door. Is this chatter just a rage baiter? No. No. Just someone who wants me to read the literature about how desegregation was a mistake. He's black, by the way. Enfant Door is black, for the record. Just so you guys understand. And they're anti. Wait, did they unfollow? What the fuck? Enfant Door said read the literature and then unfollowed? What the hell? How old is this person? Old. They're an old gay black man, as far as I understand. And I have banned them a bunch. This is not a good bit. It's not a bit. This is real life. He's interesting because he always gets mad at me Sometimes he will recognize that he was wrong to pull the trigger. And he is truly like one of the unique individuals that went from, no, not she, he. He said, I thought he was a black lady. He corrected me, said no. From an optics perspective, you should never read these chats on stream. True. I worry about Enfant Door because this is literally how Black Americans own less land now than we did in 1910. It's not controversial. Respected academics have written about it, but it makes you uncomfortable, so it must be bad. Yeah, I wonder if that's because of desegregation or white supremacy. Wait, how are you writing this without being a follower? This is pure gold for Fox News. Stop reading him. He's baiting you. Wake up. No, he's not baiting me. This is... Enfant Door be like, Tulsa Massacre, that's desegregation. That's a byproduct of desegregation. Yeah, bombing of Black Wall Street, a byproduct of desegregation. Like, that's an insane... Anyway, I'm not even going to get into this argument. Now I'm going to get clipped, and then they're going to say I'm anti-black. I need to stop. I need to stop. How could you explain what we are talking about to the outside world? You know what I mean? They're going to be like, what the fuck? This is a crazy thing. How can I explain to them that I am referencing a chatter who is black themselves, who is a proponent of segregation, a black segregationist that is pro-black, mind you? How do I describe that universe to the onlookers? How do I describe that universe? Because like Enfant Door is not right-wing. They're not right-wing at all. You bastardize every perspective that I have. You just don't get it. Okay. They aren't anything productive either. Fucking ban them? No, that would be racist. Blasian, you're being racist.
Ask that question. Did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check?
By the way, Enfant Door's like logical journey is ironically, if you're even a little familiar with Clarence Thomas, not like who Clarence Thomas is today, Enfant Door is going through that same ideological transformation that Clarence Thomas did. I'm not even joking. This is identical to his perspective. Not even a joke. Not even a joke. That is straight up. Clarence Thomas got one-shotted by Thomas Sowell and basically worked through the motions of arriving at this like very interesting black nationalist framework. Yes, Clarence Thomas's wife is white. This is true. Anyway, all right. Well, let's get to this. So Candace Owens is defending the idea that Charlie Kirk was assassinated by Israel. This fucking woman-hating podcaster is saying Charlie Kirk wasn't assassinated by Israel, but was assassinated by Tyler Robinson. Patrick Bet-David is moderating. Most of the conversation is really bad. One, because Candace Owens is insane. and her ideas are even crazier. And she basically like backs down from some of her more ridiculous positions, I guess. But this guy is unbelievably unprepared for this moment. I don't know what he was thinking. Maybe he got so used to just like yelling at women that he thought, oh, Candace Owens is a woman. This is, my time to shine. Because virtually everyone that watched this debate came to the same conclusion that he lost. Like, I'm talking about people who don't think that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. I'm talking about people who do not like Candace Owens at all, do not like or do not agree with her point of view at all. But the lick sniz guy is so universally hated and put up such a piss poor performance. He came in so unbelievably unprepared that Candace Owens cooked his ass. Now, this is the most viral moment, and you will understand why, because this basically captures exactly why Candace Owens was the one. Fuck you, man, twice on Christmas. And Fat Thor, I love you. Okay?
When you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it. If I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
It? That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should can you tell me one
then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's
You can really hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play clips out of context, put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the question.
This is fair.
Guys, I don't know if you've seen this spoiler alert, but he doesn't know, which is probably one of the best debate techniques. If you get a gotcha like this, it's over in any debate, because even if he's right, okay, even if his worldview is more logically sound, Candace Owens absolutely cooks his ass. And he doesn't know. He doesn't know the actual charges. Okay?
All 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
So he flips it back and he goes, you tell me all 7 if you've been following the case. Because he can't answer a basic fucking question. He doesn't know premeditated murder. How is he this fucking unable to answer questions? Yeah, I think it's what is it, like aggravated murder or something? There's a specific Utah statute. Okay? It's not murder in the first degree or something. It's aggravated murder. And he didn't know that. And she does. And also on top of that, it's crazy because he paid for this and he didn't even do like basic research beforehand.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
name all 7.
And I
can you name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your.
Look at his face. Look at Patrick. Pussy facing the world. My man is spreading it, dude. You can see you can see both of his lips open for the world to see. What kind of seating stance is this, my man? God damn, he's cooter maxing. Oh! Pussy spread for the world to see. Patrick spread David. Oh. He's having a great time. He's like, I just sit here and I watch. Yeah, what's crazy is he paid. $300K was nothing to me to prove Candace had no evidence for any of her claims, none, zero. Yeah. How does one agree to pay $300,000 to debate a criminal case when they don't know what the suspect is charged with? What is that? 56,000 likes, by the way. This shit was going nutty mode in America B. Okay? This was doing insane. This is the Super Bowl for America B. We live in a totally separate reality. It's their world. We happen to live in their world as side characters. Okay? I want you guys to understand something. Like 200,000 live concurrent viewers watch this fucking 4-hour debate. Okay? Anyway, and yes, it's true. This fucking moron paid $300,000. $300,000 to get owned this hard. Honestly, we're America B. Can I be honest? We like to think we're America A. We are America B. Okay? They are America A. We are America B. There are more of them than there are of us. People that legitimately are like, Candace Owens is speaking the truth, is spreading the word of God, only person that cares about Charlie. Like, there are so many more people that think that way. It's crazy. We might not even be America B. We're probably America C. Patrick was just sitting in the back and saying, it's time for an ad break and shield his products. That's my goat. That's my fucking goat. That's my big businessman. That's my numbers guy. He was just making money, okay? Just putting his pussy out there for everyone to see, for the entire world to stare at, and simultaneously collecting moolah, okay? Cold, hard cash money. Money. And sitting there being value-tained, if we're being honest. He was the one who was being value-tained.
Fingers up.
Okay, hang on, name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries a death sentence in the state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just for people, no, don't. I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined,
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better than.
Woo! I mean, I'm sorry. What does this say about you that you're getting fucking pushed around and brutalized, brain-mogged by a woman who doesn't know most words, okay? Like, there's an entire account dedicated to Candace Owens saying words wrong, okay? That account has 57,000 followers. And she is just bitch slapping your ass. This is a mantratati, okay? This is a mantratati coming straight to you from Gibraltar. I don't even know how to fuck that one up. Okay? Montreality. What is it? What? Monstrosity. Fake as fuck Candace fan. No, she says monstrosity. Right? Anyway, it's fine. She's awesome. Gilbatar. No, monstrosity. Anyway, she's a media mogul. Okay, I love her. She is my media mogul. Okay, I got to stop making fun of her because now I'm going to start saying words wrong. All right, anyway, listen. She's my media mogul.
next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
Yeah, I'm actually fucking ESL, so I shouldn't be doing that.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
Yeah, she started doing meta-analysis. Like, she's doing meta-commentary while she's like slapping him around while also on the one hand slapping him around with her hands and then with the other hand going, hello, I'm using the technique that your defenses are weak to, and like explaining like live meta-analysis while you're getting bitch slapped is crazy. That is crazy. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's incredible. Why isn't Patrick Bet David doing his fucking job? What do you mean? That's his job. His job is to sit there and show his pussy like a nasty gal. Is this on stream even anyone seriously or all for comedic purposes? No, this is the most serious debate of all time. Wait, Candace Owens was tweeting during the debate?
Big game.
Oh my God. That's an amazing video.
Big game.
Bro, he went up there. How was that even possible? She's like an anime villain explaining why you're weak and she's actually strong. Yeah, this is some Death Note shit, dude. The smoke made him tougher. Wait, hold on. Let me see if it works. Hold on.
Strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate someone.
I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that people don't walk away?
No, I just want you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm going to say
them.
again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final.
the specific charges, though?
That is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those?
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged with it.
Just the charges and then 7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's like you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7,
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in
minor.
front of a child?
Yeah. So 5.
She was 100% right. bodied. Dude, it's so awesome. What is going on? I can't believe it. Like, I'm sorry. That is the Snizzler, dude. Oh my God. She brutally brain mogged him. Okay? Which is crazy. And while she was like, it's not even like, of course she knows the fucking 7 charges. This is her whole life now, right? But the reason why it's such an amazing buildup and an amazing takedown is because this fucking moron literally didn't know, which is unbelievable, okay? Paid for this debate and still didn't know, which is incredible, and then tried to fluster her, like tried to do exactly the debate techniques that she called out by being like, oh, come on, quick, give me an answer. And she paused mid-description to describe what he was doing, took back the frame, and cooked his ass. It was awesome. One more time, she's almost 8 months pregnant with her 5th baby. She does not lose her cool. She's not a stupid person. She's working with the feds and state police. Okay, this is another part of the problem where we get some actual clandenistas in the chat, and I'm like, oh, okay, calm down. All right, we're just having fun. Okay, we're having fun. We're having fun. Okay. No, I don't think Candace Owens is right. I just think she's, absolutely fucking eviscerating this dipshit here. But, I wouldn't say that I'm on her side on this issue. I am, let's just say I'm spiritually on the sidelines on this. Because, like, on the one hand, my brain tells me something entirely different than what my heart is championing. If you know what I mean, okay? If you're picking up what I'm putting down. On the one hand, I want to be logical. I want to be rational about this case. But then on the other hand, I'm thinking to myself, I can't speak out against this queen. I mean, I can't speak out against this queen because this is a queen that successfully and single-handedly undermined the Republican initiative to martyrize Charlie Kirk and use that example to crack down on political dissent. She dropped a grenade on the discourse. You understand? So I'm with her. It's hard. It's hard for me. My brain says, no, it's probably Tyler Robinson. But my heart says, go, Candace, go. Keep cooking. Does that make sense? I'm on the sidelines. I don't even want to course correct. I don't want to course correct. I'm just, not everything needs a reaction. Sometimes it's okay to sit back, kick it, and listen. I'm sitting my white ass down and I am listening. Debates are a sport. You don't need to agree with her to cheer. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Also, 125,000 phone calls have been made. Ladies and gentlemen, 125,000 phone calls. We burned through so many lists for Oliver Larkin. She makes Charlie assassination not about left, but about Israel. Please play song number 1 for fun. It's insane to consider how much she cooked this discourse. 400K likes and 3 million views on this TikTok, with Kirk as Chalino Sanchez being told by Erica Kirk not to sing about Netanyahu or he'll be killed. Si cantas la del Netanyahu. I feel more fucked up about this because this is a real person and he actually did get assassinated. So the reference itself, like the Kirkification, maybe we don't Kirkify this one. You know what I mean? Maybe this is one of the stories where we don't Kirkify, if that makes sense, because that is actually kind of sad. That's a real story that is sad. But it is kind of wild that this is just so commonplace now. This is the not Charlino Kirkes. This legacy is far worse than being forgotten. Bleeding TP USA. It's called One Trip to Turning Point USA Headquarters. Yeah, not everything needs a reaction. Sit back and observe. The debate was basically unwatchable, but what is truly striking is how Charlie Kirk has become a background character in the endless soap opera about his own murder. The story now revolves around the raging narcissist Candace Owens and the mass psychosis she has induced. He's so jealous. Can I just say, he's such an unbelievable fucking grifter, and he is so, you know, his ass is constantly fucking pissed off that Candace Owens went there first. You know his ass is so jelly beans, dude, because these guys don't give a fuck. He hated he hated Charlie Kirk. He hated Charlie Kirk more than me. And he can't farm Charlie Kirk's death. And he can't be the moderate voice, the reasonable voice, because he's a fucking Holocaust denier. This could have been his opportunity. He could have been the next Charlie Kirk. And instead, Candace Owens came in and was like, I'm the new Charlie Kirk. And I'm going to get there by talking about Charlie Kirk in perhaps one of the more disrespectful fashions, even though all of the Kirk heads are now Candace Owens heads, and they think Candace is doing his memory justice. It is the most insane way to go out, man. It is such a crazy way. Like, his legacy would have been better honored if the Trump administration actually arrested people like myself by pointing to his assassination. And Candace Owens took that and was like, I'm the only one who cares about him. Peep the videos. That's my work wife. We listen to Nicki Minaj together. And also Charlie Kirk can actually change electrical currents. And people were like, oh my God, I believe everything you're saying. Tell me more. She pointed to the menorah in the courtyard. She said, look at the menorah courtyard. There's a hole in the ground. You know who likes to make tunnels? Jewish folk. Look at Brooklyn. There's tunnels in there. As though there's any Jewish people in Utah. Anyway, doesn't matter. None of it matters. She literally dominated discourse with this. And there are people who are just straight up like, no, she's the truth teller. I forgot about his superpowers that she talked about. Yes, dude. Yes. Egyptian helicopters. The real Jews are the French. Like, she went, Jews killed Kirk, and then she went, the real Jews are the French. I was there. I watched all of it happening. I couldn't believe it. And people were literally going, wow, that's right. Actually, you're right. The real Jews are the French. She said, is Jews that control the media. Then she said, it's actually French that control the media because the real Jews are the French. She said that shit. And perhaps what's more insane is people believed it. I'm jealous of her imagination, to be honest. She's so goated. It's the paradox of conspiracy theorists, to be honest. A flat earther probably knows more than I do about earth facts, but not to understand it, but to argue against it. Yeah. I'm going to get you, Dog Shocker Hasan, Diddy Booty Piker. I know where you live. I'm a drone pilot. Your days are numbered. I'm going to do it while you're live, says Dubstep Scott. At least that's like a cool, at least that's like a cooler way to say you're going to assassinate me. It is kind of crazy that you just have your whole ass photo on here. Hello, everyone from Pakistan. You are not American at all, pinhead. I'm going to get you, dog shocker Piker, Diddy booty Piker. How does this happen to someone? Thumbs up. That's me. Bro, you got to see a therapist if that's your reaction to getting a death threat. I mean, I get it so much that at least it's like unique. You know what I mean? No one has ever said I'm going to... no one has ever said they're going to drone strike me. Yeah, DSA said we made 125,000 calls for Oliver Larkin. I know. No, I don't think he's Pakistani. He's saying that everyone in chat is from Pakistan. Anyway, so Nick Fuentes is very mad. And then Candace Owens says, in other words, you publicly said you were backing Andrew Wilson and are not coping with the fact that he lost badly. Oh, ratioed too. I'd say it's for certainly a win that you pocket another $300,000 plus AdSense money before Tyler Robinson is for certainly going to be found guilty and hopefully executed. A fitting end to the most successful political grift of all time besides Trump. Just admit you picked the wrong horse. Don't spike your ball and go home, Nick. What exactly is the argument that you thought you won? I think the first hour was debating the definition of the word inference and overwhelming. Complete waste of time, but of course, because you are the center of attention and made money, that's the win condition for you. I can't like her tweets because she blocked me many, many years ago. This is before she became our hero. Okay. Many, many years ago, Candace Owens blocked me. I've not been a fan of Candace Owens. I am a fan now. They're still going. Comparing me to Charlie Kirk, Nick Fuentes, and Clarence Thomas was the line for me. I don't know, man. I genuinely believe you're a bona fide anti-black racist, but most things I post don't even come close to the unhinged chatter in the space. I mean, normally I think you would be right. Cyber stalking will do that. Normally I think you'd be right, but like you might be one of the only people, Amfant Door, that that does say some pretty unhinged things. Wait, you're saying I got blocked by Candace Owens because I was cyber stalking Candace Owens? That was your argument? Wait, now you're defending Candace Owens? What the fuck is going on? You're saying I cyber stalk Candace Owens? Anyway. Where were we? Yeah, I think Nick Fuentes, because look, these guys are all unbelievable grifters, right? They're all grifters. They don't have any firm commitments to a worldview, any beliefs or anything like that. So of course, from Nick Fuentes' perspective, like he cooked himself many, many years prior to the Charlie Kirk assassination, because he would probably be best positioned to take over the mantle if he wasn't like an out and about anti-Semitic, anti-Israel guy. If he wasn't the anti-Semite, the anti-Israel guy on the Republican side, he probably would have had a much easier go at it. He probably could have filled his shoes, but he couldn't. And instead, Candace Owens just took the narrative around Charlie Kirk's assassination, deployed a straight up nuke in the discourse, in the middle of fucking discourse Hiroshima, discourse Nagasaki, okay? And captivated the attention of the masses, many of which, some of which are on the liberal side. There are a lot of fucking liberals who love Candace Owens, by the way. It's crazy. I don't know. I don't understand it. But plenty of Republicans were like, yep, she's right. I would go so far as to say, I'm about to say something that sounds crazy, but I think you'll agree with me. I think Candace Owens is single-handedly responsible for the Republican Israel approval going down. I think Candace Owens, like, if we will look back in media analysis classes in college one day at what happened to Zionist support in the United States of America amongst the Republicans, and Candace Owens after Charlie Kirk assassination will be a noticeable blip. Okay? No, more than Tucker. No, more than Tucker. You guys are crazy. It's not Tucker. You're wrong about that. You are wrong about that because a lot of people don't like Tucker Carlson. They say Tucker Carlson is a phony. They say Tucker Carlson is fake. Tucker Carlson's audience is vast, but it's mostly outside of America. I think it's usually like it's Bangladeshi unks, Pakistani unks, they all love Tucker now. For Candace Owens' base is the heartland. It's like white ladies in the United States of America, many of which self-identify as Republicans, as a matter of fact, and they fucking love her shit. But she's not the only one who said Israel did it at the time. Yes, it was gray zone, but here's the thing. She was the most prominent Charlie Kirk adjacent figure that said it. These guys peddle every conspiracy theory under the sun, then get mad at this one. I know. That's why it's so funny to me. That's why it's so funny. If you're literally like, if you're this guy who's like, Jews have controlled the banking system and you know, organized Jewry is responsible for every war America's ever waged. Like, you know, if you're that guy and all of your worldview revolves around like international Jewry, okay, doing everything in the Western world in an effort to like undermine Western supremacy, weirdly enough, doesn't even fucking make any sense when you really follow it to its logical conclusion. Yeah, this person just ate your lunch money, stole your lunch money. You can't have a perspective that revolves around this monolithic organized Jewry being responsible for everything wrong with the Western world, and then get mad that Candace Owens added something else on top of that. Like what? Like what do you mean? You can't say Jews control everything and then get mad that Candace said Jews control everything plus they killed Charlie Kirk. That's why it's so funny. And all the Groypers are turning on Nick Fuentes now because that's the audience he cultivated. Of course, they are going to literally want more. Jews did this. And Candace is giving them exactly what they want. That's what's so funny about this. Is there true crime coverage? Please get back to diversifying your content and bringing in so many new audiences. Yeah. Why didn't he just say Israel did it too? I think he's just, I don't know. I think he has the same kind of autism that I have where he has to literally, like when he sees something as illogical as the argument that like Israel killed Charlie Kirk, he just can't fucking, he has to say that that's not the case. I don't know. That could be one reason. The other reason could be because he thought he could potentially message himself into, he probably thought he could maybe message himself into like a more moderate stance. Because he wanted the Israel support, man. What shit are you saying? It could be because he wants to. I mean, he has he constantly fucking complains about, you literally said that at the time. Why are you ignoring the happiest woman in the world in all of this? Erica Kirk. She was the only qualified detective who said it because he wanted the Israel support, man. You literally said that at the time. I mean, he's such a grifter that it's tough to put my finger on exactly what was motivating him. Because I think he also wants to be edgy. Erica Kirk confirmed his powers, by the way. Okay, shut the fuck up, dude. Stop. I can't tell when we're joking and when we're being serious. Okay, I don't think Charlie Kirk has superpowers. Please stop saying things for 1 second. It's facts, though. She confirmed it, that when they went on a date. Quote, by the way. Okay. He just wants to gatekeep what the right can and can't get mad at. The other day, Fuentes was saying that Israel might assassinate Trump, but he gets mad at this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It like literally doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to live in this universe where it doesn't make sense that you want to live in this universe where you're like, it's not even just like Israel, but it's like Jews are responsible for all of these crazy things. Okay. And they're monolithic. It's not capitalism. It's just like, you know, Jews are doing everything. They're the puppet masters. But then you think that they don't do this. You know what it reminds me of? Was it Dawkins who said that, you know, you just believe in like, if you don't believe in Greek mythology, but you believe in Christ, you know, well, I just believe one less God than you do. You don't believe in like 30 other gods. You know, you only believe in one, and I believe in one less than you do. What's the difference? It's kind of like that. You know what I mean? Or was it Hitchens who might have said that, not Dawkins? And it reminds me of that. It's like, if Jews are responsible for everything, if Jews are responsible for tens of thousands of different things, okay, well, Candace Owens thinks Jews are responsible for 10,000 plus one thing. You know, what's the big difference? It's so stupid. Oh, yeah, sorry. It's, well, that's better put. You're an atheist for 3,999 gods. I take it one god further, you know? That's what it reminds me of. Ricky Gervais said it? Stop. No. Like, if your entire worldview revolves around this notion that all conspiracies somehow associate or tie back to, you know, international Jewry that is this monolithic force, then yeah, okay, well, Candace beat you to the punch. You know, she added one extra thing. Unfortunately, yes, Ricky Gervais said it. Okay, I'm stealing that quote. It's no longer Ricky Gervais's. That's the second disgraced British person whose quote I have stolen and made my own. The other one famously is, when I was poor and advocating for socialism, you said I was jealous. Now that I'm rich and advocating for socialism, you call me a hypocrite. At some point, we got to recognize you just don't want anybody advocating for socialism. That is a stolen quote. No, it was Dawkins originally, goddammit. Okay, good. Thank you. You saved me. I don't mind giving Dawkins credit, but I will never give fucking Richard Gervais credit. Yeah, the socialism quote is literally Russell Brand, but now Hasan Piker. Look at this. This is the quote.
It'll be a sign for you to know that Charlie's with you in something. When we first started dating, we were walking to dinner one night, and this happened a lot. The lights would start to flicker, and he'd look up at the light and be like, you know, it's...
What are we doing? What are we doing, man? Yeah, believes in Jews control the world except for when it comes to Kirk is such a funny take to have. That's literally, that is more insane than Candace Owens' position. You understand that, right? Like, why not this as well, Nick? It doesn't make sense. It is more insane to be Nick Fuentes and go, Jews control the world and they do everything except for the Charlie Kirk assassination than to have Candace Owens' position. She is more consistent in her anti-Semitic fundamentals than you are, which is precisely the reason why your audience is going to her instead. I'm just a bystander. I think it's very funny that these guys are literally ripping their movement apart over this shit. It's so fucking funny. Yeah, maybe it's because Nick's a federal agent, right?
Go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me...
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk.
See, this is just objectively wrong, but let our queen cook, okay? Let our queen cook. I'm sorry, you're just so wrong about that, okay? First of all, gay people and LGBTQ people love eating at Chick-fil-A. And secondly, so do allies. Everybody likes Chick-fil-A. That's not even a question. So it's fine. You're wrong about this, but we'll let you cook. We'll let you cook on this. We'll let you cook.
For LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half pepper
But the question I'm asking is
me.
about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive.
Oh no, you're cooked, man. You're cooked. You're shook.
And again, I already
informative debate
explained this at the top of
diagram.
the show.
No thoughts, just number. Pussy facing the world. Smiling more than her. Frame broken. Interrupters. Shame. Not smiling. Unbroken frame. Conspiracy maxing. That's right. She's cooking.
But the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. but we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see
there's no
pulled.
positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, like positive evidence
I can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
material evidence and other evidences, which would
what
point
we've
you
said
to it.
is on our show is what we said, which is
it is kind of crazy that if Charlie Kirk wasn't assassinated, we were straight up going to debate on the issue of Israel. So I am at least uniquely positioned in this story to know exactly what his takes were because I was researching his positions on Israel. And that is my only point of view on this, where like, even if it was Israel they killed him, which I don't believe, but also if my queen believes it, then what am I? I'm just a fucking bystander. You know what I mean? I can't argue against the queen. However, the one area that I take issue with is literally the notion that Charlie Kirk was changing his perspective on Israel. Charlie Kirk was, till the last moment, Donald Trump's loyalist. Okay, he was Donald Trump's servant. I have plenty of evidence to show you, especially on the issue of Jeffrey Epstein. Charlie Kirk was a huge Jeffrey Epstein guy. And as soon as Donald Trump gave him a boss call and said, shut the fuck up about Jeffrey Epstein, he said, I'm going to shut the fuck up about Jeffrey Epstein. Charlie Kirk unironically did write a book that I think is now postmortem published about Israel, specifically about how conservatives should defend Israel. He wrote a letter to Netanyahu on how to win back the youth. This is literally this was one of his primary concerns. Also, on the other hand, just like these fucking grifters are usually, Charlie Kirk hated the donors, okay? He hated them. Of course he hated them. Why wouldn't he hate them? People who are pro-Israel are unbelievably fucking arrogant about their donations. They literally go, oh, you're criticizing Israel? I gave you $100,000. Shut the fuck up. So that doesn't mean anything. You know who else famously was super pro-Israel throughout the entire so-called peace process, the Oslo Accords? Bill Clinton. You know what Bill Clinton famously said? I can't stand Benjamin Netanyahu. Bill Clinton famously said to Benjamin Netanyahu, who the fuck do you think is the superpower here? And then at the end of the day, Bill Clinton still did the bidding of Israel in those Oslo Accords. So the reality of the matter is, all of these guys are annoyed with the Zionist donors. All of these guys get annoyed with the pro-Israel movement, but it doesn't matter. Their output is still always going to be the same. Until Donald Trump turns on Israel, Charlie Kirk was never going to turn on Israel. Okay? So that is actually one part of this conspiracy that I find, really goddamn annoying, but whatever, who cares? I think you meant Mossad wrote a book, put Charlie's name on it, and then exploded a lav mic. Yeah, that's what I meant. That seems less far-fetched than the conservative movement's most loyal servant being unbelievably loyal to Israel. Yeah, I always go back to this.
Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk, who voiced his concern over the Epstein files a mere 48 hours ago at the Student Action Summit in Florida, now says he's, quote, done with the matter.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done, solve it, balls in their hands. I've said plenty this last weekend.
He wouldn't debate you on an issue he's on the fence about, because if he changed his stances later, he'd be lending you credibility. It'd be such a crazy look if he debated you on the issue, then shortly came out and agreed with you, though. That's really why I don't buy the narrative. Why would he debate you on an issue he's on the fence about himself? No, his own. Okay, there's two things. There's two different conversations taking place here. Okay. Charlie Kirk's personal perspective about Israel could be entirely different than his output on Israel. Okay, that's what grifters do. But Charlie Kirk's personal perspective on Israel wasn't as critical either. It really wasn't. He was just more so annoyed with the pro-Israel donors and the pro-Israel movement because it was making his job a lot harder to reach out, to do youth outreach. He was always very worried about Nick Fuentes for this reason as well, because Nick Fuentes would, you know, show up at his events, and his groypers would show up at his events, and they would fucking harass and bully. And it was because it's like antithetical to the anti-DEI initiatives. You know what I mean? You can't be a fucking anti-DEI guy, but then also talk about being woke about Israel, being woke about Jews in particular for the right wing, for the right-wing youth movement. They want to be anti-woke to everybody except for white people, but that's a totally different story. I think his personal view did change if you look at the text that Candace and Dave Smith posted, but I agree with you that he would never publicly split. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm using the Epstein moment. Because do I think Charlie Kirk legitimately thought that the Epstein situation was unique, interesting, something that, you know, we should uncover the truth of? Absolutely. I do. But as you saw in his own words, his public output changed when Donald Trump gave him a boss call and said, shut the fuck up about Jeffrey Epstein. Well, the only real move in the Charlie was anti-Israel mindset was for him to sabotage your expectations and to end up being anti-Israel in the debate by having you prep for him to take the opposite stance. Do I think Charlie was smart enough to make that move? Fuck no. But that's what people imagine? No, that's ridiculous. Like, people talk about how he was debating, how he was taking an oppositional stance to Israel when he was debating this rabbi. Yeah, dude, because we were about to debate on the issue of Israel. So he was training. Like, that's he wasn't debating the rabbi because he wanted to like prove his anti-Israel stance or whatever. He was trying to fucking understand the opposing side. Also, it doesn't even matter. Like, okay, we'd be on that stage agreeing. Like, that's what we would agree on. We would just sit there and agree about how, yeah, the anti-Israel movement is going to fucking the anti-Israel side is going to win the argument eventually.
This feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement. So I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think they're involvement.
So
if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're
involvement.
Referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And
France and Israel? She's so crazy. She's so crazy. Bro, come on, dude. It's so cool that she added the French into this because she had the personal beef with Brigitte Macron and she was getting sued by them. She was getting sued by Brigitte Macron, who she said was transgender. So she just, boom, tied France into that conspiracy too. It's fucking awesome. I see, that's the other side of this story that I kind of don't understand. Like, do people just like avoid that side? Like, or do they also think France killed Charlie Kirk? Because I'm pretty sure people think Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and that came mostly from her. So when she added the French into the equation, did people just like avoid that part? Do they just pick and choose what kind of crazy conspiracies they believe? She hates like nobody else. A real professional one could say, oh, no, for sure. For sure. I've been saying the French are up to no good.
I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also
involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Again, this would.
That's so insane. Are you forgetting the French are the real Jews line? That makes them the same sentiment. No, I know, but like no one believes that, right? Please tell me people don't believe the French are the real Jews, whatever the fuck that even means. And yes, by the way, for those of you who didn't fucking believe me, she did tie Egypt and France to the equation as well. And the French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. But Professor Jiang said the Persians invented the Jews. I'm so confused.
Be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of that,
Okay.
right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think. And I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're
positive
making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I
it's
think.
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late.
Oh God, what is this fucking debate, dude? Jesus Christ, I can't believe people watch this shit. He's genuinely bad at trapping her. I know, he's just so ass. Ay, ay, ay. She's not answering a thing, standing her ground. Coke Bert. He's at 2% power since he doesn't have cigarettes to chain smoke nervously. Does he do that in debates normally? Why is it versus Andrew Wilson? Who is he? I guess he's the debate champion that Turning Point USA put up. I don't really know why. Like low key, Nick Fuentes would probably do a better job than Andrew Wilson here, which would be fucking hilarious. Oh God. What a stupid time to be alive. Yeah, we know him as the guy who couldn't open a jar of pickles. What the fuck is this? Bro, don't send me fucking downloadable links, dude. Take a day off. That's crazy. Just got into a spat with a customer who was wearing a Trump 2028 hat. Yeah, virus installed. Anyway. This is my second account. If I get banned for real, I don't know. I got this cat. Any more lives left? I'm 37. I can't manage any more emails. Infant Thor is still going crazy. I exist as several characters at once according to this chat. I don't think that's possible. Who is Jimmy Dore and should I follow this man? Infant Dore, don't do it.
To work. Right?
There's still
With
the
full
part where he
confidence.
asks
I would say my
to
evidence
check her
for that
phone
is
on
that
the viral
I'm 20 minutes
moment
away
vid.
and I need to be there in 5.
Wait, did I? Oh, I didn't finish it.
6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering. When you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm
You
just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator. Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texting
God, he's such a catty bitch, Patrick.
at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
at, I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to cheat.
So the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission.
Yes.
I'm just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal.
Oh my God, he's so bitch made. I mean, this is, bro, this is crazy. He knew he got owned. He knew he looked like a fool and he doubled down. He doubled down thinking that he could catch her in a gotcha.
Telegram I used in Russia, and that was it. I downloaded it for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have.
My queen ruined him. Yeah, no, this is, she's so goated. Tim Pool has chosen to humiliate himself on the Jew.
You have a lot of politicians on the Democrat side who got behind authoritarian practices during COVID. I'm not going to support those individuals. I
So,
will
but
say,
the authoritarian practices today, you're willing to look past.
some of them, yes.
Come on, man.
The mainstream political left.
Damn. Even in the fucking first line in the intro, you're getting owned. That's crazy. That's crazy. Why did he do this?
Commits more violence than the mainstream political right.
None of what you're saying makes any sense. It sounds like
It
you're
does.
honestly grifting a lot.
You can say that
Let me
there's
ask you a
civil
question.
war every fucking year and it doesn't happen. And
I
you're gonna
never
say
said
it just
there
hasn't
was.
happened yet.
You want me to get you a
I'm just saying,
soapbox?
It's really
I can leave.
easy.
You want me to
It's
go?
really easy to
You want me to
do
leave?
what you do.
You want me to
It's
leave?
really easy to do what you do.
Is the United States
No. Mason got him to get up and leave. Oh my God. Oh no.
tracking towards civil war, or is America more united than it seems? Hi everyone, I'm Paris Rose, and I'll be filling in for John today. From Jubilee Media, this is Surrounded, where one brave soul faces a room full of disagreeers.
You have literally
Stop
no
talking.
idea what you're
Stop
talking about. You've
I
not
do.
done any
I do. You're
research,
mad.
and you've never
You're
used
mad.
Google. There was a homeless shelter in Venice Beach that received 185 mail-in votes despite no one living there.
Because
Again,
people that live on the street have addresses registered to shelters.
completely
because they don't
agree.
have
My first Surrounded claim is that the mainstream left commits more violence than the mainstream right.
That's such, dude, that is wrong. What? Does he think like if he says mainstream that is that his out? Like he's trying to say like, oh, all of the right-wing violence wasn't mainstream, right? Because the Department of Justice doesn't agree with this claim. Like this is just a objectively wrong claim to make.
My next Surrounded claim is that the Democratic Party has embraced authoritarianism. My
Okay.
next Surrounded claim is that the United States is tracking towards a
That's a classic from him, though. And then my next surrounded claim is Ukraine is the enemy of mankind.
civil war. My final surrounded claim is that the Constitution effectively does not exist anymore. Hi, I'm Tim Pool. I'm the host of Timcast IRL, and today I'm surrounded by progressives.
My next surrounded claim is Charlie's stable according to the sources. Thank God. Oh man. This will be on the Majority Report on Monday. It's awesome, but also at the same time, there's not really anyone on the right that can just like deal with even 20 liberals. You know what I mean? Especially because I will say this, liberals and leftists have gotten far more invested in debate purgatory in the last like 4 or 5 years. I mean, look at Dean Parker. There's so many examples. Isaiah Martin, Adam Mockler. Like there are so many Jubilee leftists and Jubilee liberals that love debating. So me? No, I fucking don't do this shit at all. I will do high profile debates as long as it's worth it. I'm thankful you never became like this. Yeah, I've never been that into this sort of thing. This is a huge TikTok thing. This is a huge TikTok thing. They love doing this on TikTok. TikTok is basically a hyperbolic time chamber for leftist Zoomers. Yeah, the problem with like only getting invested in the debate side of things for some of these guys is that it kind of cooks your framing where your brain starts getting rewired in a way where you're only learning sound bites, where you're not like invested in a broader outlook. So it's not usually about policy unless it's directly related to a debate. That's why there's so many clips of like Dean or anybody. Dean is a brilliant debater, by the way. I really like Dean, but there are so many instances where he's just like almost delusional or clueless on an issue because he hasn't studied it at all. And I feel like it's better to have a more holistic approach. And again, I say this as someone who likes Dean. I like what he's doing. I want him to maybe expand his boundaries a little bit. Like the Abu Ghraib situation, right? Like that was shocking for a lot of people. They were like, "Whoa, how do you not know Abu Ghraib? Like that's a huge deal. Like that's a huge instance of like American torture, American war crimes. Like how are you unaware of it?" And it's like, well, it's because it probably doesn't come up in the Trump era, right? It probably doesn't come up at all in the Trump era, so he hasn't like really studied it. So I think he's also young, so I think he'll grow out of it. How can you hate Dean? Have you heard his peanut rap? I don't hate Dean. There are a lot of people in my community that don't fuck with Dean that much, but I actually like Dean. Dean Spiderlib. Is it Parker? Dean called Oliver Larkin a random with his Fox viral pedo protector moment. Yeah, I know. Oliver Larkin. I know. I talked to him about that. I think there is value in you debating sometimes. Yeah, I think so. Like I'll do high profile debates, but I'm not going to or not Dean Parker, Dean Withers. Sorry. Parker is the other fucking, goddamn it. I'm so goddamn old. I'm sorry. Dean Withers, right? Is Dean Withers, right? He's the one debate guy. He's Spider Lib, liberal Spider-Man. And then Parker is the other debate one. And he also is like a different Spider-Man, honestly. They're both like liberal Spider-Man. Anyway. All right, that's all I got for today. I'm tired. I'll be back tomorrow. Now, we're going to get you on Jubilee with 20 hog women. Yeah. I mean, I've avoided Jubilee for the longest time, but I was thinking about it. Maybe I should do one of these. Because, like, it's good. It goes viral. And also on top of that, I listened to the Pod Johns ask questions to the. I listened to the Pod Johns ask questions to the guy who owns Jubilee, and he was like talking about how he's not going to have fascists on. Because that's my concern, at least. Like, I don't want to fucking be on there with like a goddamn fascist. You know what I mean? And normies love that shit. Yeah. Podjon asked, here, this is the clip.
There's this guy, Kai, who Mehdi debated towards the end. It was like 10 minutes. And I think he's an interesting example because he and Mehdi had like a pretty heated debate. He didn't tell Mehdi, like, you don't belong here, go home, whatever. But afterwards, you like look into the guy and he's like a huge Nick Fuentes fan. So for someone like him, is it behavior when you're on the show? Or is it like, how much do you look at their life, their posts, their presence, what they do outside of when they come on Surrounded?
Now it ends up being a pretty comprehensive, like all of those are part of the ingredients that we are contemplating.
So someone like him, like the being a Fuentes like fanboy is not like, that doesn't cross the line.
Not necessarily, I'm not saying yes or no. But it is the right question that I think that you and I both should be contemplating, right? Someone like a Nick Fuentes is a good example. We've never had Nick Fuentes on. That's not for lack of interest necessarily from Nick. The question becomes, if what I said is true, which is we want to have honest conversation, and just because we have someone on is not us. So there's no thumb on the scale, right? Jubilee is not saying, hey, because we have this perspective on that, we're validating that viewpoint necessarily. We're creating the circumstance where these conversations are happening. At what point does a viewpoint become big enough or a perspective become big enough that we need to hold it to account? And
Loki, this is my perspective on debating fascists as well, ironically enough. Like, I think there's a point where if it's so commonplace, if this attitude is so commonplace, then there's no way that you can deplatform it successfully and efficiently. That's why I think it's important not to platform fascists, right? But they have already. They have done so over and over again. But this, to me, seems like they learned their lesson with the Mehdi Hasan debate, and we're like, we probably shouldn't do that again. Because there's a difference, right? Like, I mean, Donald Trump is basically a fucking fascist, but it doesn't matter. It's like you can't do anything. He's the president. Like, that viewpoint is commonly expressed, so you have to deal with it. Whereas, if there is some of these like esoteric fascist perspectives are not commonplace at all. So anytime you are offering them a larger platform, even if it is to technically debate them, you're basically just like putting them in front of a much larger audience. That's why for years and years I didn't talk about Nick Fuentes. Regardless of the funny moments, him getting outed as going on a date with a cat boy, him being gay, stuff like that. I never even covered that shit because I was like, there's no reason to give this any light whatsoever. And I guess lucky for us, it doesn't. Yeah, Mehdi was mad at Uncle Sam for recommending he go on Jubilee before Mehdi ended up surrounded by Nazis. Yeah, no one knew that was going to be like that. You put dumb people up there, you put MAGA hogs up there, you put like racist people up there. That's, one thing. But straight up having the Mehdi debate be comprised of 20 fascists is insane. Like, you literally are boosting this otherwise very dangerous ideology whose proponents will openly lie. So that's the other side of it too. Like, I'm very open about my perspective, right? I'm very open about my perspective. I know liberals will try to act like I, hide my opinion or something. And then they'll be like, see, he's being honest. He got caught here. And it's like, bitch, that's just the point that I made in a podcast or my own stream. Like, I didn't get caught. I'm just saying what I believe. Whereas with neo-Nazis, like, they have to hide their power level. And especially if they are skilled orators, as Nick is, that makes it all the more difficult to deal with.
I don't know. And we haven't had Nick on. But
would you?
Right now, we haven't. And I think there's a reason why. I think that is a question we have to continue to ask ourselves of.
I like that he's still open to the door to having Nick Fuentes on.
Not just Nick, but there's several people I think that we think about of where does that line exist? Again, there's no universal line. And also it constantly is shifting.
On the Mehdi one, right, this is what got the most attention is several participants told him that he doesn't belong in the country. And then there was the kid who said, he self-identified as a fascist in the middle of the episodes.
Yeah.
Like, would you have any of those people back? Did you have any of those people? Have you had any of those people back?
We haven't. No, we haven't.
So is anyone from that episode? Because I saw that, like,
there have been people from that
episode who came back.
And I want to be, this is a bit nuanced, but I want to be clear that there were several moments and individuals who I think were not invited back. But there were several people in the room I think that were acting in good faith. So I think I don't think personally it's fair to say, hey, this whole circle, let's like dismiss all of it. But yeah, but it's the right question.
Jubilee has a problem where half the libs they invite on are Epstein orbiters for some reason. What do you mean? That's like they're huge in the debate space. The whole like Unfuck America tour people are all, that's like all sex pestiny orbiters. Anyway. That's all I got for today. I'm tired. I'm ending the broadcast here. I love you all. That's it. Good night. I am going to do Friend Slop Sunday tomorrow. So we're going to be gaming tomorrow. Get excited for that. Love you guys.
Starting off by introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still on course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you.